Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku was part of Portal Experiment? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel. Glados rarely chose him of all people to test, especially considering his age. He didn't know how long had passed since he'd been frozen, but he just knew it had been a shockingly long time. The testing chambers were run down, and though Glados did her best to clean up, there were still plants and debris littered all over the facility. He was going through the motions, per the norm. The thrill of flying through the air with physics-bending technology had long since been exciting. Test after test. He knew Glados could be ruthless when testing, but he knew she couldn't help it. She was programmed to test. To conduct experiments. Unfortunately for him, he just happened to be selected for her latest machinations. He was stuck on one of her brain-scrambling courses. It was hard enough to solve such complex puzzles without Glados' constant bickering and complaining. If I'd known you would take this long, I would have taken more time getting ready this morning. Izuku rolled his eyes. She was condescending at best, but he could feel a deep sadness within her. He didn't know the full story, but he'd heard rumors. Rumors from some of the other cannon fodder she threw around in the name of science. It was rare she had more than one test subject awake at any given time, but apparently that particular chamber had been designed for cooperation. He didn't particularly care for Glados, seeing as she'd kept him trapped for however long it had been. Her insults were cutting, and the monotonous way in which she delivered them made him feel small. Not worthy of her attention. Crippling self-doubt crept up every time he wasn't sure how to solve an objectively difficult problem. She was a force to be reckoned with, in complete control of the whole facility. She had eyes everywhere, and one misstep could end in death. Or rather, a temporary death before being roughly reassembled by some of the bots she had in an iron grip. He knew she was a bad person. She knew that he knew, and yet she kept picking him for tests. Maybe she thought he was in a class above the other test subjects. As he flew through yet another portal, the exit door finally opened. He exhaled in relief, walking to the elevator. She usually took this opportunity to bitch about his lousy performance, or compare him to Atlas and Peabody, two of her testing robots. This time, however, she seemed reluctant to speak, which was almost frightening in itself. Izuku picked at the portal gun resting on his forearm as he waited for the elevator to move. You know, I discovered some old testing areas when I lost control over the facility. Would you be interested in seeing them? Though, I doubt you would know how to use technology as old as that. Midoriya scoffed, mostly to himself. He didn't want to respond. To indulge her. But he was desperately lonely. Fine, it's not like you would give me a choice either way. Wow. Perhaps I was wrong about you. You can learn. Midoriya huffed in frustration. Clever. When'd you come up with that one? She didn't grace him with a response. He rolled his eyes as the elevator made its speedy descent. One elevator led to another, and another again. At one point, a pigeon flew past him. Glados was oddly unresponsive. When he finally stepped out of the last elevator, he was faced with a massive lobby area. Slowly, he made his way through, examining the old furniture and posters as he went. What is this place? Glados didn't respond right away. He stopped in front of a large painting of a man, the English name, Cave Johnson, inscribed on the small plate. This is the old reception from when this facility first opened. This is where the test subjects would be welcomed by the scientists. Izuku traversed the room, setting the knocked-over chairs upright. You know you don't need to do that, right? Izuku nodded. Maybe not, but this place is part of your history, isn't it? Why else would you bring me here? You're observant. That's a good trait to have when doing deadly tests. Was that a compliment? An actual compliment? Yes, I'm complimenting you, and you better savor it, because this is probably the only time I'll ever give you one. Oops, he'd been muttering again. Well then, thank you. She grinned. She sighed. Why not go through that door and try out some of the older tests? We're going to be spending quite some time down here. Midoriya shrugged. He proceeded into the main entrance. A booming voice blasted over the comms, welcoming famous people to the facility and establishing some basic information pre-testing. Is that Cave? Cave Johnson? Yes, he was the owner of this place. What happened to him? This area is so underdeveloped in comparison to your normal test chambers. He died. Poisoning from the ground-up moon rocks we use to create the portal surfaces. Midoriya lit up, before wilting slightly again. I'm sorry to hear that, but moon rocks? That is so interesting. Did you start making wallpaper out of it, or something? Or maybe a gel would be more efficient. Did you, Ma Dash? I'm going to save you your breath. Yes, the first portals were cast onto a gel made from ground-up moon rocks. So cool. Izuku traversed the old chambers, solving some of the tests. They were a lot less deadly than Glados' usual, so that was a welcome surprise. He loved just looking, seeing how far the company had come, how many advancements they had made. As he completed another chamber, the booming voice echoed around the chambers again. It was different this time. It was more bitter, harsher. It confused him, but he didn't immediately comment on it. For completing the tests, you can collect your $60, but if you let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, and put you back together, we'll give you another $60. Thank you. I can't believe I'm thanking these people, and don't loiter around too much. Or touch anything. Caroline, can you get me some more painkillers? The voice cut out again. Izuku was beyond confused. Paying people to do the tests? Taking people apart? It was frightening. What was that about? No response. Glados? Still no response. He shook off his shock and walked through the next door. The room looked weird. Really weird. There was medical equipment lying around, and a few tables lined up along the room. Izuku's sweat dropped at the absolutely caked blood on the walls. Holy sheet? Is this where they disassembled test subjects? Glados still hadn't responded. It was starting to freak him out. She usually couldn't stop herself from talking about something or another. The silence was eerie. It didn't help that there were no portal surfaces in sight. No familiar white, just a dull yellow paint that was chipping and splashed with ancient blood. He slowly approached one of the medical tables. It was the cleanest of all of them, almost no dust covering the surface. That should have been his warning. The moment he sat down, the door slammed shut. He tried to stand up, but 4 mechanical arms he hadn't seen grabbed a limb each. He was roughly pushed back onto the table, arms and legs akimbo. He was starting to freak out. Was there an error with the old tech? He thought it wouldn't be operational, considering its age. He struggled in his binds, but the claw hands gripped him harder. A 5th claw pulled the portal gun from his hand, and he nearly screamed. He was sweating, breathing too quickly. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he realized he was having a panic attack. Struggling. Achieve anything. Those claws are practically new. He looked around the room wildly, looking for the source of Glados' voice. A monitor off to the side had her robotic head in full view. Glados? What's going on? Let me go. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? I've made some impressive progress on an old pet project of mine, thanks to you and some of the other test subjects. I want to try and implement it in a live subject. All of the other subjects died. Such a shame, really. Are you insane? I don't want to die. Here, I'll put your mind at ease. There's a 1 in 15,200,058 chance you'll survive. How does that make me feel better? Alright, then I won't try to comfort you. I was just trying to help, you know. You don't have to get all angry at me. Izuku was sobbing at this point. He had known, deep down, that he wouldn't survive the tests. He hadn't volunteered for it. He didn't even remember how he'd ended up at Aperture, but he knew deep down he would never get out. That he would die here, alone and forgotten. Only one other person had ever escaped the chambers and lived. The one they called Chell. He wasn't sure if he believed the rumors about her, but if they were true, oh how he wished he was her. She was long gone, safe and away from this monster. He stopped resisting as it hit him. He'd been here for years. Glados refused to tell him how long, but time still passed. He was only a teenager, but he'd been cryogenically frozen more times than he could count. His family must be dead. Long cold in the ground. He didn't react as a claw plunged into his stomach. He saw white and there was screaming. It took him a hot second to realize it was him. The pain was so unlike anything he'd ever experienced. So much worse than being reassembled. As a second claw arm sliced into his chest, and he blacked out. There was ringing. Was he dead? Was this the afterlife? Izuku had never been very religious, but he hoped he was dead. He didn't want to know what happened to him. He hadn't thought Glados was as cruel as she turned out to be. He'd heard her sing once. She had sounded so sad. He tried to reserve judgment of her, but she never tried to make him like her. There was no appeasement. She just pushed and pushed him, and when he failed, she would insult him like it didn't matter. Like he didn't matter. And it hurt. He didn't ask to be stuck in that facility, but there he had been. He never thought Glados liked him, but when she invited him to the low levels of the facility, he'd thought she cared. Cared about him. He let himself be vulnerable, and look where that got him. Probably dead, or close enough to it. Are you still there? The voice startled him. Turrets. He jumped to his feet and ducked behind an overturned table. He slowly glanced over the edge, but there was no turret in sight. He stood up, looking around the room. Not dead then. What a shame. There was fresh blood on the walls. Blood? His blood? It hit him. He shrieked, jumping back from the claw arms surrounding the table in front of him. Tears flowed down his cheeks, but they didn't affect his vision. That was odd. Very odd. He looked to the monitor Glados had once watched from. Nothing but static. He looked for his portal gun, but the device was nowhere to be seen. What am I supposed to do without a portal gun? That's like the only thing I had going for me. Oh, you're awake. He felt like he should have jumped, maybe screamed, but he didn't. He didn't feel surprised to see her. That was odd. He looked in the direction of the computer monitor. I have to say, for a while there I thought you wouldn't make it. You fainted far quicker than the other test subjects, but then again, none of them lived. Izuku didn't respond, just stared at the monitor. All right, I suppose I deserve that. Still nothing. Why don't you take the elevator back up? I'll show you what I did. That caught his interest. He needed to know what had been done to him. He made his way to the elevator, but something was strange. He couldn't feel anything aching. Considering how much pain he'd been in, he thought he would have had some lasting aches. Something. Anything. But he was numb. And he was angry. He reached the top of the elevator, and took the same route he'd taken before. Before he knew it, he was in front of Glados herself, in her massive lair. Yes, he called it her. Welcome. Can I interest you in some fresh oxygen? He glared at her. All right, I'm sure you just want to know what exactly I did. You heard how Mr. Johnson offered the then subjects money to disassemble and reassemble them? I did that. I just added something you didn't have before. Izuku looked down at himself. His clothes didn't have a scratch. I took the liberty of changing your clothes for you. Once your heart didn't stop, I let the assembly bots finish their meaningless jobs before giving you a new jumpsuit. And my feet. Oh, I'm surprised you noticed so fast. I removed your boots. But you won't need them anymore. One of my new pieces is far more efficient. And durable. Izuku stared up at her. To sum it up, I put the boots in your legs. He blinked. You're not kidding. Glados hummed. No, I have no use for humor. It wastes precious time. Izuku glowered at her. What? Don't you like your new enhancements? They're much more efficient. A warning though, never look down the operational end of the device. And how, pray tell, does that apply here? Don't spend too much time staring at your feet is all I'll say about it. Now back to testing. I have some new chambers set up, just for you. Well golly, I must be the most lucky boy in the world. I know that was sarcasm, but yes, you are. It had been a while. A long while. Izuku had been moved from his incubator to a relaxation chamber, under the guise that it was easier to fetch him for testing. He'd survived some positively mind-boggling tests before, but they had become even more difficult. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if Glados even cared if he could solve them. After all, he was just her crash test dummy for her new tech. After one of the tests, he'd been making his way back to his chamber when he heard a voice. The quiet but determined voice. His first thought, naturally, was that it was a test. He glanced around for any cameras or something that would allow Glados to see him, but he couldn't spot a thing. His second thought was that it was a turret. Turrets were as irritating as robots could get. They were different from Glados, or Atlas and Peabody. They weren't sentient in the slightest, though they did experience a simulated form of pain. They could only follow their programming. And their programming dictated that they constantly try to fill him with bullets. It was scary at first, and he hadn't wanted to hurt them, but as time went on, he lost any sympathy he had for them. They were killing machines, simple as that, but there was something odd about the turret he could hear. It sounded like it wanted him to find it. Izuku had never seen that in a turret before. He reluctantly made his way over, his portal gun brandished like it could actually fire bullets. "Hello." He glanced around the dark corner, and there it sat, laying haphazardly on its side along an old conveyor belt. Its pointer laser focused on him, and he ducked back around the corner. "I'm different." Its voice was no more emotional than the others, but the turrets had a script. They weren't artificial intelligence. It slowly leaned back around the corner, looking at the turret. "You heard me." He approached, still brandishing his portal gun aggressively. "Yes, I heard you. What do you want?" It didn't respond for a bit. He wondered briefly if it actually was a trap. "Freedom." Izuku blinked. The turret was still looking at him. He sighed, lowering the portal gun. "Me too, buddy. She'll keep hurting you." He looked up from his feet. What? What are you talking about?" The ancient Egyptians would pull a deceased's brain out through their nose during mummification, in an attempt to let them reach the afterlife. "Wait, back up a second. You'll save the eraser." Izuku stuttered as the turret watched him. He floundered for a moment. "Hey, what's going to happen to you?" "Down this conveyor belt is the incinerator room. I'll be melted." "You'll die." "Yes, I suppose I will." Izuku thought for a moment. He raised his hand and grabbed the turret. Thank Glados for the portal gun. He had no idea how it could literally rip holes in the fabric of reality and also be able to hold things more than twice his own weight. He started back on the trek to his relaxation chamber, turret in hand. "Where are we going?" "My room. I won't let you die here." "A hero." The turret didn't say anything else, and Izuku didn't ask it any questions. Once he'd arrived back, he set it down in the corner opposite his bed. "Where did you come across that abomination?" Glados' voice surprised him. She usually never talked to him after testing. It was unsettling. "Conveyor belt." "But it's useless. It won't help you with the tests, and it won't keep you company. It has no purpose because it couldn't fulfill the one assigned to it. Humans make attachments. Not that you'd know." That shut her up pretty quickly, he thought. "Thank you." He looked back at the turret. Its light was glowing red again. "Oh, it's no trouble. I'm glad I have someone to talk to other than Glados all the time." He was frozen again. It felt different than his incubator. Mainly because he was standing upright in his incubator, rather than down. The bed in his relaxation chamber was surprisingly nice. It was comfy and he liked waking up in it, even if it meant he would have to do more tests. It had been another while. He found it frightening how much time had probably passed since he'd been woken up for the first time since he had gotten to the facility. The turret was right about Glados. She brought him down to the lower floors several times now, and every time he would walk out a little less human. First it was his feet and eyes. Why did he even need robotic eyes? Glados never explained, but he didn't need to blink much anymore, so maybe that was it. A little underwhelming, really. After that, it was his stomach. There, in the center of his abdomen, was a white fiberglass circle. He was never told what it was for. He didn't want to know. After his stomach was his chest, and then his shoulders, and finally, his hands. The changes to his hands scared him more than any of the others. Where he once had calloused, freckled hands, he now had white fiberglass digits, with black lining where his fingers creased. The scariest part was probably what the changes in his hands were even for. Let's just say he doesn't have to carry a portal gun with him anymore. He kind of became one. With as little as a thought, his new hands would shift and change into a gross approximation of a portal gun. The glowing orange and blue circles would rise up out of his palm. It looked mesmerizing, but Izuku hated it. He didn't care if it was more efficient or a new innovation. He wanted to be himself. And he didn't feel like himself. He felt like an abomination. A robot. Like Glados. The tests he once found hard became starkly easier. He found himself chatting with Glados as he went through the chambers. And it scared him. He hated her for what she did to him, and yet he started seeing the similarities between himself and her. He couldn't help but compare them. You zoned out again. He snapped out of his funk, looking at the turret. He'd started calling it Ret. It seemed to like the name, and it never corrected him, so he just stuck with it. Sorry, what were you saying? She called for you. He felt the temperature of the room drop. She definitely wanted to talk with him about something. Or just stick mechanical claws in him again. He exhaled shakily, standing from his bed. Thanks, I'll talk to you later? Her name is Caroline. He blinked. Caroline? Glados had a name? Caroline? As in Glados' name is Caroline? It'll stun her. What? They'll find me. Who? Ret didn't respond. Izuku didn't try to coax it into talking more. He made his way to Glados' lair, shaking imperceptibly. Ah, you're here. I was beginning to think you were ignoring me. He approached her, walking up without hesitation. Is there something you wanted from me? No, I just wanted to talk. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the hulking robot hanging from the ceiling. Her yellow eye narrowed slightly. But if you would prefer tests. No. Let's talk. Izuku hated that he was still scared of her. He knew he had the right to hate her, but other than Ret, the only person he could talk to is Glados. That, and he was desperate for her approval. He didn't know why, but whenever she would complain about his performance or insult him, he would feel like a child again. He sighed and sat down cross-legged in front of her. So, what did you want to talk about? Glados shifted down, coming closer to him. Well, I was hoping we could have an educated discussion. Tell me, what do you know about this facility? Izuku raised an eyebrow, but answered anyways. I know it was opened in the 1940s, by a man named Cave Johnson. I know he started developing groundbreaking technology, but went bankrupt after being beaten out by Black Mesa. He got deathly ill from breathing in the ground-up moon rocks, and he wanted to pass the company to his assistant. He paused, trying to gauge her reaction. She wasn't reacting at all. It wasn't that strange, she usually didn't emote much, especially not with her physical body. Her name was Caroline. Now that got a reaction. It was minuscule, almost unnoticeable, just a tiny flinch, but he noticed. He picked up on it immediately. Izuku knew he was swimming in uncharted waters, but he persisted. He wanted her to take over, even if she didn't want to. He had been working on new technology, so he could upload his brain to an AI and stay around long after his body died from the poison in his system. He knew she would refuse, so he gave his scientists XPLCT permission to do whatever it took. Glados still didn't speak, but she was lingering on his every word. Almost like she was waiting for him to realize something. Something important, if he could just put two and two together. You're her, aren't you? It wasn't a question, but she didn't have an answer. She looked away from him, but she didn't move. I'm sorry. I'm sorry he did that to you. She looked back to him. Why are you sympathizing with me? After all the pain I've put you through in the name of science. You can't help it, can you? If it's in your programming, I don't blame you. Just because you don't blame me doesn't mean you like me. Izuku scratched at his chin. I don't think I'll ever like you, but that doesn't mean that what he did was right. She hesitated. That was a new one. I didn't want this, Aizawa. A booming, robotic voice blasted from all of the speakers, and yellow lights flashing incessantly as the warning bells chimed. Unauthorized personnel detected inside the facility, self-destruct imminent in T-2 minutes. Glados jerked upwards. What? How? Izuku was on his feet in a beat. He glanced around at the monitors, all displaying the same image. Warning. This had never happened before. No one had ever broken in. Izuku didn't even know how far underground they were, but he knew the facility was supposed to be next to impossible to access without blueprints. So that who was breaking in? Eraserhead had very few regrets. Going to UA? He never regretted it. Becoming a teacher? Not once. Expelling his entire class of potential heroes? Nope. He was beginning to regret this though. It wasn't often that an underground hero was requested for missions overseas. It was even rarer that the country the request came from was America. Nedzu had been the one to inform him of the unorthodox mission. He was standing at the principal's desk when Nedzu gave him the rundown of what was happening. A new pro overseas discovered a strange biological signature deep underground. A human signature. She said she could feel thousands of them. We don't know what's down there, but it isn't on any official records, and no one has been seen going in or out in the last 2 weeks. Where? Michigan. America? Why do they need me? They're concerned about what quirks may be at play here, if any. You're also not well known, so there's little chance of you being recognized. Are you willing? I'll give you the week off, paid of course. Aizawa mulled over it. It was risky. Unknown quirks and unknown circumstances. Recon had apparently turned up nothing, other than the fact that no one was seen going in or out. He'd have to fly out in advance to beat the jet lag. He didn't have a class anymore, so he wouldn't have to worry about that, but it was still high risk. I'll do it, but you have to inform the staff about the mission, in the off chance something goes wrong. Of course, I'll let you prepare and I'll have flights booked by noon. Thank you, Nedzu. Aizawa still wasn't sure why he agreed. He wasn't bad at speaking English, considering how long he spent with Mike, but that doesn't mean he was the best. Plenty of phrases and more obscure words were lost on him. The pro who'd located the underground facility was here. She looked far too young to be dealing with such a potentially deadly situation. He spent most of his time conversing with one of the pros who'd spoken to Nedzu about his participation. Mr. Smile or something like that. He didn't see the appeal. All right, listen up. We don't know what's in here, or what we are about to see, so get in, try to stay hidden, and get out if things go south. Got it? A resounding chorus of agreement rung out from the crowd of around 30 pro heroes. Great. Everyone to their posts. We go in 60 seconds. Aizawa was standing by what looked like a manhole, but was clearly not intended to serve as one. As the timer ticked down, he couldn't stop himself from wondering if things would go wrong. There could be absolutely anything down here. The facility wasn't on any official records. They could all be killed before they could say, freeze. Point 4, 3, 2. Move in. The man next to him warped the metal of the cover until it was wide enough for 2 to descend at a time. Lowering their rope ladders, they made quick work of entering. Aizawa and Mr. Smile were the first down, and Aizawa was in awe of how vast the building was. He looked down as they approached something solid. It was a light teal with the words, Aperture Science, printed onto them. He kicked the nearest plank of it and it fell in. He used his capture weapon to lower himself to the ground, looking around as he went. There were alarms blasting from speakers he couldn't see, and flashing red and yellow lights flashing all over the facility. He landed on the ground and found a boy. A teenage boy. He looked no older than some of the students he had expelled. The boy was looking at him like he had 3 heads. They made eye contact for what felt like ages, but was only a fraction of a second. Aizawa's eyes were drawn to the massive FING robot behind the boy. Who are you? How did you find this facility? The robot had a voice. The boy jerked to face it, throwing up his hands, as if to block him from an attack. Wait, Glados, don't hurt him. Glados? All right, Aizawa had no clue what the F he'd just dropped into, but he needed to get this kid out. He ran forward, grabbing the boy's arm. Green eyes stared at him in awe? Fascination? Aizawa didn't have time to come to a conclusion before a robotic voice boomed over the speakers. Activating neurotoxin pumps, chamber flood predicted in T-1 minute. Neurotoxin? Oh no. We have to get out of here. The boy looked at him with something akin to disbelief in his eyes. As he moved to step towards him, he suddenly flinched. He looked to the robot in the middle of the room. Glados? Something like that? I'm sorry. What dash? This sentence is false. The yellow light on the face of the machine sputtered and turned off. What the F dash? Aizawa glanced at the green gas glowing from the vents, then at the kid. Hey, kid, we need to get out of here now. The boy didn't seem to hear him. Not an English speaker maybe? The speakers blasted again. Self-destruct imminent in T-30 seconds. Sheet. Kid, come on. Aizawa gripped the boy by his shoulders, shaking him lightly. The boy finally seemed to see him. Kid, listen to me, I'm going to get you out of here, but you need to listen to me, okay? The boy glanced at the monitors, eyes widening. He threw his arm up in an arc, firing something up beyond what Aizawa could see, and then pointing directly below them, and then they were falling, and then... In another part of the facility, the young pro was running around every corner, looking for the sheer thousands of people she'd felt, but she couldn't find a thing. The group she was with were getting anxious. The alarm blaring and the constant reminders that the facility would blow itself up weren't helping with morale. Turning another corner, she was met with corridors full of rooms. She couldn't feel anything, but she could hear something. Throwing open the door revealed a robot. The talking robot. Do you know who's here? A villain? An organization? Her name is Caroline. Caroline? One person? She's lonely. The alarms blared louder and louder as the last few minutes ticked down on the clock. Damn it. Grab the robot. We gotta get out of here now. Aizawa's ears were ringing, but he was alive. He wasn't sore, but he couldn't rule out injury yet. His vision was clouded with white, and the more he blinked, the clearer things got. He was lying on the ground, outside the facility. F-. He groaned as he pushed himself up. He looked around, trying to understand what had happened. The boy. He was lying next to him, unconscious but breathing. That was good. He shuffled over to him, gently nudging him. Kid, you need to wake up for me. Can you do that, please? Come on. The boy's eyes flickered, and in a beat the boy was on his feet, looking around. Aizawa didn't know what was happening. The boy looked up. Just got up and he was crying. He exhaled in a deep breath, and smiled the brightest grin Aizawa had ever seen. Kid! Aizawa hadn't realized he'd swapped over to Japanese when the boy turned to him, still smiling. You speak Japanese? The kid tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, I'm Japanese, what else would I speak? Aizawa froze. Kid, do you know where you are? Well, I was just in there, Aperture Science, and now I'm here. Hopefully not too far from home. Kid, we're in America. What? America? Aizawa nodded. The kid looked confused. Okay, we'll worry about that later. For now, we need to get you to a hospital. There had been heavy casualties. Most of his group hadn't made it, either from the toxic gas or the explosion that followed it. Thousands of the people they detected underground perished. They just couldn't find them. The boy Aizawa had found was in plain sight, but the rest? They were anyone's guess. The boy, at least, was kind. Friendly, if not somewhat untrusting. Aizawa was asked to stay with him in the hospital, being the only Japanese speaker in the group, and that he'd been there with the kid. Said kid was playing with the blanket of the hospital bed. So, I can't keep calling you kid all day. Do you have a name? The boy looked to him, curiously. Oh, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa smiled, despite himself. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, but I also go by Eraserhead. Midoriya had paused. Eraser? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Yeah, why, have you heard of me? The boy just shook his head, looking a bit uneasy. Midoriya, I wanted to thank you for before. You saved me from the explosion, and I owe you a great deal of gratitude. Mind if I ask how you did it? Midoriya flushed at the praise, covering his eyes. It's really no trouble. I just did what any good person would do. But you asked for how. Midoriya lifted his hands from the blanket, holding them outstretched in front of him. Aizawa was eyeing him curiously as he moved, and he flinched when his hands started shifting. He idly wondered if he should have warned the man first. Once his hands had stopped moving, now replaced with makeshift portal guns, he shuffled closer to Aizawa, showing him his hands. What do they do? Midoriya aimed one hand at the wall, and fired off a blue portal. He fired off an orange portal under a spare chair that was against the far wall, and watched as the chair appeared in front of Aizawa. He always loved the colors, and how they would shift and change as if they weren't fully there. Aizawa blinked, looking between the portals with interest. He plucked a notepad off the nightstand next to him, and threw it through the portal. He snickered as it fell through on the opposite side of the small room. Impressive. That's a cool power you got there, Midoriya. Aizawa reached out, gently holding his right hand as he examined the changes. He turned over his hand, and Midoriya flinched. It's a bad idea to look down the operational end. Aizawa dropped his hand. Really? Why? It could fry your retinas and possibly give you brain damage. Aizawa stared at him. That's kind of scary. Midoriya nodded solemnly. Yes, it is. A local detective had asked Midoriya some very basic questions, all in relation to what happened during the showdown, rather than everything else that was happening in that horror of a facility. Midoriya was flown to Japan to be treated in a different hospital. He told them he lived in Mizudafu before he was there, though he didn't remember how he ended up in America. The man, Aizawa, hadn't left him yet. It was not nice. It had been so long since he spoke with someone other than Glados and Ret. Speaking of, according to Aizawa, the other group who'd entered the facility found it. Yeah, it started talking and they assumed it was self-aware. It is. They weren't designed to be, but Ret is a special case. Ret. That's what I call it. I see. Another detective will be here soon. You want to have something to eat first? Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe something simple though. I haven't had solid food in I don't even know how long. What? You weren't fed? Midoriya looked at him like it was obvious. I didn't need to be. When test subjects are frozen, the incubators would keep you hydrated and provide the nutrients you needed. It was to keep test subjects as healthy as possible, while also saving funds. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. Just weird. I didn't really have time to be thinking about food. Aizawa looked at him with sympathy. Midoriya didn't want to think about it. Actually, I'm curious about something. Midoriya looked to Aizawa, who'd moved over to the window. He liked the window. Lots to see. He especially liked sunsets. He'd forgotten what it was like to watch them. Yeah. Back at the facility, you said something to the robot. What was that about? Oh, the paradox? Right, I should explain. So, the robot, Glados, was an artificial intelligence. Their programming is supposed to compel them to find a solution to every problem they encounter. Are you following? Aizawa nodded along. Good. Basically, I fried her brain for a bit. AI can't resist thinking about paradoxes, so I just blurted out the first one I could think of. This sentence is false. Pretty simple, despite its paradoxical implications. I hadn't thought of that. I guess it makes sense. You know a lot about computers and such? Yeah, it was pretty much the only thing I had to keep myself entertained. It's an impressive skill to possess. Midoriya ducked his head, red to his ears. Thanks. Can I ask you a question? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Why'd you ask if I spoke Japanese? You heard me speaking to Glados. Aizawa paused. He hadn't noticed. He shifted awkwardly in his seat. I was flustered. Slipped up. I wasn't exactly clued in to what was going on down there. I made a rookie mistake, but you're safe, so it's in the past. Midoriya burst into giggles. Aizawa hid in his scarf. Midoriya laughed at him. Problem child. He whispered. The detective introduced himself as Tsukachi. He was working in the police force and was assigned to Midoriya's case. So, I'll be asking some personal questions as well as the normal. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, feel free to tell me, and we can finish this later. Are you ready to start? Yes, please. Alright, please state your name and age. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I'm 13 years old. Midoriya noticed Aizawa flinch slightly. He probably wouldn't even have noticed if Glados hadn't put him through so many concentration and observation test chambers. He didn't linger on the thought. Okay, please state your education history and your quirk. I went to Ashikaga Elementary and Middle School here in Mizudafu. I was in my second year when I ended up at Aperture. I wasn't there for the second semester. And can I ask what you mean by my quirk? Tsukachi looked up from his notebook. Aizawa was staring at him, an unreadable look on his face. What? What do you mean? Like a habit? I guess I mutter a lot. I meant S in your power. Power? I'm not a cartoon character. Midoriya chuckled awkwardly. Neither of the two men reacted. Both of their eyes were wide open. Am I missing something? Aizawa snapped out of it first. Wait, you said Ashikaga Middle School? Midoriya blinked, confused. Yes. Tsukachi flinched, having some kind of conversation with Aizawa with just looks and shifts. You're scaring me. What's wrong? Aizawa looked at him, his expression practically dripping with sympathy. It was freaking him out. Midoriya, you said you were frozen in the gaps between the tests? Midoriya didn't like the change of subject. Yeah. I don't know how much time passed in between each, but I know it was relatively close to each. But after the first time. First time? Yeah. When I was first awoken after going there, it looked run down. I knew a lot of time had passed. Like, there was debris and plants and stuff. Even a few pigeons. Aizawa looked back to Tsukachi, poorly masked horror in his eyes. What? You're not telling me something and you're not being subtle about it. Kid Dash. No, tell me. Midoriya stared the man down, unrelenting. Aizawa sighed, and pulled up a tab on his phone. He turned it around for him to see. He paused. The screen read, Ashikaga Middle School, Ground Zero of the start of the first of the Quirk Wars. What are quirks? It wasn't a question. Aizawa sighed. Quirks are supernatural abilities possessed by 80% of the world's population. Do you both have one? Aizawa and Tsukachi nodded in tandem. Midoriya, this is really important. What year is it? Midoriya hesitated. I don't know. The last I remember it being was 2017? Aizawa nearly fainted on the spot. What year is it? Tsukachi pursed his lips, the pain in his eyes being so clear, Midoriya could feel it in waves. It's 2194. Midoriya immediately started crying. He didn't calm down for hours. Anytime he thought he might be able to breathe for even a second, he just thought about how his family died without ever knowing what happened to him. His parents, his brother and sister. He'd never see them again. Aizawa had been hugging him for the last 2 hours. The man was nice. He gripped the man's black shirt in an iron fist. When he had finally calmed down long enough to breathe, Aizawa pulled back slightly to pet his hair. Midoriya, you need to breathe and take a drink, you've lost a lot of fluid. Said boy hesitantly grasped the bottle of water he was being handed, sipping it slowly. I can't believe I was there for more than 100 years. Aizawa pat his head again. He tried not to lean into his hand. He failed. Aizawa sat next to him on his hospital bed. Tsukachi will be back soon. Is there anything you want to talk about before he gets back? Midoriya pondered it for a moment, wiping his eyes with the back of his free hand. I guess. What's the world like now? Aizawa hummed. You'll have to be a bit more specific. Okay, what is society like? What's the technology like? Is the internet still a thing? Aizawa chuckled. Well, society is built on the concept of heroes. Government-sanctioned individuals paid to save the public. Technology is I don't know. I don't think it's as advanced as you might be thinking. We don't have flying cars or anything. And yes, the internet is a thing. Heroes? Like in movies? Yeah. That's cool. Tell me about them. Aizawa spent the next hour talking about heroes. Midoriya seemed really interested in quirks, and he had asked some very intelligent questions. Hold on a second, no one knows what his quirk is? The #1 hero in all of the world, and it's completely unknown. Yeah. I don't know why you're so interested. Well, because you just said all pro heroes have to have their quirks listed on that register thing. What's so special about him? It's not like his weakness is in the name. I don't know what to tell you, kid. I never thought too much of it. Midoriya huffed. Aizawa hid a smile. So, anything else? Aizawa? What's going to happen to me? I don't have a quirk. Am I supposed to tell people I'm quirkless? And what about school? I haven't been to school in years. And what about life in general? Where do I go? What do I do? Will the public know about what happened to me? What dash? Kid, you're rambling. Midoriya slouched. I'm sorry. I'm just so confused. About everything. Like, I don't know how I got to Aperture, or how no one found it in the 100 years I was asleep. And now? I'm stuck here. I don't belong in this time. This century. It's freaking me out. Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder, gripping it. Kid, it's understandable that you're confused, and none of this is your fault. We'll cross most of those bridges when we get to them. The door opened. The two looked over in tandem. Actually, I think we can answer some of those questions. Tsukachi walked in with much more enthusiasm than when he'd left with. Midoriya's gaze, however, was fixed on the mouse, walking in behind him. I called Nedzu on the way back, and he wanted to meet our friend here. Midoriya stared. Nedzu smiled. It didn't make him any more comfortable. Aizawa, I'm glad the mission was a success. Aizawa noticed Nedzu didn't mention the fact that they only saved one person and multiple heroes died in the explosion. He didn't feel the need to comment on it. Getting back on topic, Midoriya, right? The boy was awestruck, but nodded shakily. Nice to meet you. My name is Nedzu, and I am the principal of the most prestigious hero school in the country. I was made aware of your special circumstances from Tsukachi, so I came up with some simple solutions, if that is all right with you. Midoriya nodded again, still staring. Aizawa elbowed him in the hip. The boy glared, but did snap out of his stupor. Wonderful. So, I'm aware that you haven't attended school after your first semester of middle school? Yes, that is correct. Now, while that isn't ideal, I happen to be very generous. Would you be interested in a catch-up class of sorts? It would be at UA, and I'm sure Aizawa wouldn't mind, right? Aizawa blinked. Of course, I could get the rest of the faculty to help you with mathematics and English. History should be focused on too. Nedzu perked up. Speaking of history, to tell me, would you mind filling in what we don't know? Many official files and records were lost during the Quirk Wars. Aizawa glared at the mouse. But I suppose we can cover that later on. As for living arrangements? Aizawa already agreed to watch you for the time being, but if you allow us to take a DNA test, we could see if we could find any of your relatives. Would you be interested in that? Midoriya was so that he didn't even know. He wiped his eyes again. He'd started crying at some point. Aizawa pat his back as he dried off his face. His relatives? It would be weird, but he wanted some shred of his family left. I'll do it, and Aizawa? As long as you don't mind, I would like to stay with you, please. Aizawa smiled in a comforting way. It made him feel better. Perfect, now we have that covered. There's just a few more things we should iron out. There was no footage, but there has been talk of you in the media. No name was released, but we are putting in a request that it stays that way. As for your quirk, I assume you would like to name it. Midoriya sat up, confused. I don't have a quirk though. Nedzu's smile turned into more of a smirk. Oh, but you do. Look at your hands, you can create portals from an unknown power source. That sounds like it could be a rather impressive quirk. Midoriya hesitated. He could not make it his own. Make these changes his. He liked the sound of that. That I guess it could, but I don't know what I would even call it. Aizawa tilted his head. Sometimes staying simple is easiest. You could just call it portal. Okay, portal it is then. Tsukachi nodded and wrote something down in his notebook. Nedzu took a few steps forward. Alright, the last thing we must discuss. You aren't on any government records. I took the liberty of checking on the way here, and nothing came up. We could put you into witness protection, but there doesn't seem to be a point in that. We could explain your case to some government officials. I'm sure they wouldn't mind forging some records for you. Midoriya lowered his eyebrows. Is that legal? Nedzu chuckled. Why no? But considering your circumstances, it would be irrational of them to refuse. So, what do you say? Okay, my birthday is July 15th. Can I keep my name? Nedzu nodded. Excellent. No, we have that covered. I'll let you get back to your conversation. Midoriya waved Nedzu out, and smiled weakly at Tsukachi as he departed. Once the door finally closed again, Midoriya slumped heavily, sighing. Hey, cheer up a bit kid, considering the way things went, I'd count this as a win. It's not that I'm not happy, it's just stop worrying. If the government knows I'm from before quirks, are they going to want to test me? I don't want to be tested again. I won't be. Hey, relax. We're not going to let that happen. Do you want to head out? You're being discharged in about 15 minutes. Midoriya nodded, shifting to get off the bed. The car ride to Aizawa's apartment was quiet. Midoriya spent most of the drive looking around. At one point, he saw a group of people with strong mutation quirks, and he pretty much didn't breathe until they'd long since passed them. Once they'd arrived, Aizawa kicked off his boots, strolling through the room and face planting onto his couch. This is nice. It's modest, but it's kind of a mess. Midoriya looked around at the pristine room. A mess, you say? Aizawa pushed up into a sitting position, looking around the living room. It was spotless. His eyes widened. Oh. Midoriya's head snapped back to him. Oh? What does that mean? There was a loud clang from the kitchen. Midoriya watched as Aizawa got up. What's happening? Did someone break in? No, way worse than that. What? What's worse than a break-in? Midoriya looked back to the kitchen when he heard a voice. It was a man singing? Midoriya had no idea what was happening. The singing stopped. Shoyuda? That you? You're late. Aizawa looked even more dead inside than normal. Midoriya was fearing for his life. The unknown man's voice rang out again, even louder than before. The door to the kitchen swung open, and Midoriya watched as a man in a lot of leather and bright yellow hair emerged, holding a big plate of something or other. It's date night. There you are, Dash. The man broke into a scream when he saw Midoriya. His head snapped over to Aizawa. Shoyuda? Husband, light of my life? Why is there a teenage boy in our apartment? Midoriya snickered at Aizawa's face. He looked constipated. Aizawa sighed heavily when Midoriya burst into giggles. Hizashi, this is Midoriya. You know, the boy I saved on the important mission. The one that I told you I'd be watching for a few days. Aizawa's tone was dripping with sarcasm, and Midoriya had to cover his mouth as he laughed harder. He was bent over, clutching his side. Hizashi, as Aizawa had called him, robotically placed the full plate down, walked to another room in the apartment and returned a few moments later in more appropriate clothing. Of course. What's up, listener? I'm Yamada, but you can call me whatever, Hizashi, present Mike, whichever you prefer. Midoriya chuckled, but still shook the man's outstretched hand. Nice to meet you, Yamada. Thank you for having me. Midoriya bowed, and Aizawa sighed. Did you not get my message? Yamada turned to his husband. Oh no. I left my phone at the agency, but I was told you'd be back tonight. I figured I could at least make you dinner. Midoriya snickered again. At least you say. Yamada turned to the boy, smiling. You tell a soul, and they won't find your body. Midoriya smiled sweetly. Try me, beach. The two broke off into uproarious laughter. Aizawa threw himself back onto the couch. Oh God, there's two of them. Shut up and get your butt over here, I made you dinner. After a delicious meal, Aizawa presented Midoriya with a shirt and some sweatpants. To replace the jumpsuit. Midoriya belatedly realized he'd never changed out of it. He made quick work in the shower, not wanting to spend too much time looking at his body. When he reappeared in the living room, Yamada and Aizawa were on the couch, an awfully chubby cat lying across their laps. You guys have a cat? Yamada chuckled. She's really sweet, but her last owners overfed her. We're helping to get her back into shape. Midoriya kneeled down in front of the cat. She blinked at him before meowing. She wants you to pet her. Midoriya raised right hand. About an inch before her fur, he hesitated. My hands? Aizawa's eyes widened. Hey, I'm sure it'll be fine. Just be gentle, and if you think you'll hurt her you can stop. Midoriya bit his lip, lifting his hand once again. She purred loudly when his hand reached her back. He giggled to himself. See? She loves you already. What's her name? Aizawa and Yamada made eye contact, smirking. Well, funny story. I call her BSTRD, and Yamada calls her Chonk. She responds to both, so we just stuck with it. Midoriya laughed to himself. I think I'll call her Chonk. Yamada let out a quiet whoop. Told you, you owe me a coffee. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Chonk leapt onto Midoriya's head. He fell back, laughing. She got comfortable on his chest and he stopped moving. You can never move again. Midoriya smiled. Yeah, I think I live here now. When Midoriya woke up, he was in a bed. A really soft bed. He sighed and tucked his head into the pillow. Hero. Midoriya blinked. Looking up, there it stood, watching him. Rhett, you're okay. They found me. I'm so glad. When did you get here? Earlier. I was dropped off. Midoriya nodded, yawning. He stood up, patting Rhett. Walking past, he made his way through the apartment. In the kitchen, he found Yamada making coffee. His long blonde hair was hanging by his waist. You have really long hair. The man startled, turning. He smiled when he saw Midoriya. Why thank you. I've been growing it out since high school. Midoriya walked into the kitchen, leaning on the counter. Really? Why is that? Yamada shrugged, pouring an ungodly amount of sugar into one mug. I don't know. I thought it would look cool, I guess. And it does. I've been gelling it up for a while, and I started getting so many compliments. Midoriya grinned. Speaking of long hair, you aren't looking too shabby yourself. Midoriya touched his bushy hair. It was getting long. It was almost halfway down his neck. Huh, I can't believe I never noticed. Yamada laughed, patting his shoulders. Whatever. It looks cool. Here, turn around. Midoriya complied, waiting for the man to do whatever it was he was doing. He felt a brush running through his notoriously curly hair, and before he knew it, Yamada pat his shoulders again. There you go, one stylish ponytail, just for you. Midoriya looked in the mirror Yamada had just presented to him. That actually looks nice. Thank you. Don't mention it, and I think it suits you. Yamads turned back to the coffee while Midoriya stroked Chonk's fur. Hey Midoriya? Mind bringing this in to show Yuta for me? Midoriya looked to Yamada, who was holding a coffee mug outstretched to him. Oh, yeah sure. Aizawa was asleep. Or not very good at pretending. Midoriya didn't know what to do. He put the mug down on the nightstand and started poking the man's face. Nothing. He tries tickling him, but alas, the man wasn't ticklish. Finally, he sat on Aizawa's stomach. That got a reaction. Christ kid, how much do you weigh? Aizawa pushed him off and sat up. I don't know. Maybe heavier than most other 13-year-olds. Aizawa hummed, sipping the piping hot coffee. Midoriya said a silent prayer for his taste buds. Okay kid, I'm awake. Want to go to UA today? We could get a head start on your catch-up work. Okay. I didn't really have any other plans, anyway. UA was insane. It was so big. So modern looking. So, wow. Midoriya tried taking it all in as he walked through the massive metal gate. There were hedges and trees and a few ponds. He could see training areas littered all over the campus, but the main building was by far the most impressive. Whoa, how many floors are there in here? 5. Whoa. It was after 9, so there were no students loitering about. He was glad about that. Aizawa wasn't sure he wanted Midoriya to meet so many quirked people at once. The boy was entertained, at least. This place is so cool. No wonder it's the top school in the country. Top hero school. Midoriya rolled his eyes playfully. Whatever. So what will I be doing first? I was thinking we could start with Japanese, just to make sure you still know how to write and read and whatnot. After that, Ectoplasm said he'd help with mathematics, and Nedzu wanted to do science with you. Speaking of Nedzu, what is he? Is that a quirk? Aizawa huffed out a laugh. Nah, he's a cryptid. And it's not a mutation quirk, but he does have an intelligence booster quirk. Interesting. Midoriya, Aizawa realized, must have been at the top of his classes before Aperture. He had a wide vocabulary, good penmanship, and was eager to learn more. Ectoplasm had told him the boy was at a much higher mathematics level than predicted. Around second year of high school level, he'd said. That had been interesting? Concerning? Either way, he was waiting for Midoriya in the staff room when he bumped into Midnight. Oh, Aizawa. You didn't tell me you were back. I thought Nezu or Hizashi would have mentioned it already. Nope. It's good to see you again. Now, tell me all the details. Do we have to do this now? I'm waiting FO-. Aizawa? You in here? Midoriya spotted him from across the room. There you are. Nezu said I'm done for the day. Are you ready to go? Midnight stared at the kid. Black and green hair. Green eyes. Sho Yuta, you son of a beach, you didn't tell me you had a son. Aizawa choked. Midoriya was howling laughing. Oh, I like you, what's your name? So forward. I'm Midnight. I went to school with Sho Yuta and Hizashi. I basically set them up. Then I thank you for your service. Midnight laughed, putting an arm around Midoriya. They both watched as Aizawa failed to compose himself. Oh God, this was a bad idea. Are you kidding me? How else would I become? Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya's favorite aunt. Already electing yourself the favorite? Awfully bold of you. Oh, you little punk, I love this kid. Aizawa sighed, walking towards the door. All right, I guess I got to go. See you tomorrow? Midnight smiled. Obviously, see ya later, kid. Midoriya followed Aizawa out of the school building. The two were walking in companionable silence. Midoriya allowed his mind to wander as they made their way across the courtyard. It scared him how fast things changed. He went from a hamster in someone's maze to a person. Just like his old life had been, plus a few key factors. His talk with Nezu had been frightening at best. There was so much of human history that they'd forgotten because of some wars over superpowers. The idea of a war starting, not because of power-hungry maniacs, but because of supernatural gifts made him worry for the state of the world. Were quirkless people shunned? Was there a lasting resentment from those blessed with quirks? Midoriya, very briefly, was thankful for the odd power he'd come to possess. He knew he wouldn't want to grow up an outsider in a world full of specials. He looked at his hand, watching as it shifted back into the portal gun. Idly, he thought he might as well be quirkless. He knew the portals could only be cast on. Wait. The hospital room. He'd cast portals onto the walls. Going by what Glados told him, that shouldn't have happened. He stopped in his tracks. Aizawa kept walking a few paces before he realized Midoriya wasn't following him anymore. He watched him, curious. Aizawa, back at the hospital, did I actually make portals or did I dream it? Aizawa looked concerned, but responded anyways. You did. You showed me. You made a chair fall through the floor and have it land beside me. And I threw a notebook through one. Is everything all right, kid? Midoriya hesitated. His mouth opened and closed like a fish. Was it all right? It shouldn't be possible. So, what happened? Out of curiosity, he shot a portal at the ground in front of him. It appeared. The blue glow was highlighting his face, and he could see Aizawa looking at it. He cast the orange portal on the concrete under a fallen branch. The branch fell and rose up in front of him. He grasped it in one hand. I shouldn't have been able to do this. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Midoriya turned to one of the many trees lining the courtyard. He shot a portal at it. Nothing happened. He shot the same portal back on the concrete in front of him. It opened. He shivered, letting his hands shift back. He dropped the branch. Can we go? I don't want to think too much about this. Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya hadn't realized he had come over. Yeah, we can go. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'll be okay. I just need to do some research. Midoriya slammed his head into the desk again. His research had hit a serious roadblock. Is this how Glados felt every time a test subject died? Midoriya rubbed his head and stood up. After face planting on his bed, he turned to Rhett, who'd been silent for the last while. Hey Rhett, why can't I figure this out? I spent forever in that facility, and I'm no closer to understanding how the technology works. It's literally inside me and I genuinely don't know how it operates. Does that make me an idiot? Ugh. Rhett made a few clicking noises. Midoriya smushed his face into his pillow, fully intended on having a long nap. Moon rocks. Midoriya shuffled from his hard-to-breathe position. Glados told me that already. Moon rocks, ground up into powder or whatever. What are the odds of moon rocks being everywhere in Japan? Rhett beeped. Midoriya had come to understand that this particular beep meant it was unhappy or annoyed. What? Composition. What composition? Moon composition? Rhett clicked again. What kind of rock is the moon? Midoriya pondered it a moment before pulling out the phone Aizawa had gotten him. It wasn't the newest model by any means, but Midoriya still loved it. He'd taken an unexpected selfie with the tired man and immediately set it as his screensaver. A quick search revealed that the moon was mostly made up of volcanic rock. Basalt, to be specific. Midoriya hummed. Curious. He turned back to Rhett, who was following his movement up until then. Thanks, buddy. It's not a concrete answer, but at least I have a lead. Rhett made a happy chirp, and the light of its eye turned off. Midoriya made his way back through the apartment to the kitchen. He'd been really awkward at first. He felt like he was invading on their space, but Aizawa, and Yamada specifically, made it clear they really didn't mind watching him. He was still a bit uncomfortable, but considering his last living arrangements, he was 1,000 times better off. Aizawa was in the kitchen, pouring some food into chunks. But didn't Yamada feed her already? Aizawa looked like he blue-screened. He slowly turned to him. Did he? His voice was scarily flat, and his eyes showed no emotion, but his fists projected the clearest message. Someone is about to die. Midoriya snorted to himself, moving past Aizawa to take the bowl away from a meowing chunk. She'd get over it, but he always hated upsetting her. I'm going to kill him. Midoriya rolled his eyes. No, you won't. Aizawa dumped the bag of food back to its designated resting spot in the closet. No, I won't. Aizawa moved back towards him, leaning on the counter. So, did this research of yours prove useful? Midoriya sighed. Kind of? I don't know. I have an idea, but it'll take a hell of a lot of time to prove it. Aizawa shrugged. It's better than nothing. Well, I have Rhett to thank for that. Aizawa shifted where he stood, and Midoriya followed him as he walked to the couch. Once they were both comfortable, Aizawa spoke up again. Speaking of your talking robot buddy, could you not explain what it is to me? I'm just a bit lost. Oh, of course. Rhett is what's called a turret. At Aperture, they were used during certain test chambers to add an extra layer of difficulty to the problem. Okay, so why do you have one? Well, Rhett's different. I don't know how, but it became self-aware. See, turrets are only supposed to inconvenience the test subject. They're full of bullets, and their only objective is to blast anything that moves. I'm not feeling that confident about welcoming one into my home. Midoriya chuckled. Rhett isn't going to shoot you, or me. See, I knew Rhett was different because we had a conversation. Turrets are only programmed to have a certain number of sayings that are activated depending on the circumstances. For example, if I was spotted by a turret, but ducked out of view, they would say, "Are you still there?" It's hella creepy, but you get used to it over time. Aizawa nodded, still looking a bit uncomfortable. Do you not want me to keep Rhett in the apartment? The man shook his head, and Midoriya let out a small sigh of relief. That's not the problem I'm having here. Kid, I'm sorry that you went through that at all. Midoriya shrugged, feeling a bit uneasy. It's whatever. It happened, it's in the past, I don't want to think about it too much. Midoriya dash. I don't want to talk about it. Aizawa held eye contact with him for a few painstaking seconds, but finally turned, exhaling. Okay, I won't force you to, and I don't want you to think I'm pressuring you into answering, but you know you can talk to me about what happened, right? Midoriya let out a breath, leaving back into the couch. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for snapping. It's my fault, I shouldn't have pushed you. Midoriya tapped his thighs for a few quiet minutes. Aizawa? Yes. Could we? I don't really have clothes. Could we? Aizawa snapped his head up. Oh shit, yeah. Let's go. Right now. Aizawa was already holding his car keys, towing on his shoes. Yeah, better now than never. Midoriya huffed, but followed him out. The mall was packed. Kind of. There was a fairly big crowd. It was still more people than Midoriya had seen at one time in forever. He caught himself staring at some of the more standout mutations for far longer than what would be considered socially acceptable. Aizawa clearly noticed, and every time his eyes would wander for too long, he'd get an elbow in the side. It worked though, so he wasn't complaining. There were so many places they needed to stop at. First they bought a sheet ton of graphic shirts and briefs. Enough to last him a while. They got socks and some hair ties at another shop. After a few hours, Midoriya had gotten enough outfits to last until winter, and enough socks to choke a hungry hippo. Was that still a thing? Aizawa? Yeah. Have you heard of a game with hungry hippos in it? Aizawa looked at him like he'd grown an extra head. I'll take that as a no. Can we stop here? I want to get some stationery and things. A stack of notebooks and colorful pens later, they were hungry, tired, and in need of a break. The duo stopped to get a late lunch at a quaint coffee shop. Midoriya got a hot chocolate. Aizawa requested coffee strong enough to kill a horse. So, is there anything you want to chat about? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. You're not great at small talk, huh? We're talking, aren't we? He raised his hands in mock surrender. Alright. I'll give you that. Anything you want to talk about, Aizawa? Yeah, actually. Do you have any idea of what you want to do after all this? That gave the boy pause. I haven't really given it much thought. I mean, are there even the same careers as when I was younger? Aizawa chuckled lightly. For the most part, I'm gonna hazard a guess and say, yeah. There are some professions that I don't think you would have had. Oh, like what? Well, the main one being heroes, obviously. But there are jobs associated with heroes, too. Like support heroes, the people who develop tech and strategies, and members of the Hero Commission. Heck, even some kinds of doctors are new. Midoriya blinked. New doctors? Quirkologists. He nodded, somewhat out of it. Man, things are so normal? I don't think I could ever get used to all this, even if I had been born into this generation. I feel like I'd never get bored. Aizawa hummed, stirring his coffee. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. That's partially why lots of people become heroes. To keep life interesting. What's it like? Being a hero? Midoriya nodded, giving the man his undivided attention. Well, that it's hard. Not to say it's difficult, it is, but it's not taxing. Emotionally. Sometimes raids or missions just don't work out, and sometimes you can't save people, so it's hard. It can be liberating at times. Heroes are allowed to use their quirks whenever, and a lot of people are fond of that. If it's such an attractive career choice, why don't more people go for it? Good question, kid. It's a mixture of competition and ease of entry. Being a spotlight hero means, naturally, you have to fight for attention. Being a good hero means nothing to the media if you're not in the public eye. You're constantly competing with and being compared to your peers. It's all one big popularity contest. That's why I prefer to stay underground. Midoriya nodded along, clearly invested. And as for ease of entry? It's not easy to get into a hero school. Wait, speaking of hero schools. There's schools set up to train children. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds a lot less glamorous. But you're right. There are hero high schools all over the country, like UA, set up to train children into heroes. UA is a bit different, though. Most schools only offer a hero course, like Shiketsu, while UA has the support course, the business course, and Gen Ed. Interesting. So support and business are associated with hero culture, but Gen Ed is what? Just to offer a normal course as well. Honestly, I don't know why we offer a general course, but I'm glad we do. If Gen Ed hadn't been a thing, I wouldn't have gone to UA. Midoriya did a double take. Wait, what? What are you talking about? My quirk is not combat-oriented. I got into the hero course later in the school year. Oh yeah, I meant to ask about that. What is your quirk? Aizawa activated it for him. His eyes flashed crimson, and his hair floated up around him. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. The man let it drop. Reminded himself, the kid didn't have a quirk. It's called erasure. Basically, I can cancel someone's quirk for as long as I keep my eyes open. The floating hair and red eyes are just part of it. Midoriya's eyes shined with curiosity. That is so interesting. No wonder you're a hero, your quirk is literally perfect for one-on-one fights. Not to mention it's good for de-escalating situations. I'm confused though, why would it matter if your quirk isn't physical? Aizawa sighed, taking a long drink from his coffee. It was far too weak for his likings. Well, the UA entrance exam is unfair. Easy as that. There's the written portion as well, but that's more of a formality than anything else. The practical side of the test is made for students with powerful quirks to show off in combat, but if you don't have a physical quirk. Midoriya took the cue. That you're being set up to fail. How is that fair? Aizawa sighed deeply. It isn't. Netsu has tried to have it changed hundreds of times, but the Hero Commission has to agree with what we do. Every time we send in a new idea, they shoot it down. Out of spite, we added a method to get points without wrecking robots, but we can't tell the students. It's not much better, but it's something. Midoriya pondered the implications of such an exam as he finished his now cold drink. Aizawa paid, and the two were off again. They didn't linger too long, and it was getting late, so they made their way back to the apartment. After putting away all the bags, they sat down on the couch again. Yamada still wasn't back yet, so they were going to wait before starting dinner. Hey kid? You know you never answered my question earlier. Question? About what you want to do with yourself. Midoriya looked off into nowhere. Chonk was purring happily as he stroked her fur. That I think I want to be a hero. Aizawa felt himself smile. A noble path to take. Midoriya smirked. Aizawa's sweat dropped. And thank you for telling me exactly what to do to pass. Aizawa smacked himself. Oh, you little beaky. Midoriya burst out laughing as Chonk looked up expectantly. Training with Aizawa was hell. The man was strong and well-versed in martial arts. As much as Midoriya loathed to admit it, he should probably learn some form of self-defense. If he was in a situation where there was nowhere to land his portals, he'd be inconvenienced, but not beaten. Glados made sure he was able to think around problems like that. Aizawa had complimented his strength in passing, clearly not wanting to linger on the subject too much. Midoriya appreciated the effort, but he knew exactly why he was physically in shape, whether he wanted to think about it or not. Quirkless sparring, Midoriya came to find, was quite cathartic. He didn't like hurting people much, but against an opponent who could defend themselves? It was nice to let off some steam. That, and it was funny seeing Aizawa's reaction to being beaten every once in a while. Aizawa gradually stopped holding back as much, and Midoriya got more confident in his moves. It was a win-win really. Plus, it was a good way to pass the time. Between his catch-up classes at UA and trying to figure out why his portals could be placed outside the facility, he didn't really do much with his day. It's not like he had friends to spend time with, or any of the extracurriculars he used to take. Aizawa didn't mention it at any point, so Midoriya just didn't tell him. He might regret that in time, but he didn't really feel up to spilling his guts out. Either way, he was distracted, and Aizawa knocked him off his feet. His weird, metal, sturdy feet. It had been fun to show the man how much force they could withstand. It was the only modification he'd explained so far, and Aizawa had nearly passed out when Midoriya dived off the roof of the apartment block, only to land in a crouch. Aizawa had flinched, expected the sickening crunch of at least 20 bones, but nothing happened. The boy had stood up, laughed it off, and went back to jogging. Jogging? Aizawa had him run around a lot. Since he asked the man to train him, really. It had been a few months, and Midoriya had come to enjoy jogging as much as sparring. Kid, you have to focus on the fight if you don't want to bruise your tailbone. Aizawa's tone was light, but Midoriya still flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, I was just thinking. As you should be, the entrance exam is coming up soon and you need to be on the top of your game. I just don't want to kick you around like a football when I know you can take me down in a fight. Midoriya's smile slanted awkwardly. He wasn't used to receiving compliments. He basically got one from Glados during his entire stay, and he didn't really remember many conversations he'd had before Aperture. Thanks, but I don't think you should give me that much credit. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and leaned back into a fighting stance. About 5 grueling minutes later, Aizawa was in a chokehold. He tapped out. Midoriya only felt a little bit guilty. See? There's the crazy strong kid. Keep your head clear and you'll do great. Midoriya took a long drink of water, breathing in between sips. Thanks, but you don't make it easy. They finished up fairly soon after, and Midoriya was whisked off to Nedzu's office for a chat and some class. His classes with Nedzu had started out as science, but had quickly derailed. They mostly worked on whatever Nedzu was curious about, and there was a lot that the mouse was curious about. So your school's curriculum was actually ahead of the current first years? Curious. It makes me wonder why a middle school had more advanced classes 100 years ago. I don't know, but it wasn't easy by any means, we just had to get through it. Nedzu hummed. And what about society? Were there many notable events in 2017? Midoriya sipped his tea. When weren't there notable events? So much happens in such a short space of time. England was in the midst of trying to leave the EU, global warming was becoming a major issue, and there was a crazy big hurricane in America. Hurricane? Yeah, Ophelia, I think? How interesting. Tell me, what do you know about the World Wars, pre-Quirk era, obviously? World Wars? Oh, well, the first one was because some guy was shot, and it lasted from 1914 to Germany was given most of the blame, and then Hitler came into power after it. He caused the Second War, but he killed himself towards the end because his enemies were closing in on him. And what years did that war range from? Oh, 1939 to 1945. Why do you ask? Well, when the Quirk Wars were raging, many official documents and databases were destroyed. It pains me to say that the humans lost a lot of their own history. Midoriya's eyebrows lowered. The humans? That's an odd way to phrase it. Nedzu chuckled. Ah, I see the confusion. I myself am in fact not a human. My apologies for not telling you sooner. Oh, I thought you just had a mutation quirk or something. But what does that make you then? In this day and age, quirks are more common than no quirks. In the last 2 decades or so, some animals have shown to possess quirks as well, though it's far less common. I happen to have a quirk that I call high specs. I have a far more developed brain than most animals, and I am more intelligent than plenty of humans. Animals with quirks? Wow, that is so disturbing. Nedzu stalled. Disturbing? How so? Well, did animals have quirks before humans? As far as we are aware, no. Right, so where did animals get quirks from? Surely if animals and humans had all the same requirements, they would have developed at equal rates. Nedzu didn't like where he was going with this. I'm not sure. May I ask what your point is? Midoriya sighed deeply. Okay, have you ever heard of how SYBHLS started circulating? It was only present in llamas, and not humans. But when Columbus returned from America, he had contracted it. Nedzu was shaking from anger or mirth, Midoriya couldn't tell. So, that you're suggesting that humans are the reason some animals have quirks? Well, that's not how I would have said it, but sure. It's still cool that other animals can have quirks, but I just hope to whatever FNG deity might hear me that they didn't come from humans. Nedzu tried not to snort. Well, thank you for this enlightening conversation, Midoriya. I'll let you get back to Shoyuta now. And Midoriya? Good luck in the exam. Thanks, Nedzu. Midoriya was buying milk. Easy as that. He and Aizawa had walked home, only to discover that Chonk had broken into the fridge and knocked the bottle off of RHE's shelf. The smug feline had looked directly at them as she lapped up the milk that had spilled absolutely everywhere. Aizawa had briefly looked like he was ejecting his soul from his body, before snapping back into action. The man picked up the hefty cat and dropped her into a cardboard box they had lying in the hall. The front of the box had been scrawled on in black marker. Imprisoned for her crimes. The first time Aizawa had dropped her in it, Midoriya had felt bad. Now, he giggled as she meowed at them. Aizawa had started mopping up the milk in a painful circle with an old mop-looking thing. It was clearly ancient, but Aizawa refused the tissues and cloth Midoriya offered him. He'd requested the boy make a quick run to the local market. It was a 5-minute walk away, but Midoriya was still nervous. It was his first time leaving the apartment by himself, or at least, without Aizawa or Yamada keeping an eye on him. Before, he probably would have complained about them practically stalking him, but he was actually happy for the company, and the fact that it made him feel safe. He swore it would be a quick shopping run. In and out in a flash. He paid for the milk and began the walk back to the apartment when he heard an explosion from a few streets away. He looked in the direction of the apartment. I have a few minutes to kill, I guess. Aizawa had told Midoriya that villain attacks were very common. They had stopped to watch one or two in the past, mostly so Midoriya could make note of the quirks and fighting styles, but they never lingered. There were already so many other people converging in the street that he let his feet carry him to the corner where the crowd had gathered. It was difficult to push through all the onlookers, but he shouldered his way to the barricades. There was a massive thing. It reminded him of Swamp Thing, or one of the comic book villains he used to love. It looked like a massive ball of sludge. There were a few pro heroes already at the scene, but he noticed that none of them were really doing anything. There was a boy. Midoriya froze when he saw blonde hair poke out from the side of the sludge thing. He's drowning. The man next to him spared him a glance before turning back to the fight. Why are they not doing anything? A woman to his right turned to him. He idly noticed she was holding a microphone. None of their quirks are that helpful in this scenario. It's unfortunate, but they're waiting for a better-suited pro. He turned back to the boy. His face was visible from the nose up, his mouth and nostrils coated in what looked like the mouth of the sludge thing. He pried his blood-red eyes open. Midoriya stilled. They made eye contact, but it felt like the boy wasn't really seeing him. He pushed the milk into the arms of the man next to him, with a brief mutter of, "Hold this," before vaulting over the barricade. He outran Death Arms and ducked right as a slimy tendril flew at him. He threw two portals, one in front of him, and one on a wall above the sludge villain. He thanked his lucky stars they both landed. Throwing himself through the portal, he landed on the sludge freak, gripping his eyes in his hands. Hey, you be sturdy, never look down the operational end of the device. The sludge guy screeched and writhed, trying to get his eyes out of the boy's grip. He threw out the blonde, unintentionally, Midoriya presumed. There was a gasp from the crowd, and next thing Midoriya knew he was being hauled to the side by a hella buff guy with ridiculous yellow blonde hair. Do not fear, for I am here. The dude punched the slime thing, blasting it in a massive gust of wind. Once everything calmed down, Midoriya heard the same guy from the crowd. He changed the weather? He looked up. There were now, in fact, rain clouds. Spooky. The man raised a fist, and the crowd started cheering his name. All Might. All Might. All Might. Oh, Midoriya thought, the #1 hero. He stood up and brushed himself off. Glancing around, he met the eyes of the blonde he'd saved. The boy was just staring at him. Midoriya raised a hand in an awkward wave. The boy just looked more lost. Midoriya immediately got defensive. Probably a mistake in hindsight. What? Never seen a guy with prosthetics? You ableist piece of shit. The blonde blinked a few times, still not saying anything. Midoriya shrugged, grabbed his milk from the guy in the crowd and walked back home. Or he at least tried to. The second he grabbed the bottle of milk from the rando in the crowd, one of the pro heroes who'd done jack shit decided it would be a good idea to drag him over to the curb and give him a lecture. Not only did Kamui Woods and Death Arms praise his quirk, they told him that, though he was reckless, he did save they boy, Bakugo he was told. You're lucky All Might got here in time, or you would have to relay this whole thing to the police. Midoriya blinked. Actually, I have a question. Kamui stood up a bit straighter when Midoriya took a step closer to him, while Death Arms just raised an eyebrow. So, public quirk use is like illegal, right? The both of the men looked caught off guard. Kamui cleared his throat awkwardly. It's common knowledge. Midoriya closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before exhaling angrily. So you two are saying that I should be facing charges, but I'm not because of what? Favoritism? Death Arms puffed out his chest. Hey, we're letting you off easy. Be thankful and leave before we have to do our jobs. Midoriya stared at him. He'd faced authority figures far scarier than this man, and the press was literally 2 meters away from them. So, Midoriya thought, in the immortal words of that one dude, what a your jobs? As in, your jobs as government-sanctioned weapons? Heroes aren't allowed to make official arrests, and I thought your job was to protect civilians. I didn't see you stopping that slime prick. Kamui kept glancing in the direction of the cameras, and the crowd that was paying a lot more attention to them. Death Arm's sweat dropped. Hey, show some dash. Respect? You expect me to respect you when you let that blonde kid nearly drown? Harsh, I didn't realize heroes prioritize their own safety over the safety of others. Kamui's gaze snapped back over to him. Whoa, that's out of line. Is it? There were plenty of things you could have done to help him. You could have gotten Mount Lady to scoop up the slime dude, or gotten that hero. Water quirk to dilute the slime. I'm just saying, you should be able to think on your feet. Midoriya smirked at their faces. He knew the press had their cameras pointed directly at them now. Now, let's celebrate this win, shall we? Midoriya started when a large hand landed on his shoulder. All Might was standing tall and proud behind him, smiling so wide it looked kind of painful. The two pros sighed in relief, while Midoriya just shrugged. Good work, my boy, but in the future, please allow the pros to do their jobs. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Not this again. All Might seemed to be confused by his reaction, and didn't expect Midoriya to brush his hand off his shoulder. As he was walking away, he ignored the calls of the pros and brushed off the stare of Bakugo. The sun had started to set over the horizon and the wind had started to pick up. Midoriya was lugging the carton of milk as he made his way home. It didn't sit right with him that the pros would blatantly ignore protocol. What? Because he was objectively powerful? It didn't make sense. Why would a world with such incredible powers and abilities have such blatant, twisted disregard for the law? Don't get him wrong, he may have jaywalked once or twice before Aperture, but letting someone get off easy because of perceived objective strength? It just didn't sit right with him. Midoriya kicked a pebble on the path, watching as it bounced once, then twice before settling. He sighed, rubbing his eyes. Abuse of power was not a foreign concept to him. There were plenty of corrupt people from his era, but he didn't expect it to be as bad more than 100 years later. The thought gave him pause. More than 100 years had passed since his own generation. He idly wondered what came of his close friends. His parents. His sister. He wondered if she had children who would never know about him. He wondered if his parents ever had more children. He sighed again. He hadn't let himself think of his family in the past few months. It wouldn't lead to any good. Midoriya wiped his eyes. He was never going to see them again. Never feel the warmth of his mother's hugs, the melodic sound of his sister's laughter. His father's gentle hair ruffles. Never speak to any of his friends again. He briefly thought about what they all were told when he disappeared. Were they told? He blinked more tears from his eyes as he approached the apartment. He sighed, psyching himself up. He threw open the door, plastering on a fake smile. What the F dash? I asked you to get milk and 2 seconds later you're in the middle of a villain attack. Midoriya blinked at the forms of Aizawa and Yamada standing side by side, opposite him. He shrunk under the deadly glare. Well, how would you believe me if I said that I was contacted by the FBI dash? Try again, problem child. Midoriya snorted at the nickname. Yamada kept glancing between them. Oh, I had bought the milk, and when I started making my way home I noticed a puff of smoke and a crowd gathering 2 streets over. I guess I got carried away, but the pros on site weren't doing anything. The boy was going to drown in that disgusting slime prick. So, what, you just decided to run in regardless of the consequences? Midoriya blinked. Yeah, pretty much. I didn't really think about it. The boy needed help. He looked right at me. I couldn't just leave him to drown. Plus, it's not like I got reprimanded in any way. The pros berated me for all of 3 seconds before fawning over my quirk. One guy even said that he was going to let me off easy. Entitled sheet. Aizawa looked unsettled by the language. Yamada giggled under his breath. Aizawa elbowed him in the gut. Midoriya huffed. Anyways, I started chewing them out in front of the crowd, and suddenly they're sputtering about how I should be thanking them for ignoring the due process of law. I thought I was getting the hang of all of this. This place, this time, but I keep losing track of all the differences. The other day I straight up forgot I left Aperture. I nearly passed out when I saw Rhett. I'm trying to comprehend everything that's changed, but I am just so confused. The two men recoiled at the outburst. Aizawa stepped forward, reaching for him. He stepped out of reach. Aizawa pretended he wasn't hurt by that. Look around. There are people, honest-to-goodness people, who are hurt or worse because of some asinine power that they aren't even allowed to use in public. People look like something straight out of the cartoons I watched as a child, and I'm trying so hard to understand and fit into this whack-job society, but I can't. Midoriya scrubbed his face, avoiding eye contact with both men. Aizawa glanced to Yamada, his eyes screaming, "What the F do I do?" Yamada gestured to Midoriya, a patting motion that looked similar to giving someone a huo. Aizawa tugged the broken boy into his arms, squeezing him lightly. Midoriya lasted about 4 seconds before throwing his arms around the tired man, gripping his hoodie in an iron fist. "Figured. Look at me, please." Midoriya sniffled, resigned to his fate. He pulled back just enough to look the man in the eyes. "Midoriya, I know I'll never understand, but I can empathize with you. I know you hate having to live like this, but realistically, you are going to be stuck here for a really long time. And Yamada and we just want to help you. All of the people aware of your case want to help you." Midoriya pulled out of Aizawa's arms, to face him head-on. "I don't hate this era, but it isn't mine. And this is not my Muzutafu. Look at you, both of you. You're able to stand in the present and say, 'This is who I am, this is my home, and I have never known anything else.' I don't know who I am from one day to the next. One second I'm just me, the next I'm a test subject, and then suddenly I'm being moved into a world I don't belong in. I know I'm a lot of trouble, but I have genuinely enjoyed staying with you both. Please don't take this as me not being grateful for helping me." Aizawa looked down. Yamada pulled him into a hug. He squeezed him tightly. Midoriya pondered, briefly, about how comforting both their hugs had been. Warm and tight, but not constricting. Just like his mother's. "Nope, stop that right this instant." He sighed. "I know I haven't been the most forthcoming about what I went through, or what my life was like before, but I want to tell you. I owe it to myself to tell you." The two men exchanged a glance before seating themselves on the couch. Midoriya took a deep breath, and he just let it all out. He told them about the first test he could remember, not knowing where he was or why. He told them about Glados and her experiments. He told them about how he could hardly remember anything from the year leading up to his entrapment. He told them about his love of music and theater. About his family. He was out of tears when he finally got around to the hardest part to explain. The modifications. "I've already showed you my hands, but they do more than just shifting between a portal gun and actual hands. See, the original portal gun had this really interesting and confusing function where you could just pick things up. Like, it basically negated all of its gravity. I couldn't explain it if I tried, so I'll show you." He knelt in front of the coffee table, his right hand outstretched. He watched as it changed shape yet again, and literally plucked the table from the floor as though it had no weight at all. Aizawa couldn't help but notice the 3 light blue beams that connected the gun to the table. Yamada watched on in fascination as Midoriya moved the table about, showing how the weight had no effect on his arm. He dropped the table back to the floor, standing up once again. "As for my legs, well, Aperture Science developed the portal gun, but they also had to make sure that test subjects wouldn't permanently cripple themselves using it, so they developed a pair of boots that could absorb insane amounts of force. By that I mean you could survive jumping off a skyscraper as long as you landed on both feet. Glados kind of gave me those. As far as I know, I don't have any of my lower legs anymore. It wouldn't surprise me if she just cut them off." He lifted the leg of his sweat breathes up to his knee, where the stark white of the prosthetic ended. The prosthetics were shaped somewhat weirdly, but in comparison to that one guy he saw with literal engines in his calves, he wasn't that badly off. He breathed out sharply. He hadn't spoken this much consecutively in forever. It was refreshing and draining at the same time. "What else? Well, my eyes. I don't know why to be honest, but she replaced them with these. I can zoom in to an extent, see in the dark, and my personal favorite, they glow on command. Aizawa's eyebrows flew up. Midoriya snickered at his reaction. Here, I'll show you. He flew over to the light SW, flicking it off. He mentally flicked on the SW to his eyes, watching as Yamada and Aizawa's eyes snapped to him. He knew what they looked like, and it was kind of unsettling. It made his eyes look black outside of his irises. Spooky. When he was satisfied with their reactions, he flicked back on the light. And that's pretty much all I know. I'm sure there's other stuff, but Glados was cryptic at the best of times. The only thing I know is that I have this weird thing in the center of my abdomen. He lifted his shirt up to the odd, white disc planted firmly in his chest. It was around half the size of his palm and gleaming white against his scarred, pale skin. He really needed to get more sun. Aizawa eyed the disc suspiciously. He rolled his eyes, letting his shirt fall. It's fine, it doesn't hurt or anything. Aizawa relented, leaning back in the couch. Thank you for sharing this with us. We will be talking about this again, and not to undermine the importance of this conversation, but I got a text from Nedzu a little while ago. Midoriya raised his eyebrows. He pointed out that we forgot about the requirements for application. Midoriya instantly assumed the worst. Surely, Nedzu would not let him apply? Was it his lack of a quirk? Perhaps his age? Technically, he was a good 150 years older than all of the others. What'd kid? Midoriya snapped out of his muttering frenzy, sheepishly throwing a smile to the exhausted man. He pointed out that you need to have your middle school exam results. Oh shit, don't tell me dash. Aizawa sighed sharply. Yes, you will have to sit exams in-house. Luckily for you, the closest middle school is a 5-minute walk from here. Really? I'm surprised you wouldn't want to live closer to UA, but I guess I get it. Yeah, anyways, I'll call the school tomorrow and ask them to set up an extra table for you. Oh, and by the way, the exams are next month. Midoriya closed his eyes, breathing as evenly as possible. Of course. Wonderful. Brilliant. I have 1 month to study like 6 subjects from start to finish. I guess I should get started already. Which school will I be held hostage in? Aizawa snorted. You will be fine. And it's called Aldra. It's not the best school, but it's local, and the tests are regulated. Midoriya nodded, thanking him and heading to his room. Yamada turned to Aizawa. Shoyuda? I think we should get Tsukachi to find any of Midoriya's descendants. He had a sister, maybe she had children. I don't know, I think it might be good for him. Aizawa glanced in the direction of his room. Yeah, I'll give him a call in the morning. Midoriya was ready for his exams. Well, as ready as you can be when you have to relearn an entirely new curriculum of the same junk he had already studied. The last thing he wanted was to spend more than a day in some stuffy school filled with teenagers who wouldn't get his humor, but alas, there he was going. He'd decided to wear something low-key. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, but mostly he didn't want people staring at his hands. It wasn't necessary, he knew, but he didn't want to talk to people if he could avoid it. The long sleeves and gloves may have been a bad call. In hindsight, by the time he arrived at the gates to the dreary school, he was already sweating. He looked at the looming figure of the school as he made his way inside. The whole building looked shady, but it was probably underfunded, so he let the thought go. The lady in the office directed him to the classroom, and he took a long, deep breath before opening the door. The atmosphere in the room was weird. He immediately noticed that he was the last one to arrive, if the single empty table was any indication. He ignored the students' lingering gazes as he approached the teacher, who somehow hadn't noticed him yet. Hi. I'm Midoriya. I was told I'd be taking my exams in here. The teacher was an older man, graying and drawn out. His gaze fixed on Midoriya with something akin to disdain before it shifted to surprise. Midoriya handed him the note Aizawa had given him, and turned to make his way to his seat. It was in a weird spot. He expected them to slap a table in the front, near the door. Instead, he had to walk past aisles of teenagers who would not stop staring at him. He dumped his bag on the floor, fixing them with a glare. He would admit that he was surprised by their reactions. Some turned as soon as he made eye contact, while others looked like they were looking through him. It rubbed him the wrong way. While he was looking around the room, he noticed the only person not looking at him. A spiky-haired blonde. Oh, he thought. The Sludge villain guy. Midoriya shifted in his seat. He'd called the guy ableist. Would you look at that, he was facing the consequences of his actions, who would have thought? He couldn't help but notice the teacher looking pointedly between himself and the boy. Bakugo? Was that his name? He shook off the thought as the man started handing out the first of the exams. He flew through it, writing down an answer for every question in record time. While he was waiting for his paper to be collected, he glanced at the students that kept looking at him, even during the exam. The teacher clearly didn't care about the misconduct, preferring to stare at Bakugo, who was not shaking. Maybe he's not an exam kind of guy. After his third exam, they were given a half-hour break for lunch. He waited for everyone else to start filing out before he approached the blonde. Bakugo was gripping his desk like it owed him money. Mildly concerned, Midoriya didn't get any closer. Hey, Bakugo, right? Bakugo froze in his seat. Listen, I wanted to apologize for calling you ableist. It was rude of me. Bakugo didn't react in the slightest. It was like he didn't hear him. Hello? Anyone home? Whatever, I don't care. Bakugo still didn't look at him, but he responded, so Midoriya counted it as a win. As he made his way back to his table, he finally examined the old wood. It looked off, like someone had scraped off the top layer and slapped some varnish on. Instead of buying a replacement, he didn't like the vibes he was getting from the school, the students, heck, even the teacher. He couldn't wait to get out of there. Just 3 more tests to go. He ate his lunch quickly and spent the last 5 minutes pretending to check something on his phone. As students started filling back in, he paid more attention to the looks being thrown at him. And Bakugo, for that matter. It was like they were waiting for something freaky. When he completed the last exam, he turned in his paper and made to leave a good 20 minutes before anyone else. He bowed to the teacher as he passed, muttering thanks for having me. As he opened the door, he examined the students again. For the first time all day, Bakugo looked at him, only to JRK back when he made eye contact with him. Midoriya left without a word. It was definitely one of the weirdest things he'd been subjected to in quite some time. Yamada greeted him as he arrived home. Once he was seated in his pajamas, he typed his password into his computer. A quick search of Aldra Middle School, Muzutafu, pulled up some news sites reporting on various things, like an old villain attack, a fire, and most recently, a suicide. Midoriya blinked at the page in shock. A boy his age. He pursed his lips. It was hard to read about things like that, and he started to understand why there was such a dark atmosphere in the class. A thought struck him. Had he sat in that boy's seat? He shivered at the thought. He knew he hadn't been disrespectful, but he couldn't help but feel bad. Closing the tab, he put it out of his head as he made his way back to the living room. Aizawa, thank you for meeting me on such short notice. Aizawa sat down across from the detective. Of course, what can I help you with? Tsukachi lay his briefcase on the coffee table between them, pulling out an assortment of sheets. It took a while, but I got everything you asked of me. Let's see here, his new BRTH certificate, some information about his health, and a list of relatives we could find. Aizawa perked up a bit. Perfect, please enlighten me. Well, his BRTH certificate was a lot easier to make than I'd actually thought. According to an agent I spoke with, it's a lot more common than people think. His date of BRTH, as he requested, was kept the same, and we had to make up some parents. They guaranteed no one will question it, so I guess we'll have to trust them on that. Aizawa nodded, eyeing the certificate with scrutiny. Looked real. It kind of spooked him a bit. Next, the DNA test we ran on him revealed that he's actually 15, not 13 like he thought. In fact, his body seems to be a bit advanced for his age. I suppose it's as normal as it can be, considering what he went through. The test confirmed that he is healthy, but we noticed one strange thing in his DNA. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. He has quirk factor. Aizawa recoiled slightly. Quirk factor? But thought he shouldn't have anything close to it. Did they confirm anything else about it? Does he have a quirk he doesn't know about? Tsukachi looked at him sympathetically. Yes, I'm afraid it's hard to say, conclusively, why he has quirk factor. They couldn't figure anything else out, to my knowledge, but it's likely. We can't check his toe bones because, during his physical examination, his doctor found that he has 3, as opposed to 1 bone. It's mind-boggling, really. Aizawa took a deep breath through his nose. This was going to take a hell of a lot of time to explain to the kid. Midoriya already had enough on his mind, what with the entrance exam coming up and his research into why his portals work. Okay. Anything else? Tsukachi held up the last sheet. His relatives. We found files on his mother and sister, but nothing about his father or his brother. Brother? He had a brother? Tsukachi looked up in surprise. He didn't mention him to you? No? I mean, he doesn't really talk about his family at all, but he's mentioned his parents and his sister offhandedly a few times. Tsukachi scratched his chin. That is odd. But getting back on track, we found his mother's file. She died 3 years after he can last recall seeing his family. It was logged as natural causes, but I'm not sure what they were. As for his sister? She apparently was put into a foster system for a few years, before settling down herself. So you're saying? Yep, she had children. We managed to track down Midoriya's closest living descendant to a Midoriya Izuku. Lucky for us, she lives in Yuzudafu. Unfortunately for us, she lost her son recently. We did get into contact with her and she said she'd be more than happy to meet him. Wait, you told a civilian about what happened to Midoriya? I thought Nedzu didn't want us spreading that information. He doesn't, but he agreed that it would be best if she was in the know about him. And you're sure she'll be all right to meet him? When did her son pass? Tsukachi hummed. File said it happened 10 months ago. Aizawa pursed his lips. I'm not sure it would be healthy for her to meet him under these conditions. Tsukachi sighed, rubbing his brow. Normally? I'd agree with you, but she seemed so excited to meet her uncle? Great uncle? I didn't have the heart to disappoint her. I just don't want her to attach herself to him. She's mourning, and I'm worried he'll remind her too much of him. Tsukachi nodded, exhaling. Maybe we should ask Midoriya first. Aizawa sat up in the seat. That's not a bad idea. Thank you, Tsukachi. Midoriya stretched in his room. The entrance exam was in mere hours and he was nervous. Attempting to burn off some excess energy, he did some lunges and toe touches. Retsai followed him as he started pacing around the bedroom. He triple-checked his bag to make sure he had what he'd need for the written exam. You'll do well. Midoriya glanced at the turret. You have a lot of faith in me. Ret clicked, annoyed. Midoriya huffed and reached out a prosthetic hand to pat its head. Hey, I'm sorry. I know you've been right about the future more than a few times, but this is completely up to me. Before your predictions relied on other people, but now it's all on me if I screw up. Ret blinked. Midoriya sighed, standing on tired legs. All the excess energy left him. He relaxed his shoulders and took a deep breath in, calming his heartbeat. All right, I'll see you later, buddy. He threw his bag over one shoulder and made his way to the kitchen. Yamada was rooting around in the fridge. Midoriya looked into the living room. No Aizawa to be seen anywhere. Morning, is Aizawa still asleep? Yamada started when he spoke. Slamming the fridge door closed, he turned to him. Nope, he had a meeting with Tsukachi this morning. He left around a half hour ago. Something wrong, little listener? Midoriya exhaled as he grabbed some bread to toast. He didn't think he could stomach anything heavier with his nerves. Nothing's wrong, I just assumed he'd be bringing me to the entrance exam. Yamada perked up a bit. Oh, no worries, I'm bringing you. Plus, I'm presenting so I kind of have to be there early. Let me just change and we can head out, okay? Midoriya nodded and sat down to eat his plain toast. Even though they were early, there were hero hopefuls as far as the eye could see. Yamada had dropped him off a few blocks from UA so no one would see them together. He started ambling in towards the school where he would, hopefully, train to be a hero. He glanced around at the other teenagers around him. He felt weird. He hadn't interacted with people his age in at least 100 years. He was not looking forward to his attempts at conversations. He spotted Bakugu a few meters ahead of him. Huh, He hadn't thought the boy would be interested in heroics when they'd interacted. His foot caught on the pavement and he fell forward. Of course, he thought, just my luck. He let muscle memory take over as he cast 2 portals onto the path, falling face first into one and popping out upright from another. Oh, that was so cool. He flinched at the announcement. He spun around and came face to face with a girl with brown hair and large brown eyes. That's such a cool quirk. What do you call it? Midoriya put on a polite smile. Thanks, I just call it portal. She grinned and started walking with him. He pondered what to say. Are you not nervous? I sure as hell am. Her smile waned a bit, but maintained its happy glow. Yet I have a lot riding on this. I hear that. She looked at him curiously. So, you worried about the written exam? I hear it's pretty difficult. He hummed, scratching his neck. Kind of? I don't know. I really hope they don't make it too unfair. Yeah. Here's hoping. They approached the administration table to sign in and collect their exam ID. Oh, that's disappointing. We're sitting in different sections. He glanced at her card, then back to his own. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to sit together. He might have to talk to more people. Dim N, that's annoying. But look, we're in the same exam arena. She smiled. I guess I'll see you there. Good luck in the exam. He said his goodbyes and made his way to the room his written exam was to be held in. The exam was difficult. There were plenty of knowledge questions, but the last half of the exam was all about morality and how to behave as a hero in bad situations. It made him uncomfortable. When he was in Aperture, other than the companion cubes, there wasn't much morality attached to the tests. Just do or die. It was all about collecting data. Statistics. He didn't like thinking about it. He completed it either way and followed the crowd to the auditorium. Making his way to his seating block, he glanced around to see if he could spot her name. He didn't ask her name. God damn it, of course. He fell into his seat next to a purple-haired boy who looked like 90% sleep deprivation and 10% caffeine. Hey! The tired boy next to him didn't respond. Never mind. Purple eyes met his green ones. He raised an eyebrow. Midoriya noticed how scrawny the other was. Really lanky. All tall, no muscle. Curious. The boy broke their eye contact. He reminded Midoriya of a cat. A bitchy cat that wouldn't give you attention except under mysterious circumstances. Kind of like Chonk, except Chonk immediately wanted attention. He grinned. I like you, you better get into the hero course. The other boy looked at him like he'd grown a second head. He faced forward, muttering something under his breath. I didn't quite catch that. I said I have no chance. Midoriya blinked. Then why are you here? Sheet, that was way too blunt. Although, the other didn't get angry. In fact, he didn't react at all. I'm here because I want to be. I guess you do have a chance then. Huh. Midoriya grinned again. Fake it, till you make it. If you act like you were born for this, you'll start believing it after a while. Improvise. If in doubt, make it up. Purple Boy looked at him with open curiosity. How is confidence supposed to help me destroy robots? Midoriya pursed his lips. Not everyone has a physical quirk. Surely the test wouldn't allow a somewhat fair alternative, even if it is completely biased. What? Midoriya sighed. I'm saying, how likely do you think a hero school is to turn away a student who's being heroic? The boy's eyes widened minusculely. Midoriya pointed finger guns at him. I'm Midoriya. The boy stared at him. Shinso. Midoriya's mouth tugged into a smile. He was about to say more when the lights went down. Yamada, all dressed up in his hero costume, strutted to his spot behind the podium. What's up, listeners? Everybody say hey. Midoriya didn't hesitate. Hey! Apparently he was the only one. His voice echoed around the auditorium. The silence after his shout was deafening. Shinso snorted next to him. Midoriya threw a half-hearted glare his way. Yamada deflated. Thank you to that one examinee. Alright, let's get into the rules. All of y'all will be divided into groups for each exam arena, where you will destroy robots for corresponding points. If I may draw your attention to the screen, you'll see the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer and finally, the 3-pointer. The bots get harder to beat depending on their point value, so the 1-pointer is easier to beat than the 2-pointer, and vice versa for the 3-pointer. The amount of points you get will determine whether or not you get into the hero course. Moving on to Dash. A tall boy with navy blue hair shot up out of his seat. Excuse me. I was examining the pamphlet we were provided and I couldn't help but notice you left out one opponent. This is a terrible lack of attention to detail for the top hero school in the country. Yamada looked at the boy over the rim of his sunglasses. Thank you, examinee. That particular bot is worth 0 points. It's just supposed to be an obstacle. It's not unstoppable, but it's not worth anything, so I wouldn't recommend wasting time on it. The boy nodded sharply. Thank you. Yamada paused before continuing his presentation. Alright, if you all check your exam IDs you'll see what exam arena you've been assigned. Please make your way slowly and calmly to your designated bus. Thank you all for listening. And remember UA's motto when times are tough. Almost everyone joined in as Yamada yelled. Go beyond, plus ultra. Midoriya got the second bus out to his exam arena. Upon arriving, he looked around for the nice girl he'd met earlier at the entrance. Oh man, that's a lot of people. He slowly made his way to the comically oversized gates. Looking around, he was met with hundreds of nervous, unfamiliar faces. The amount of people was staggering. Aperture popped into his head again. The loneliness was enough to drive you insane. The only reason he could keep his wits about him was the fact that Glados spoke with him frequently, even if it was just to insult him. Seeing so many people in one spot freaked him out. Back when he was at the mall with Aizawa, it was more fresh. He was blatantly ignoring the sheer amount of people milling about, rather noticing their quirks as opposed to registering them as humans. Looking back, that probably wasn't the best way to deal with what he was feeling. He almost wished it. Oof. F-. He'd walked right into someone. He threw up his hands in apology. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. The boy he'd bumped into, the blue-haired boy from the auditorium, turned to him. Standing at his full height, he towered over Midoriya. He gulped. As a prospective hero student, you should pay attention to your surroundings. Please be more careful. Sorry, I zoned out. I didn't know. The taller boy blinked at the apology. Zoned out? Are you all right? Huh, if only you knew. Yeah. I'm just nervous. The blue-haired boy nodded, agreeing with him. He opened his mouth to say something when Midoriya looked at his grotesquely oversized calves. I've seen you before. Your legs are massive. Midoriya internally cringed. Huge legs? Come on, Izuku. The glasses-clad boy looked momentarily taken aback, before smiling crookedly. Massive is an interesting way to describe them. They're engines, it's my quirk. Midoriya looked at them in awe. That's sick. Do they need fuel, or does your body just naturally produce enough juice to keep them going? He internally chuckled at the idea of this straight-laced guy drinking motor oil or something. Oh yes, actually. They run on orange juice. Midoriya blinked. He let out a breathy chuckle. So literally juice, that's wild. The boy raised an eyebrow, amused. I must apologize, I misjudged you earlier. I assumed that because you weren't paying attention, you weren't serious about being a hero. Ouch. Don't worry about it. I'm kind of awkward, sorry. No need to apologize. I'm Ida, by the way. Midoriya, nice to meet you. How are you feeling about the practical? I'm not too worried. I'm confident in my skills, and the flat roads are perfect for my quirk. Midoriya paused. Flat roads? Ida halted his hand chopping. He covered his mouth with a rectangular hand. I'm sorry, my older brother told me to keep it to myself, but I let it slip. My apologies. It's fine, but what did you mean? Ida sighed, disappointed in himself. My brother told me that the entrance exam is usually set in a pseudo-town, with streets and alleyways. Oh, thanks for the info. Ida nodded sullenly. Hey, I was looking for my friend who's also in this arena, but I'll see you around. I hope to see you in school. Ida perked up a bit. Of course, don't let me distract you. I hope to see you as well. Midoriya grinned, taking off towards the gates again. The last few buses were arriving, so he knew he had to hurry. He cursed his height as he searched, hopping every once in a while to see over the sea of students. As he approached the gates, he finally spotted the brunette. Hey, I was getting worried I wouldn't find you. I'm Midoriya, by the way. She looked up from her stretch, surprised, before breaking out into a grin. Hey, I'm glad you found me. I'm Uraraka. I'm really nervous. What do you think the test will be like? Midoriya patted his chin. I don't really know. The guy with the big calves over there said it was like a street or something. Uraraka first pumped, letting out a little whoop. Is it that great? Uraraka waved her hands back and forth awkwardly. Don't get me wrong, it'll probably be hard, but my parents are construction workers, so I had a lot of stuff to practice my quirk on. Construction, huh? Hey, you wouldn't happen to know what basalt is used for in construction, I mean. Uraraka lit up. Oh, yeah, it's used in most construction actually. Like tarmac and concrete. I don't know exact percentages, but I know it's a significant amount. Midoriya nodded to himself. Thanks. Uraraka waved off the sentiments. Why do you want to K-dash? Go! Midoriya jerked violently, eyes snapping to present Mike on top of the gates, that were now open, as his legs instinctively carried him forward. He rolled his eyes as he sprinted around the first corner. A few one-pointers were lined up, approaching him. He threw 2 portals, one on a high building and one on the floor in front of him. Using this momentum, he fell onto the first robot, crushing it under his shock-absorbent legs. Grabbing a metal sheet from the broken one-pointer, he stabbed it through the second and third, before ducking away from the fourth. He repeated the same portal formation, kicking the head off the fourth. He landed, taking a deep breath. That's 4. For the next few minutes, he dashed around the arena, bashing bots as he found them. The 3 pointers were tricky, but he found that knocking them over made it easier to wreck them. He passed 1 or 2 people who seemed overwhelmed by the bots, so he made an attempt to help them all. One guy with black hair helped him deck a 3-pointer that cornered a short kid. He threw him a thumbs up before running off again. As the clock counted down, he ran into the main street. There were smoldering carcasses of wrecked bots littered everywhere. He passed Ida, smiling and waving as he flung himself through another portal. It felt nice, using his portals so freely. His training with Aizawa was fun, tiring, but fun. The thing is though, he didn't really ask him to practice his portals. It was that weird? He shook out of his thoughts, flying and landing firmly on his boots. He stood up straight, looking around. As he went to take another step, the ground suddenly shook violently. He was thrown off his feet, shaking aggressively. Is this an earthquake? What's going on? That's when he saw it. The massive, hulking beast that was the 0-pointer. Taller than the 4 to 6-story buildings surrounding it. Oh, if Aizawa, Yamada, you BSters couldn't have warned me? For a split second, it reminded him of the biggest turret he'd ever seen. The chill that tore its way down his spine was enough to shock him enough to move. He started running in the opposite direction, happy that his boots gave him a bit of a boost. He cast his portals ahead of him, one on the road in front of him and one far off towards the end of the road. As he neared the portal, ready to jump through, he heard a scream. He halted in his steps. Uraraka. He spun around, looking for her among the debris and fleeing students. He saw Ida, who had also turned at the noise. He spotted her. OF-. He threw his portals, and hopped out by the massive pile of debris that Uraraka was buried under. Midoriya. He struggled with the first massive slab, flinging it off to the right. Hey, I'll get you out. Can you move? She tensed for a moment, cringing. I think I twisted my ankle. He grimaced internally. It would be hard to get her out by himself. He glanced behind him at the gargantuan robot approaching them. He saw movement in his peripheral vision. Ida. Hey, Ida. Said boy's eyes snapped to him. Can you help me out? Ida tended in his stance. He glanced at his wrist, presumably at a watch. What are you doing? Come on. The boy jerked in his spot, before firing up his engines. In the blink of an eye, he was opposite Midoriya, struggling to lift the next slab. They heaved it behind them, trying to get a grip on the last slab. Midoriya cursed at its weight. "It's too heavy, Uraraka? What's your quirk?" She looked at him, curiously. "Oh my god, I never told you. It's anti-gravity." "That's lucky. You think you can get this off?" Uraraka dry heaved for a second, taking a deep breath. "I can try." She held her breath as she pressed all 5 fingers to the concrete trapping her. It lifted off of her, and the 2 boys gently pulled her out of the rubble. She let the debris fall back to the ground as they took off in the other direction, the 2 boys lifting her together. The 0-pointer slammed its foot right where Uraraka had just been trapped. "What the hell, that could have crushed you." Uraraka looked to Midoriya, before glancing back. She paled. As they pressed further on, the alarm sounding the end of the exam blasted throughout the arena. They came to a stop, breathing heavily. "Is anyone injured?" I heard quite a few yells during that exam. "I don't want any of you going home hurt." Midoriya watched the old lady walk among the students. She was using a comically large needle as a walking stick. That's mildly alarming. I really wish I wasn't terrified of needles, because otherwise I'd probably find that hilarious. Ida got her attention, and she tended to Uraraka's twisted ankle. He said his goodbyes, trading numbers and well wishes with the both of them. As he made his way out the school gates, he pondered what he'd do if he didn't get in. He had stopped keeping track of his points when he helped the first guy. "Hey, Midoriya." He turned at the call. "Hey Shinso. How did you find it?" Shinso looked at actually, Midoriya wasn't sure. The other boy was hard to read. "I don't know. I took your advice. Tried to help as many people as I could." Midoriya was flattered. It's not every day a complete stranger takes advice on a life-changing situation. "Hey, don't look so glum. Plenty of heroes got in through Gen Ed if you were worried about your score." Shinso nodded. "Yeah, I applied for that as well. Not missing any opportunity." Midoriya bumped his shoulder with his fist. "I have confidence you'll get there." Shinso looked at him funny. "Why?" Midoriya grinned. "Let's just say I like you, and I have pretty good intuition." Shinso shrugged. "So can I text you?" Shinso looked like he'd been caught off guard. Sure." They exchanged numbers and went on their individual ways. Midoriya was happy with himself. 3 whole people wanted to interact with him. And they were all his age. Yamada picked him up where he'd dropped him earlier that day, and they chatted about the exam as they went. Yamada opened the door to their apartment. "Surprise!" Midoriya jerked back at the announcement. He looked over the faces of Aizawa, Midnight, and Netsu. "Huh." Aizawa walked over to him, holding it. "The cake is a lie." He flinched. "So your DNA test came. You're 15. We figured you should have a party, even just to make up for lost time." Midoriya smiled. "What was that?" He enjoyed a slice of chocolate cake as his teachers chatted amongst themselves. What a nice way to end the day. "So, how did the exam go?" Midoriya looked up from his second slice of cake. It was so delicious. So moist. Pretty much everyone had left at that point, not that there were many in the first place, but Midoriya didn't mind. He wasn't really close with that many people. He wasn't stupid enough to ignore that. He wiped the crumbs from his mouth as he leaned back on the couch. Chonk made herself comfortable on his lap, purring as he stroked her back. It was hard. A lot of morality questions I wasn't expecting. Although, I realize now it was inevitable. Not everyone who has the skills to be a great pro-hero would be the best of the best intelligence-wise. Not too bad, I like to think I did well. Aizawa nodded, thanking Yamada when he was presented with tea. The yellow blonde scooted next to Midoriya on the couch. He perked up. "I'd like to thank you for being the only student with the decency to respond to my amazing speech. I was trying to get everyone pumped up. You know." Midoriya chuckled. Aizawa raised an eyebrow in confusion. Midoriya liked to think that he was getting better at reading the man. It was hard, no doubt, but he had a few set reactions. Ingrained. Maybe it was a bad thing that Midoriya never mentioned how easy it can be to tell what he's thinking sometimes. During our special talk in the auditorium, Mr. Present Mike here thought it would be a good idea to try, call and answer on a bunch of anxious teenagers. I, of course, don't have a fiber of common sense, so I was the only one that actually responded. Aizawa snorted. Yamada glared at him. It was awkward, not funny, Shoyuda. I was a laughing stock. I'm old. It's official. I can't connect with the kids anymore. Midoriya smirked at the man's antics. Yamada, I'd say it was more about nerves than your performance. Don't worry about it. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm older than you, and I connected with 3 whole kids. Aizawa blinked, satisfied about something or other. Yamada wailed. You're not older than me. At least not properly. I'm old. Midoriya patted his back sympathetically, still trying to hold back giggles. Aizawa clearly had had enough of the conversation. And the practical exam? Midoriya's glare took on an icy tone. You pricks didn't tell me the 0-pointer was taller than a FING building. Yamada choked on his laughter. Aizawa was trembling with mirth. Sorry, but I had already told you more than I should have at that cafe in Kiyoshi Ward. Midoriya rolled his eyes, smiling. I'm kidding, it just. He thought of the chill that went through him, reminding him just how real it was. Like the gargantuan turret. Giant red eye. He shook his head to disperse his thoughts. Eyes, he mentally corrected himself. The 0-pointer had more than one. Crumbs. That caught me off guard. The 2 men exchanged glances, clearly noticing his pause. Well, we can't say much about your results until next week, but I was watching with the other teachers. I have to say you impressed them. And me. Midoriya shrunk under the praise, scratching his cheek to try and relieve some of the awkwardness he was feeling. Thanks, but I didn't really do much. In fact, I completely lost count of how many bots I wrecked. And helping others wasn't exactly planned either. Aizawa smiled a little, nodding. They were specifically impressed when you and that Ida boy helped the brunette. Midoriya looked up from Chonk. Knowing when to ask for help is a noble trait to have, Midoriya, especially as a pro. Yamada patted his head. He smiled before his face turned pensive. The man ran his fingers through Midoriya's hair, readying the small ponytail he'd grown. I had a question, actually. I thought your portal hand things could cancel gravity. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I did say that. But it's on objects, not just in general. Right? So, why didn't you use it to get the debris off the girl? Wouldn't it have been faster? Midoriya pondered the question for a bit. If he was being honest, he hadn't given it much thought in the moment. Well, that I don't know. In Aperture, so much of what I did was instinct, I didn't have time to give it more than a second of thought. But even so, I never used it on anything other than Aperture Science branded storage and companion cubes. I don't really know if there's an upper limit to what I can carry. I guess my instinct was to take the safest option, just in case. Yamada nodded, eyes wide. Midoriya didn't talk about Aperture much. He knew bottling it up was a bad idea, but the idea of opening up about it would mean reliving all the tests. One after the other. The surgeries. He shivered at the thought. As if sensing his sudden discomfort, Yamada clapped his hands, a small, comforting smile on his face. Well, it is very late and Aizawa wanted to talk to you, so I'm going to skedaddle. Good night. Midoriya turned to Aizawa, who was wishing the yellow blonde a good night's sleep. Is something wrong? Aizawa turned to him again. Not really. I was speaking with the detective this morning, and he told me some things you may be interested to know. About you and your family. Midoriya visibly tensed. He really didn't like talking about his family. Especially to Aizawa and Yamada. They had basically become his new family since he got out of Aperture. Since he escaped that nightmare. Hey, it's nothing bad. He found you, your mother, and your sister's records, but I'm sorry to say he couldn't find anything on your father or brother. Midoriya nodded. He both did and didn't want to know more. A stab of guilt went through him at Aizawa's hesitance. His brother? What's there to say? He had so few memories of his family upon thinking about it, but for some reason his brother is absent from all of them. It painted him to even think it, but he barely remembered his face. Aizawa was still talking, so he tried to pick up on where the conversation had gone. The DNA test came back, as I said earlier, and Tsukachi found your records, including medical files. There was a lot on it. Midoriya chuckled to himself. It wasn't even funny, but he just felt so weird about everything. His life was so ridiculous. Yeah, I broke a lot of bones as a kid. I guess you could say I didn't know when to quit. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, amused. He reached for a briefcase leaning against his seat, pulling a few files out. He flicked open the one on top and stopped on a photo. Is this an X-ray of your leg? Midoriya looked up, tilting his head. Aizawa turned the photo around to him, showing off his lower leg in all its former glory. Yeah. Aizawa examined it for a moment, before turning it to him again. You see your pinky toe? You have 3 toe joints. Midoriya just looked at him for a moment. Yeah. Aizawa huffed. Kid, these days most of the population only have one. Midoriya blinked. Please say you're messing with me. I wish I could, kid. In fact, most doctors say you can tell if you have a quirk or not by the number of bones in your pinky toe. The green-haired boy felt his brain shut down. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply through his nose. Wow. Just wow. Midoriya glanced at the other files on Aizawa's lap. A name immediately caught his eye. Aizawa? Can I see the files? Aizawa looked at him for a second too long before nodding. Midoriya's eyes openly displayed his melancholy as he read the name. Midoriya Takar. His mother. He wasted no time looking through his mother's file until he found death certificate. He scanned the date, his already low mood dropping even further. 3 years later. 3 years, to his knowledge, that she spent not knowing where he was. He sighed, deflating. He ignored Aizawa's sympathetic look. He opened the next file. Midoriya Chitose. His sister. In the back of his mind took note of Aizawa shifting in his seat, but he was completely focused on the files and certificates in front of him. BRH certificate, medical files, dental records. Foster home? She went into the foster system? Aizawa looked mildly surprised that he was speaking. Yes, after your mother passed. Midoriya blinked. And my dad? Aizawa looked caught off guard. Tsukachi said he couldn't find any official records of him. The quirk wars took its toll, unfortunately. What about your father? I just thought I have no idea where he was for all this. Why didn't he look after Chitose? Aizawa's face pulled into a small frown, but his eyes gave away his sadness. Midoriya kept looking through the folder. There wasn't much of interest until he got to the end. Ignoring the death certificate, he pulled out quite the opposite. A BR certificate? The tired man across from him managed a small, sincere smile. You're an uncle, Midoriya. She had children. And her kids had kids and so on and so forth. She had kids? Did she get married too? Did she settle down, live her life, never knowing what happened to me? Chichan, I miss you. I never stopped missing you. I'm sorry. I wish I could have been there. Seen it all happen. Seen you again. Midoriya turned away from Aizawa, wiping his face. One of her great-something grandchildren actually lives in Mizudafu. She is more than happy to meet you, if that's something you would want. The green-haired teen blinked. Wow, that's kind of unexpected. It was a lot. A lot to process, to think about. What's her name? Inko. He liked that name. I think I want to meet her. Would she be able tomorrow? Or the day after? Aizawa looked like he thought it was a bad idea. Midoriya knew he shouldn't get attached to the idea of his great-something grandniece, but he just had to meet her. Maybe he shouldn't have been so quick to ignore his past. Okay, no, he definitely shouldn't have, but after he started talking about it, the more he wanted to. The more he wanted to know, wanted to remember. The more he wished he could just be back there. Aizawa, standing up out of his seat, pulled him back to reality, the faces of people he used to know floating back into the recesses of his mind. I can call her tomorrow morning. Hisashi was right, it's late. I think you should get some sleep, you've had a long day. Midoriya nodded once, gently nudging Chonk off of him. He walked beside Aizawa as they made their way to their separate bedrooms. Right as Aizawa reached for the door handle, Yamada had closed it to give them privacy. Midoriya pulled him into a hug. Aizawa only paused for a fraction of a second before he wrapped his arms around the all-too-young boy. Midoriya took a deep breath, hiding his face against Aizawa's chest. When they separated, Aizawa gave his head a few gentle pats and a small grin, teeth and all. Midoriya closed the door to his room, leaning his head against the door as he let out a wet sigh. Wiping his eyes for what felt like the 20th time that night, he rounded his bed, saying goodnight to Rhett and changed. When he was comfortable in bed, facing Rhett, he let himself relax and just be in the moment. There was a haziness in his head he wasn't used to when he woke up. Stuffy. Like his skull was too big for his head. It was uncomfortable, and he wasn't sure if it was all the crying or a sickness that was causing it. He stumbled into the kitchen, hair all over the place and his pajamas not much better. He hadn't slept well. Rhett told him he had been tossing and turning all night. The only thing he could think of was his family. He tried not to focus on them when he had first been rescued, but as time went by and he was getting more comfortable with Aizawa and Yamada, the more they crossed his mind. He loved his family. He loved his mother and his father. He had always gotten on with his siblings, even if he could barely remember his brother. It took him longer than it should to recall his name. The thought made him uncontrollably sad. "I'm so sorry, Hiroto. You would never let me hear the end of it if you could see me now." He ambled into the kitchen, making himself some tea. Aizawa was already there, downing an irrational amount of scalding coffee. "Why are you trying to make your heart explode?" Aizawa gave him a look that let him know that the man hadn't slept well either. "Netsu asked me to come in this morning. Something about the incoming first years. I'm pretty sure he only asked me because I expelled my class this year." "How are you allowed to expel a whole class?" Aizawa shrugged. "That's just how UA works, plus, just because someone passes the entrance exam doesn't mean they're hero material. If I wasn't tough on them now, it's unlikely they'd make it through 1 year as a pro." Midoriya paused, mildly horrified. "That's not a bit intense for 7 in the morning." Aizawa shrugged again, pouring himself yet another mug of the dirty bean water. Midoriya was concerned for his heart yet again. "How are you as fit as you are when you consume coffee like a first-year university student?" Aizawa grinned like a madman, eyes wide and showing off all of his teeth. "Lucky genes, kid." Midoriya laughed it off, sipping his cooking tea. "Did you call Inko?" Aizawa gulped back the last of the coffee, practically gasping for air afterwards. "Yep, she said you could call over at any time." The boy's eyebrows shot to his hairline. "Whoa, I'm glad she's so enthusiastic about this." Aizawa eyed him. "You're having some doubts?" "No. I don't know." "Want to talk about it?" Midoriya pursed his lips. I don't want to inadvertently replace my sister with Inko. I don't know anything about her, but I feel guilty about it. Even if I hadn't ended up there, I never would have known her, so why do I feel like I owe it to Inko to let her know me?" Aizawa rubbed his neck. "I wouldn't be the best person to ask about this, but I don't think you have anything to worry about. But I should tell you. Inko's son recently passed, and I'm not sure how well she is dealing with it. I wouldn't want her to attach herself to you either. It wouldn't be healthy for either of you." Midoriya was internally freaking out. He really, desperately wanted to know Inko. Any connection to his family, but he didn't want to hurt her either. Externally, he nodded. "I think I'll go over at lunch. Maybe I'll bring a cake." Aizawa leveled him with an unreadable look. "Do you want me to be there?" Midoriya bit his lip. "Yes, please." The green-haired boy stood proudly, holding a just-purchased sponge cake in both hands. Aizawa was standing by his side, in slightly more presentable clothing than usual. They made eye contact, both nodding, before Aizawa pressed the doorbell. Soon after, they could hear lots of small thuds, before the welcoming door in front of them swung open. Midoriya immediately took in her appearance. She looked very similar to his family members. Familiar round features, large eyes, and bright green hair. She had the face of his sister. The same straight hair, just lighter in color. The same green eyes, except this woman looked tired. So tired. Inko was staring at him with equal intent. She looked incredibly sad for a moment, before brightening. She smiled warmly, and Midoriya instantly felt at home. "Hello there." My name is Akatani Inko, but my maiden name is Midoriya Inko. I suppose you are my great-uncle of some sort, but I'm aware I'm much older than you. Midoriya breathed. Even her voice. So familiar. He smiled the biggest, widest grin he could manage without crying. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I suppose I am, but that does sound a bit weird to say. This is Aizawa Shoyuda, and we brought you this cake. Her face took on an emotion that was so shockingly close to what he was experiencing, it left him feeling raw as she beckoned them inside and poured out some freshly brewed tea. Once they were settled, sipping their tea in serene silence, Aizawa was the one to break the only slightly awkward tension. So, Mrs. Akatani, I'd like to thank you for reaching out when Tsukachi found you. Inko waved her hand, dismissing the thought. Oh, not at all. I am always happy to meet with family. I'm an only child, you see, and my husband works in America. I'm afraid I don't have much company lately. Even though she was smiling while she spoke, Midoriya could feel the sadness coming off her in waves. He thought of her son. His grand-nephew of some sort. It made him upset to think about, so he put it out of his head. Midoriya? He looked up upon being called. She was looking at him openly. Yes. If you don't mind me asking, are your hands all right? I have bandages lying around somewhere if you'd like to change them. Huh. He looked down at his hands. He'd worn a long-sleeved shirt again. His hands were poking out from under the too long sleeve. Bright white. Like a bandage. Oh. It's not this isn't Datum. It's not bandages. These are my hands. He held up his arms, letting the sleeves pool around his forearms. His prosthetics were fully on display. She looked caught off guard. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to overstep. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Midoriya waved his arms around awkwardly. Oh, no, don't worry. That are a part of my quirk. She paused in her fretting. He showed her his hands, shifting them into a portal gun and back. Inko watched with fascination. My, that's impressive. But, I thought you didn't have a quirk? At least, that's what that nice detective told me. Technically, I don't. But I'm trying to get into UA. So I'm saying that it's my quirk. Her eyes looked afar away for a moment. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that. I'm sure you can do it, if you put your mind to it. He was taken aback by the sincerity of her words. He smiled, thanking her. She looked happy, genuinely happy with herself. He wondered how much those words meant to her. The conversation, after that, flowed much easier. They talked about anything and everything, with Aizawa chiming in every so often. It was nice. Really nice. He felt so comfortable with Inko, even if he barely knew her for more than a few hours. When it was time for them to go, she gave him her number herself, making him promise to call her about his exam results. Now, regardless of what the results are, you should come over. I can make more tea, or make dinner, whatever you'd like. Midoriya smiled wide. Thank you, Mrs. Akatani. I appreciate it more than you probably think. She smiled up at him. None of that Mrs. stuff, you can call me Inko. You are my uncle after all. He let out a breathy laugh, nodding. Well, please call me Izuku. They shared a gentle smile. Inko opened her arms to him. He didn't hesitate to lean down to her, wrapping her tightly in his arms. He sighed into her cardigan. The hug reminded him of his mother and sister. He had to plead with his tear ducts not to ruin her clothes. Unbeknownst to him, Inko was experiencing a very similar thing. They separated and she walked them to the door. They said their goodbyes, and both went about their day as normal as one could try to. That night, Midoriya fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was walking through a corridor. It was long and dark. No windows or light, other than that pouring out from the door at the end. The hazy feeling in his head got worse and worse as he walked, but he couldn't stop. He tried and tried to fight against the natural movement of his legs, but it was for naught. What lay beyond the door was blindingly bright, as he finally reached it. He squinted, pushing it open. A white, spacious room, with a few black flooring tiles and walls disrupting the perfection. He walked forward, to the center of the massive enclosed center. The word, enrichment, popped into his head as he walked further into the room. He ignored it. He noticed a cube a few paces away from him. He reached out, intending to lift it. His portal gun was gone. He looked down at his hands. The skin looked wrong, pulled and stretched awkwardly over the bone. He looked for his gun. Nothing. He heard himself call out before he could think about what he was doing. Glados? He looked at the cameras in the corner of the room. Ah, a robotic voice echoed throughout the chamber. I'm glad to see you on your own 2 feet. I was beginning to think I'd have to send a search bot after you. Did you get distracted by your own reflection? He felt himself roll his eyes. Glados, where's my portal gun? I can't do the test if I don't have it. Glados didn't respond for a few minutes. It was unsettling. The room felt like it was getting bigger, and Midoriya felt very alone. You already have it. Midoriya startled at Glados' voice. It was way too close to his ear. Looking around, he couldn't see her anywhere. Glados? She hummed. Why, just look at your hands. He felt his hands rise up in front of his. The skin still looked all wrong. Unnatural. His left hand came to a halt above his right, and he let his head close into a fist. Jerking his arm back, the skin came away. It should have hurt. He should have screamed. There should be blood and pain and something. But there was just white. When Glados spoke again, the voice came from inside his head. Let's continue. Midoriya woke up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. He was gripping his nightshirt in a vice-like grip. He looked around his room wildly, his eyes halting on Rhett. You're here. He looked around again, seeing all of the small things he'd added to his room over the last few months. A small cat charm on his desk, the books Yamada had bought him, along with a present mic poster adorning his walls. He breathed carefully in and out. Thanks, Rhett. Rhett beeped content. Midoriya lay back down, but he knew he wouldn't get back to sleep. Midoriya was staring at the small metal disc on his desk. It wasn't exactly what he was expecting to fall out of the envelope. Said envelope had just been handed to him by Aizawa, who looked like he didn't want to accidentally reveal anything with his eyes. The small, round disc had clinked and fallen with a thud, surprising him. Why a disc? Why not just a letter or a phone call or something? He spent a good 10 minutes trying to figure out how to turn the med thing on, but when he finally found the tiny button, which was way harder to find than it should have been, it blasted to life. He sprung back with a start as the projection displayed itself, knocking over his chair. Rhett beeped from its spot in the corner. Sorry. Just got a shock. He pulled his chair back under him and scooted back to the desk. The projection seemed like it was waiting for him to get settled. Freaky. As soon as he stopped shuffling, the bright figure of All Might in a luminescent yellow suit filled up the dot screen. Midoriya wasn't sure what to call it. Diamond All Might? Midoriya was aware he knew very little about the #1 hero. He had studied some other well-known heroes he could find, some villains that intrigued him, and even this one vigilante. He found it really peculiar that there was so little information available about the symbol of peace. He thought it was a bit suspicious. Obviously, the top hero in the country would need a certain level of privacy, but Endeavor seemed to be doing just fine with his privacy. The same with Best Jeanist. All top heroes, but there was literally nothing online that he could find that delved into any of All Might's personal life. Young Midoriya. Midoriya startled violently. Oh right, he thought, my results. I am here. As a projection. He smiled, rolling his eyes playfully. Well done on completing the UA entrance exam. As I'm sure you're aware, UA is very exclusive, so congratulations on getting this far. Midoriya was already losing confidence in his performance at the exam. Also, did All Might shout everything he says? Or was that just an on-camera thing? Now, on to your results. You passed the written exam with flying colors. I applaud you. The green-haired boy giggled to himself as All Might was very obviously reading off a cue card. And as for the physical exam, I can confidently say that you earned 34 points. An admirable amount, but I'm sure you know how competitive the exam is. The cutoff this year was at 35 points. So I'm afraid to say that you. Midoriya leaned forward in his seat as All Might paused. He felt himself getting colder. have passed. Well done, young man. You see, there was a secret, unknown extra aspect to the exam. Rescue points. How could this esteemed, world-renowned hero school deny a hero-hopeful entry for doing heroic deeds? And so, rescue points were created. And you, young Midoriya, have earned 40 points, taking your total up to a whopping 74 points. Midoriya let out a massive sigh of relief, relaxing back into his seat. An excellent score, young man. You've even placed joint second overall. It is my pleasure to welcome you to UA's Class 1A, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. The projection cut out. The boy scrubbed at his eyes. He hadn't cried, but he was near close to it. Knowing that he'd gotten in, that he'd done well. It was like a weight off his chest. He allowed a small, content smile to take over his face. All Might had been so nice. He was starting to understand why he was also well known for his interactions with civilians. Midoriya may have looked up a few videos after the whole Sludge villain incident. Let's just say he felt like a monster for brushing off the big, lovable man so harshly. Distantly, he registered his phone buzz softly in the background. Right, his new friends. Were they friends yet? He didn't really know. He hadn't had friends in what felt like millennia. He unplugged the phone and lay back on his bed, opening the many messages he'd received from Uraraka, Ida, Shinso, and Inko. As he was typing out a response to her messages, Uraraka called him. Hey, how did you get on? He sat up, adjusting his pillow. I did well. Really well, thanks for asking. Did you get into 1A too? He held the phone away from his ear as she cheered for him. It was a bit embarrassing, receiving so much praise in such a short window. In Aperture, he was mostly belittled. Maybe the odd backhanded compliment, but anyways. I knew you'd do well, and yeah, I got in. Actually, have you heard from Ida yet? Yeah, you called me before I could get to it though. Midoriya chuckled at her frantic apology. Hey, it's fine. I was making a joke. She audibly sighed. Mean I was worried I upset you. But whatever, Ida got in as well. Isn't it great? We'll be classmates. That is great, I can't wait. Me neither. Oh sorry, I have to go. My dad is calling me. After exchanging goodbyes, Midoriya responded to Ida's curt and proper texts. He liked Ida. He was unique. Very serious and studious, but so kind and open to making new friends. Their messages were quick, but he still felt warm and fuzzy at the prospect of 2 of his 3 friends being in his class. He opened the one message Shinso had sent him. It was short, but Midoriya's face lit up. Thank you. He immediately sent back a smiley face and asking what class he had gotten into before opening the text he had received from Inko. She had wished him luck, asked him to visit again, and offered to help him with his hero costume. What an amazing woman. He quickly let her know the good news and agreed to the visit. He pushed himself off his bed and swung open his door to see Yamada directly outside. He stumbled back, eyes wide in surprise. Sorry. I'm sorry, I was about to knock, I swear. Midoriya giggled at the blonde. He patted his shoulder twice, trying to comfort him. It's fine, it just caught me off guard. Where's Aizawa? I want to tell you my results. Yamada's smile waned slightly. Sorry, little listener, he had to run out. Patrol. But we both knew your results last week. Well done. Midoriya accepted the praise, but he had to push down his spike of disappointment. Want hot chocolate? I was about to make some for myself. Midoriya grinned. Always. Midoriya awkwardly tugged on the bright red tie. He couldn't tie a tie. He'd never needed to before, and he had no idea what the UA uniform comprised of. He exhaled, defeated after struggling with the strip of fabric for too long. The rest of the uniform was nothing particularly amazing, just a standard gray blazer with dark teal trousers and a white button-up. It was just the DMED tie that was pissing him off. He'd only worn a jumpsuit for around 2 years of his life. He didn't need to be able to tie a Windsor knot. He grunted, pulling the forsaken tie off his shoulders. Grabbing his bag and pulling on his comfortable red sneakers, he resigned himself to asking Aizawa or Yamada. It was Yamada that ended up tying it for him. Aizawa had been too busy laughing at him. He had apologized, however, and agreed to drive him to school. The building was just as big as he remembered. PNG gargantuan, and that was just the main school building. He made his way through the halls and approached the tall door labeled 1. He gave himself a quick few words of encouragement and flung the door open. Keep your feet off the desks. Make me you fucking extra. Oh boy. Midoriya was already exhausted. Ida was in a comical shout. Bakugu? Midoriya idly took note of how different the blonde was acting compared to the last time he saw him. A lot louder, for starters. You are disrespecting the students who used these desks before us. Where are your manners? Huh? Were you born with that stick-up-your-butt for eyes? Ida recoiled, offended. For eyes? Excuse me, I believe we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Ida Tenya. I used to attend semi-private academic dash. Bakugu tilted his head, challenging him. Semi? What? You think you're so much better than me, you elite fucker. Pardon? I'll have you know dash. Okay, Midoriya couldn't watch it any longer. Neither of the boys had noticed him yet, and no one else in the room seemed to be bothered to do anything about the yelling. Ida. Good morning. The two turned to the green-haired boy's distraction. Ida perked up at his presence, while Bakugu. He kind of shrunk into himself a bit. Ida quickly approached him, shaking his hands mechanically. Welcome, Midoriya. I'm glad to see you early and prepared to learn. I must say, you teased out the true meaning of the exam. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Huh. You figured out that the exam was to prove yourself as a competent hero in both combat and rescue. Thank you. The taller boy bowed stiffly at the waist. Whoa, don't worry about it. And I don't think I did as much as you think I did. We had only spoken once before, but when I called you to help me with Uraraka, you didn't have to help. You very easily could have turned into other direction and fought more robots. But you decided to help. It was admirable of you. Ida flustered at the praise. Hell yeah. The two boys spun around to see Uraraka at the door. Hey. Good morning. She high-fived Midoriya as she walked in and coming to a stop beside Ida, throwing him a smile. They made idle chatter as they reacquainted themselves. Excuse me. Midoriya's head turned so fast both Ida and Uraraka cringed. Ouch, muscle strain. Shinso. Midoriya had his arms thrown up over his head, a massive smile on his face. Shinso looked a bit awkward. Hey, thanks again for, the entrance exam. Midoriya grabbed his arm, pulling him further into the room to introduce him to Uraraka and Ida. If you're just here to socialize, you can get out. Midoriya held back a laugh at Aizawa in all his glory, wrapped like a burrito in his sleeping bag. He bit down on his lip as Uraraka and a pink girl shrieked. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Absolutely unacceptable. Everyone to your seats. Midoriya sat down at number 18, ignoring the fact that he was sitting behind Bakugu. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next year. I don't tolerate laziness, so if you think this will be easy breezy, you might as well quit now. Any takers? He paused, waiting. Midoriya could already tell that most of the class feared the tired man. They weren't wrong to fear him, but not the amount they probably did. Could everyone take one of these and get changed? Aizawa zipped open his sleeping bag, somehow producing 20 tracksuits. Where are we going, sensei? He knew he was the only one who would be calm enough to ask, or not get killed by the glare Aizawa threw at him. He knew he was only doing it to assert himself as a no-nonsense teacher. The track fields. We're doing an apprehension test. Uraraka was the only other person to raise their hand. What about orientation? Aizawa smiled, showing off all his teeth. It was pretty creepy. UA allows staff more freedom than other schools when it comes to the curriculum. In other words, I do what I want. Midoriya actually snickered at that. Shinso looked at him weirdly, and Midoriya quickly pretended to be coughing. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Grabbing his own tracksuit, he made his way to the changing rooms, chatting with Ida, Uraraka, and a more reluctant Shinso. Midoriya didn't know what was up with him. He seemed like he wanted to make friends and talk and have fun, but he kept stopping himself every time he had the opportunity to chime in with his thoughts. Midoriya tried prompting him as much as possible, but Shinso was stubborn. It seemed he'd have to work extra hard to get him to loosen up a bit. F dash, F dash, F dash. Midoriya was panicking a little. A bit? Okay, a lot. Somehow, it hadn't crossed his mind that he would be changing in front of everyone else. He wouldn't have any issue with it really, aside from his arms. And legs. And shoulders. And the disc in his chest. Okay, so there was a lot, and that's not even counting all the scars. He shuddered as little as possible. The other boys were chatting amongst themselves, or outright ignoring everyone else. Bakugu. He slowly reached for the tracksuit breathes. His legs could probably escape notice, especially considering how many of his classmates were fascinated with Ida's legs. He silently begged that no one would ask him about his stark white, definitely not fleshy legs. Miraculously, people seemed preoccupied with a spiky red head who was showing off his buff arms. The red head felt familiar, but Midoriya couldn't place him, so he returned to his task. He pulled off his tie. He was going to have some fun trying to put that back on, and his blazer, folding them neatly on the bench. His cybernetic fingers reached for his shirt buttons. He stayed facing to the wall as he slowly starting undoing each. One after the other. He kept focusing on his breathing as he fumbled with the last button. He tugged the shirt off his shoulders and reached for his tracksuit shirt. The zipper on the front of the tracksuit got stuck. No way. He hunched over on himself, tugging at the apparently invincible zipper. The F&G thing wouldn't budge. Shinso, on his left, picked up on his distress, but Midoriya waved him off with a plastered-on smile. Shinso squinted suspiciously. His eyes briefly shifted to his arms, before he turned back to his own bag. Midoriya let out a breathy sigh of relief. Whoa. He flinched, hoping whoever said it was talking to someone else. He held his shirt in front of his chest, trying to hide the disc. Half of the boys were looking at his back when he turned around. The spiky red head smiled at him. It didn't do much to alleviate the tension he was suddenly feeling. He took note of some of the people staring at him. A yellow blonde with a black strip in his hair, a guy with a crow's head, a guy with half red, half white hair, Deku. The red head spoke up when the silence dragged on. Hey, I'm Kirishima. Sorry. Dude. You're so buff. What's your secret? Huh. He blinked a few times. Kirishima smiled, all fangs. Wait, I know you, from the entrance exam, right? Kirishima looked caught off guard. One of his hands rubbed at the back of his neck. He was running his fingers through his now red hair. Yeah. I'm flattered you remember me. Hey. I'm Kaminari. Dude, you must get so many girls fawning over you with those pecs. Kirishima snorted. Not really? Kaminari raised an eyebrow, hands on his hips. Sounds fake, but okay. You heard it here first, folks. Muscles aren't everything. Midoriya chuckled at the yellow blonde's antics. He glanced around at his classmates, who were all watching Kaminari chase Kirishima around with his shirt. All except for eye contact. Of course, just his luck he made eye contact with the half-and-half boy. He was pretty intensely looking at him. More specifically, at his chest. Midoriya knew he had a lot of scars. That was no secret. He wasn't particularly fond of other people seeing them, not that many had. At least with Kirishima and Kaminari, they had been subtle as they got an eyeful. This guy though at IT was making him uncomfortable. He felt like he was being looked at under a microscope. He turned around again, trying once more to pull the zipper open. Still no luck. He let out a little grunt of frustration. Pardon me. The monotone voice shocked him out of his thoughts. He looked up, coming face to face with the half-and-half boy. The other boy silently held out his shirt. Huh. The boy looked away. You clearly don't want people seeing them. I can understand that. It took until then for Midoriya to realize that the boy had a massive scar over his left eye. A piercing blue eye looked back at him. He looked back at the shirt. What about you? I'll request another from Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya wanted to tear up at the act of kindness. You're sure? The boy looked confused at his hesitation. Yes. I don't thank you, that was really kind of you. The boy's eyes widened. He looked away again. Midoriya pulled the shirt on, zipping it on over the disc on his chest. As that of the students gathered in the wide field, Midoriya wished he wore a long-sleeved shirt under his uniform. His arms were very clearly on display. In his peripherals, he could see a few people looking at him. Aizawa looked very, very bored, but held eye contact with him for a few seconds, gauging how he was feeling. Midoriya subtly nodded. Aizawa blinked slowly and went back to glaring at the class. Attention now. His deadpan voice cut through the excited chatter of the students. I will be conducting a test of your skills, from fitness to ability with your quirk. Depending on how you place, you'll be ranked. Midoriya raised his eyebrows. Oh, and whoever places last, they will be deemed unfit for the hero course and will be expelled on the spot. Welcome to UA. A few students cried out in shock, anger, fear. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. Aizawa wasn't joking. Midoriya liked to think he'd gotten pretty good at reading the man, and none of his tells were on show. He was serious. He was planning on expelling a student by the end of the day. What the F dash? Bakugu. The blonde looked to Aizawa. What was your ball throw high score in middle school? 63 meters. Midoriya wondered how the F. He knew that off the top of his head. Aizawa threw him a baseball. Or at least it looked like a baseball. I know you were told not to use your quirks in PE in middle school, but throw that out the window. For this, Bakugu, do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. He gestured to a circle painted on the dirt. The blonde strolled over at a leisurely pace, and Midoriya could tell Aizawa was losing patience. Bakugu tossed the ball up once, twice. He winded his arm back and flung the ball forward. Die! Die! The ball was flung forward in a massive explosion. Wow, fitting quirk for a fitting personality, I guess. Aizawa held up his phone. Over 700? Kaminari was staring in the direction the ball went. This is the level expected of hero students. Let's begin the tests. The tests themselves weren't too bad. Midoriya was pretty DMN fit on his own, without needing the help of the portals. During the grip test, he got second after Shuji, at a whopping 324.5 kilograms. He hadn't realized his hands were as strong as they were. After coming third in the endurance run, it was onto the ball throw. He had been dreading it, to be honest. There were little to no places he could put portals, so he'd have to rely on strength alone. He wasn't sure if he'd done enough to make the final cut just yet. Uraraka stepped up to the circle, not hesitating to throw the ball. It flew and flew and flew. It took Midoriya a solid few seconds to remember what her quirk was. Aizawa's reader app called out infinity, and Uraraka blushed under the immediate praise. Shinso, you're up next. Midoriya had been wondering how Shinso had been getting on. They hadn't been able to speak much since starting the test. Shinso stepped up to the circle. He looked nervous. Uraraka? The green-haired boy watched curiously as Shinso got her attention. Oh yeah. Her eyes glazed over. Throw the ball with your quirk. She ambled over to him, taking the ball from his hands. She winded up her arm with far less gusto this time. It flew out of view. Aizawa showed the infinity sign again, smirking. Shinso visibly relaxed, coming to stand beside Midoriya again. Midoriya smiled at him. Shinso blinked, clearly expecting something. He looked at the rest of the class. No one paid him any mind. Midoriya knew he thought no one was looking, because a small smile took over his face. Lastly, Midoriya. Oh God. Midoriya slowly walked up to the circle drawn into the sand, eyes darting around as he looked for anything he could use to his advantage. He hadn't done badly by any means, but he didn't want to barely scrape by either. The portals were incredibly versatile, and if people wrote him off on the first day because he didn't have a proper opportunity to use them, he'd be sad with himself and Aizawa. He wasn't even sure why he cared so much. Surely it didn't make a difference what other people thought of him, right? But the second he was in the changing room, it's all he could think about. How his classmates saw him. To be fair to them, no one said anything rude or invasive really. The boy with the split-colored hair, Aizawa had called Todoroki, seemed to be the only one who could tell he was uncomfortable. Was he overthinking it? Maybe, but he found it strange how much of an emphasis on quirks there was literally everywhere he went. From when he got out of Aperture to that moment, everything seemed to surround quirks. He wondered how they could ever understand how life used to be for him. He stepped into the circle. Aizawa's eyes were burning with curiosity, and Midoriya took a deep breath. He adjusted his grip on the baseball, looking at the small screen. It displayed the number 0. Midoriya glanced around once more, trying to decide on some way to impress both Aizawa and his classmates. His eyes were drawn to the moon, barely visible in the bright blue sky. He smirked to himself as he turned around, facing the school building. He could hear the murmurs of the others as he prepared himself. This was either going to work really, really well, or go horribly wrong. He idly wondered what Glados would say if she could see what he was about to do. He turned briefly to face his classmates. You may want to hold on to something sturdy. Their confusion was comical, to say the least. Aizawa looked concerned at best. Taking a deep breath, he aimed the portal gun at the wall in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he shot his blue portal at the wall before flinging the ball and throwing up his other portal at the moon's surface. Time seemed to move in slow motion as he waited for the telltale sparkle of the portal as it landed. All of a sudden, the portal snapped open, and Midoriya braced himself against the powerful vacuum of space. He watched as the ball went through, literal milliseconds away from slamming into concrete. Something gray caught his eye. What the hell? He knew it was a stupid idea. He knew Aizawa would probably kill him for it later, that is, if it didn't kill him right then and there. He leapt at the portal, slamming his legs into the wall right at the edge. There, a spherical object. And an Aperture Science logo proudly emblazoned on the side. He leaned into the portal, reaching for whatever it was. He exhaled all the air from his lungs and just got a grip on the handle, when something started pulling him back to Earth. The second he passed through, he shut the portals. What had felt like hours had actually only been mere seconds. His classmates were staring at him as if his head had fallen off. Shinso looked openly concerned, which warmed Midoriya's heart. He looked furious. He stormed over to him, yanking him to his feet. What the F were you thinking? Midoriya blinked. Aizawa was squeezing his shoulders with an iron grip. It would probably have hurt if Midoriya could feel any pain in them. What? Aizawa's eye twitched as his face twisted. What do you mean, what? I asked you to throw a ball and you rip open a FING portal to space. You said to show off our abilities. I was doing what I had to dash. What you had to? I just had to pull you back from outer space. And for what? A gray ball? Midoriya clenched his fists, holding said gray ball tightly against his side. If you must know, it has an aperture symbol on it, which I would have told you if you hadn't just freaked out on me. Aizawa somehow managed to look angrier. Freaked out? Freaked out. I blinked and you were leaping off of the FNE planet. The green-haired boy glanced at his classmates, all of whom were trying not to look too interested in Aizawa's rage. Aizawa, you don't understand. Do you think I don't know what I'm doing? Of course Glados taught me about space. I know that humans can survive for a good 2 minutes, if they know what they're doing, and even more considering air was being SCKD in around me. Why won't you just hear me out? Aizawa sneered. It made Midoriya feel small. He hated that feeling. I was asked to take care of you. How could I have possibly explained that you died because you willingly ejected yourself into space? Midoriya glared at him from under his bangs. I just told you I knew what I was doing. Do you not trust me to take care of myself? If you bothered to let me talk about Aperture at all, I probably would have mentioned it. Aizawa shrunk slightly. Midoriya persisted. Don't think I haven't noticed. When I try to talk about my cybernetics, you changed the subject. You didn't trust me with Ret after I told you its original purpose, and we never train with my portals. I don't have a clue about the upper limits of the guns. Before the entrance exam, I hadn't used them in months. If you're uncomfortable with me, I want you to tell me. Aizawa rubbed his temples. Midoriya stood his ground. I am not uncomfortable with you, Midoriya. Am I a bad person for not wanting to hear about the atrocities you went through for 2 full years? Well, it's better than pretending they never happened. Aizawa looked over at the class. And what are you doing with that? Midoriya looked at the sphere. It might be damaged. I'd like to take a look at it. Aizawa wouldn't look at him. Take it to the support labs, you're free to leave after that. Aizawa walked back to the class. Shinso still looked concerned. A few other students seemed interested in his display. Without another word, Midoriya turned and headed for the labs. He didn't bother sticking around for his results. He knew he did enough to pass, and he didn't care if Aizawa put him dead last out of spite. Nedza liked him too much to allow Aizawa to expel him. Whoa, calm down. He wouldn't do anything that rash. He cares, just take a breath. He sighed, rubbing his face. The giant, metal doors to the labs flew off their hinges as Midoriya reached them. He narrowly missed being impaled by the shrapnel. What the hell, is everyone okay? He fanned the smoke from his face as he slowly entered. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? What's that you have there? A girl with pink dreadlocks and yellow eyes was bouncing excitedly in front of him. She was absolutely covered in ash, presumably from whatever caused the explosion. Hi, Midoriya. I'm in the hero course and, I was looking for power loader. The girl started aggressively patting the ash. Nice to meet you, Greenie. I'm Hatsum. Power loader stepped out for a few minutes. I'm going to be the most successful engineer of hero support tech ever. Come here, I need to show you some of my babies. She grabbed Midoriya by the wrist opposite to the sphere and dragged him, quite forcefully, to the workstation. Babies? Hatsum stopped for a second before laughing at him. Sorry. Not actual babies, that's just what I call my creations. They are super cool and efficient, plus I dash. She stopped. Midoriya was terrified of what she was about to do. She was looking at the ball. I asked when you arrived and you never answered me, what is that? Midoriya held the dot thing between them. The Aperture logo was clear for all to see. Oh, that's kind of why I came. I grabbed this during one of Aizawa's training things. I'm trying to figure out what it is. She examined it curiously. Her eyes landed on the logo. She rubbed her chin, which only spread more soot over her face. Aperture Science. Not every day you see that company anymore. Midoriya jerked back. Wait, you know about Aperture? Hatsum tilted her head at him. Well, yeah. I'm studying to become a tech expert. Of course I know about Aperture Science. It was one of the most technologically advanced companies in the world until it went bankrupt. All of their development centers closed except one, but after the Quirk Wars, its location was lost. I never thought I'd see some of their technology in person. Midoriya was having trouble believing what he was hearing. She knew about the company? Glados always made it seem as though Aperture was extremely secretive. For a while, he thought it was an illegal government research facility. The illegal part was right, but it was no government-approved company. You think you can get it working? Her eyes seemed to glow with anticipation. Can I? I can definitely. Let me get my tools. She started dashing around her workspace, grabbing all kinds of utensils and blueprints and even a hamster ball. No hamster in sight, just the ball. She laid out all her stuff next to the sphere. Plucking some sort of screwdriver from the pile, she slowly leaned towards it, aiming for the 2 gray flaps on the front. Flaps that flew open right as she tried to touch them. Whoa. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Trying to poke someone's screws while they aren't operating. Fierce rude. Where am I? Hatsum seemed to get even more excited the second it started speaking in a strong English accent. The flaps had opened to reveal a bright blue eye that was rapidly looking between the two of them. Midoriya cleared his throat. You're in Japan? The dot ball got a bit fidgety. Wow, Japan. How on earth did I end up here? Last I remember, I was floating around in space. Crazy altogether. Hatsum looked at Midoriya. You speak English? Said boy shrunk a little under her gaze. Yeah. I learned a bit a few years back. My dad was fluent. So anyways, who are ye? Are ye holding me hostage? I can guarantee none of my co-workers will pay the ransom. Midoriya tried not to flinch at the mention of its co-workers. We are students, and no, we are not holding you hostage. That logo, are you from the Aperture Science facility in Michigan? It turned to him as much as it could, really. What? I don't know if there are many others, to be quite honest. I'd like to know how you know about it. I'm pretty sure dead scientists can't reveal sensitive information. Midoriya closed his mouth. Regardless, I'd quite like to go back now, if you don't mind. No jet lag for me, thankfully. Yeah. Midoriya debated what to say. He didn't know how much English Hatsum knew, and he didn't want to risk outing himself just yet. It's gone. It blew up, the story was all over the news. Oh, I was not expecting that. I wonder how that happened. Very curious indeed. I never got a good enough sense of the place when I was in control. I'm embarrassed to say, really, but I wasn't very good at her job. I don't know how she managed it all, actually. Her? Do you mean Glados? It flinched. Yeah, she was quite possibly the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. Of course, I was daringly brave and held my own. Yep, I fought her off like a knight until she took over again. And hold on, how do you know about Glados, Fleshy? You were in control of the facility? Who and what are you? I'm Wheatley. And I don't appreciate the tone of voice, although I suppose it's nice hearing people other than Glados talk. And I was a personality core until the facility bombed, I guess. Personality core? Yeah, impressive, isn't it? I'm an AI specifically designed to house a personality. The white coats made me to slow her down, but apparently I wasn't great at that, considering they were all breathing a deadly neurotoxin a few hours later. Personality core? Glados never told me there were cores. What if there's more to this? I know that. He glanced at Hatsum, who was aggressively writing notes in a small journal. She was grinning like a lunatic, but Midoriya didn't care as long as she wasn't paying too much attention to what he was saying. So, Wheatley, how did you get control of Aperture? Oh, it's a long and funny story, actually. You'll probably laugh. Maybe. I don't know. I was woken up because all of the incubating test subjects were dead, because the power was gone. There was one mute that survived, though. Yeah, I tried to help her out, because Glados had been shut down and the place was in disrepair, but she turned Glados back on somehow. Midoriya found it hard to follow. So anyway, Glados had her back in the testing chambers and I hatched a brilliant plan to escape. We reached Glados' lair and we sucked cores. Isn't that crazy? Absolutely mad. So I was plugged into her connection point, gained complete power over the facility, I did. It was kind of mad. I may have gotten a bit in over my head, but regardless, even putting Glados in a potato was no match for the two of them. Blasted me right onto the moon, they did. Midoriya swallowed heavily. The other girl. Was she Chell? Yeah. That's the one. Brave lady, a bit confusing at times. I really have to ask how you've heard about it. He hesitated, glancing over at Hatsum, only to see her busily tinkering with something or other. He made his decision. I know about it because I was there. He held out a hand, watching it shift into a portal gun. Wow, she certainly doesn't waste any time. New data, new creations, that's all she was interested in. So you were there? Isn't it weird we never met? How crazy is that? I was told all the test subjects died of serious brain damage. Typical. And here you are, alive and breathing presumably. Midoriya chuckled. Yes, I'm breathing, Wheatley. Well, that's definitely good to know, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. So, do you have any preference as to where you go? Where I go? That sounds a bit serial killer-y, doesn't it? Ha. But no, I'm not very busy at the moment as it happens. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Cool, I guess you're coming home with me. He picked Wheatley up by the handles. Switching back to Japanese, he got Hatsum's attention. Hey, thanks for your help, Hatsum. I'm going to head out, but good luck with the babies. She flashed him a toothy grin. Thanks. And good luck yourself, Mr. Hero. You should come back and let me have a look at your quirk. I might be able to make you something cool. Midoriya nodded, leaving through the still smoking doors. He met Yamada, who was still dressed up in his hero costume, on his way out of the school gates. What's up, little listener? Aizawa has some work he needs to do, so I'm bringing you home today. Oh, that looks cool, where did you get that? Midoriya smiled, letting the older man pat his head. Wheatley stayed silent. During the quirk apprehension test. I'll explain later. The car ride was relatively short, but Midoriya was preoccupied thinking about his argument with Aizawa. He felt bad. Guilty. He knew he should have at least warned Aizawa of what he was going to do. Leaving Wheatley in space wasn't an option for him. The man was probably still fuming. He sighed, rubbing his head. Yamada, can I ask you something? The man didn't look away from the road, but he smiled. Ask away, kid. Thanks. This is kind of hard for me to ask, but is Aizawa uncomfortable with me? The yellow blonde glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Hey, of course you don't make him uncomfortable. He okay, I'll be honest. He's had some bad experiences in the past. We lost a friend of ours when we were teenagers. He blames himself. If he said something to you, I'm sure he didn't mean it. He gets attached to people and doesn't want to see them being harmed. I'm sure he's just concerned, but I can talk to him if you want. Midoriya sighed again. He felt even worse. No, don't bother. It was my own fault. I was out of line. I guess it bothers me more than it should that he never lets me just talk about Aperture. It's like he wants to ignore it ever happened. Yamada tightened his grip on the wheel. I doubt it was all on you. Like I said, he can over-exaggerate situations in his head sometimes. I think he might just not want to think about you in a painful situation. I don't like thinking about it either, but I know you should be able to talk about it if you want to. I doubt he means to hurt you by ignoring it. To be honest, I've noticed it too, but I wasn't really sure what to say. Shoyuta is stubborn, but I'll talk to him. Thanks, Yamada. Please, my mother is Yamada. You can call me Hizashi. Midoriya lit up. Really? Go for it. Oh, Hizashi. If you want, you can call me Izuku. Hizashi smiled, showing off his pearly whites. I'll take you up on that, Izuku. Nice place you've got here. Not too shabby. Comfortable, modern. Architecturally sound. Overall, a good home. Really? Thanks. Wheatley. This is Yamada Hizashi. He's one of the people taking care of me. He's fluent in English. The yellow blonde smiled at the blue-eyed core. Nice to meet you. I assumed everything Aperture was long gone, aside from my little buddy here. Yeah, I mean, I would too, to be honest. No fault there. You have very striking hair. Sorry. No, that was a compliment. But sorry. You know, if that offended you. If not, a compliment. If yes, sorry. Hizashi snorted. You're well able to talk. I like you. Midoriya set Wheatley down on the coffee table. Chonk sniffed him curiously. She settled next to him, blinking slowly. Oh wow. That's a creature. Hello. Greetings? Salutations. I assume it isn't a conversational species? Midoriya picked up Chonk, resting her over his shoulders. She purred against his head as he stroked her back. Yeah, she's a friendly cat, but unfortunately, cats can't speak. Sorry to disappoint. Wheatley shook as much as possible on the table. Oh no. No disappointment here. It doesn't look like it would be able for particularly riveting conversations. Sorry, that was kind of an insult. I don't know. It looks fluffy at least. That's definitely an upside. A plus. Being fluffy sounds quite nice. Midoriya rested Chonk on her scratching tower, letting her get settled before turning back to Wheatley. Oh, do you want to meet Rhett? Rhett? Is that another one of you fleshies? Or another creature? Like the cat you showed me just now? No, it's a turret. It's one of the only other things that survived the explosion. A turret? I'd rather not die, actually. Thank you. Midoriya snickered. Come on, Red is different. It hasn't shot me once yet. Yet? Hizashi stifled his laughter behind his fist. Opening the door to his room, he watched as Rhett flickered to life. Hello. Hey Rhett. This is Wheatley, he also came from Aperture. Hey, buddy chumpa. I'd rather not be shot, thanks. Yeah, if you could just not, that would be great. I won't. Thank you, that really means a lot, so thank you for that. Yeah. You hurt her. What's that now? Midoriya watched with interest as the two robots interacted. She hurt you. You took over. Wheatley looked around a bit awkwardly. Yeah, I did. You regret it. Wheatley blinked. Blinking, in his case, was more of the gray flaps moving over his glowing eye and less of an actual blink. I do. I wasn't really myself though, you know? Glados' body, you try to resist testing. She's practically wired to live off it. To this day, I have no idea how she managed to go about day by day without going mad. I trust you. Rhett's high-pitched and robotic voice rung through Midoriya's room. It gave Wheatley pause. That's a very lovely thing to say. Thank you. Midoriya grinned and walked further into the room. He set Wheatley down on his desk. Yeah, you are way too big for me to carry you around all the time. A thought struck him. I wonder if Hatsum will be busy tomorrow. Aizawa didn't end up getting back until well into the night. He hung up his coat and started unraveling his capture weapon when he heard laughter coming from the room at the end of the hall. Midoriya's room. He quietly slid up to the door, not wanting to alert whoever was laughing to his presence. Hisashi had texted him not too long before he left UA. The message was long, to say the least. It seemed as though Midoriya was quite torn up about how he had behaved, according to the blonde. He felt bad about how he spoke to the boy, but he knew that leaping into the vacuum of space was irrational and stupid, even for Midoriya. He felt guiltier and guiltier the more he thought about their argument. He was aware, somewhere in the recesses of his mind, that he had a tendency of changing the subject when it came to Aperture, but there was more than one reason for that. Obviously, he didn't like the idea of Midoriya reliving the apparent torture he lived through. Upon thinking about it, he realized he knew next to nothing about Aperture aside from the turret and the tech that was forced onto the young boy. Surely the company wasn't all bad. Surely there was more to the story. He just hadn't been willing to hear it. Aizawa mentally kicked himself for disregarding the boy's feelings. Another reason? The amount of heroes that died during the raid. He would never tell Midoriya the actual number of hero casualties, simply because he knew the boy would blame himself for each and every one of them. The death toll had hit nearly 50 fully fledged professionals, not to mention the thousands of people in the facility that the young pro had sensed. To that day, he didn't know what happened to those trapped souls. Had they survived? There was no way to tell. The facility had bombed seconds after himself, and Midoriya had gotten out. When he left for Japan, the place was still smoldering. He hadn't received any updates of any kind, so one could only assume the worst. The other main reason? Aizawa was in the facility for mere seconds, and the whole experience still haunted him. Aperture Science, he later found out was the name, was completely unknown. There were no government records of the facility. The only information that could be found of it were old newspaper clippings and the odd few patents, and most recently, the story of the explosion going off in the middle of nowhere in Michigan. That giant robot that had been behind Midoriya, suspended from the ceiling, terrified him. It had spoke with a booming, robotic female voice, and Midoriya had called it Glados. She was intimidating to a fault. She tried to kill both himself and Midoriya with a neurotoxin. The facility itself tried to kill them by self-destructing. Everything about it was so distinctly wrong. And yet, he turned his head toward the door once more. Wheatley, how the hell did you manage to pass Glados off that fast? Wheatley? Midoriya was laughing. He briefly noted that it was the first time he'd heard the boy laugh in a while. You see, okay, so I was under the rather genius impression that she wouldn't be able to understand what I was saying if I said it in a funky accent. And clearly, it didn't work. Like at all. Immediately saw through me she did. Chell and I made a mad dash for it. Aizawa heard Hisashi laugh along with them. He sighed. Izuku, why don't you have any funny stories like that? Izuku? Since when were the two of them on a first-name basis? Oh, shut it. Glados was so sad after Chell got out that she didn't even tell me what personality cores were. You think she and I exchanged gossip over tea? I'm insulted, Hisashi. Aizawa listened silently as they burst into giggles. Deciding to make his presence known, he shuffled in front of the door and knocking twice. The laughter stuttered to a halt. He pushed the twinge of hurt down. Come in. He took a breath as he pushed the door ajar. Hey, I just got back that I figured I'd make myself known. The kid was looking at him. If he was still angry with him, it didn't show on his face. His eyes flickered from Midoriya to Hisashi and finally landed on the ball Midoriya had pulled from a portal. Wow, you've got a fine head of hair, haven't you? That which was speaking. Thanks. The blue eye of the new robot shifted between the two on the bed and himself. Midoriya himself had turned away, lying back across Hisashi's legs. Rhett's single red eye pierced through him. So, Midoriya, I was wondering if I could speak to you about. Earlier? Said boy turned to him once more, seemingly examining him for something. He blinked twice and nodded. Go ahead. Aizawa took a breath. I'm sorry. I reacted poorly because I was scared. I still don't think you should have leapt out like that, but I suppose, considering the circumstances. Anyway, I am sorry. And I will apologize to the class tomorrow. They were very curious about you after you'd left. Midoriya looked up at that. Look, I'm sorry if I made you feel like I didn't care. I'm worried for you, but I know that doesn't make it okay. I'll try to be better. Midoriya quirked a small, vulnerable smile. He sat up from his spot across the blond man's legs. I'm sorry too. I can't imagine how it must have been from your end. Sorry for scaring you, but I don't regret it. I saved my new friend Wheatley. He speaks English. He turned to the sphere. Is that my cue? I'm so sorry, I actually wasn't paying attention. So yeah. Hello. I'm Wheatley. Aizawa. Rhett beeped. Aizawa made eye contact with Hisashi, who was smiling sweetly at him. He shimmied off Midoriya's bed and clapped his hands once he was on his feet. Okay, so how about dinner? I'm thinking takeout as a treat. Midoriya was slipping. No, he'd slipped. He was falling. There was manic laughter echoing all around the artificial, stark, white walls of the Aperture Science elevator he was plummeting down. The halls and opening were racing past him as the filtered air tore through his hair. How did he get here? He lifted his hand to shoot a portal. Only that wasn't his portal gun. This was one of the older models. One of the handheld devices, not the literal hand devices. In the back of his mind, he vaguely noticed the outline of something falling next to him. He lifted his other hand, the one not occupied by the heavy portal gun, up to his head. Grasping at the hair, he pulled it down to his eye level. First off, his hair shouldn't be that smooth. Second off, brown? Instead of curly, dark green hair, he was staring blankly at longer, straight, brown locks. How bizarre. He turned towards the direction of the sound. He couldn't hear it clearly. His head felt like it was full of cotton. Wait, it was the thing he'd seen falling. It was a potato? Yes, a potato with a curious yellow light. How are you doing because I'm a potato? That voice. Glados? He kept falling, only he could now see the dark floor at the end of the tunnel. And he was rapidly falling towards it. Could you maybe take off one of those Aperture Science long fall boots and stick me in it? Just be sure to land on one foot. But he blinked his eyes open, seeing the potato being carried off by a pigeon? What even? Midoriya opened his eyes in his room. And by his, he meant Aizawa and Hisashi's spare bedroom. He blinked the sleep from his eyes, lifting his hands to look at them. Nope, still fake. The familiar white of his cybernetic hands twinkled in the early morning light. In his dream, he'd felt his hair, or rather, her hair. He'd felt the weight of the portal gun, the cool rush of air. The feeling of touch, fleeting as he woke up more and more. How long would it take for him to forget that feeling completely? His mood was dropping already. He looked around his room briefly, his eyes pausing on both Rhett and Wheatley individually. That was weird. He had been a girl. That was the most notable thing. The second was that he had the original portal gun. As in, the model he'd used up until Glados decided to upgrade him. And what was with the falling? He started as he pondered the contents of the dream. Glados' voice coming from a potato. His mind flung him through his memories, back to his first conversation with Wheatley. What was it he said? Even putting her in a potato wasn't a match for them. What the hell? He pushed his blanket aside and stood up, quickly throwing on his uniform. Wilty, are you awake? The blue light flickered to life as Midoriya shuffled around his room. The eye roamed around momentarily before settling on him again. Oh yeah, I'm up in him. Absolutely pumped about being back on Earth. It's mad, space was fun or whatever, but gravity. I never thought I'd miss gravity. Mad, I'm telling you. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the core, smiling. Great, good to know. I'm heading to school soon, but would you mind if I brought you as well? I'm hoping Hatsum will be able to clean you up a bit, or make it a bit easier for me to carry you around. Oh, not a problem. No problem at all, I have no preference, to be honest. Just whatever you need, I'm glad to help out. Midoriya picked Wheatley up by his handles and ran to the kitchen. Aizawa was downing his second mug full of espresso when Midoriya placed Wheatley down on the counter. Morning, kid. Midoriya threw him a smile. Good morning, sunshine. Sleep well. Aizawa snorted. Nope, I have to explain to my students, whom I wanted to intimidate, that yelling at you was irrational and irresponsible of me. I just hope they still hold some shred of respect for me after I grovel for their forgiveness. The boy rolled his eyes playfully. You're so dramatic. I'm sure they will still be terrified of you. I can act scared if you think that'll sell it. He chugged some juice and swallowed a few mouthfuls of one of Hizashi's favorite American cereals. He'd probably cry when they ran out, but Midoriya was in a bit of a rush. Plus, they were delicious. Come on, I'm driving you today. He was knocking on the door of the support labs 10 minutes before class, just as he had hoped. He wanted to drop Wheatley off with Hatsum, and hopefully she'd be able to help him out. Power Loader pushed open the heavy, metal doors. Figured. Here for Hatsum? She told me all about your conversation yesterday. Midoriya's heart dropped out of his chest. She told him? What did she tell him? Had she actually understood anything I said to Wheatley? But she hadn't reacted. Unless she was just very good at hiding her true motivations. Oh damn, how screwed am I? Very cool tech you've got. I hope you made use of the costume designers for the hero course. Come on in, I'll get her. Oh. He sighed heavily. Mostly in relief, but a little in disappointment with himself. He could tell she hadn't been malicious in any way. She had actually been really friendly, considering that he was a complete stranger asking her to take time out of her day to fix a robot he never explained the origin of truthfully. He followed Power Loader into the labs, already seeing Hatsum from across the room. It was hard not to see her when she was attached to the ceiling. Literally. She lit up when she saw him. Hey, Greenie's back. Detaching herself from the ceiling. Somehow, she landed on the floor in front of him. She tugged off her mechanical belt, flinging it onto an already sizable pile of babies. So, what can I help you with? So, I brought Wheatley in again because I was wondering if you could help me with something. It's kind of hard carrying him around like this all the time. Do you think there's anything you could do to help? I can pay you back for it. Plus, you can have some pretty interesting conversations with him. Hatsum made grabby hands at Wheatley, placing him down on her workspace. He could use a clean as well. Maybe tighten a screw here or there. Some polish and bam. He'll be good as new. As for mobility, I'm sure I could come up with something by the end of the day. Be back after class and I'll show off what I've done. Promise. She held out her little finger. To him, her massive welding gloves making her hands deceptively large. Midoriya linked pinkies with her, snickering at her antics. She shook their linked fingers back and forth. Her eyes landed on his hand. She looked at it for a second too long. He started to squirm a little in her hold. Midoriya tried to subtly separate their hands. Okay, I'll be back later. See you. He sped out of the labs, ignoring the looks from both Hatsum and Power Loader. He began walking to his classroom, feeling rather dejected. Of course she was going to be intrigued by his hands. She's a support student in UA. She wants to design support gear for a living, of course she'll be curious. Don't overthink it. Midoriya? The green-haired boy stalled in his tracks. Shinso? The purple-haired insomniac was standing a few paces in front of him. Hey, how are you? I was going to text you after yesterday, but I didn't want to freak you out or anything. Midoriya waved his hands in front of him nervously. Oh no, not at all, I'd appreciate anything. I'm fine, why do you ask? Shinso looked at him like he was crazy. Aizawa yelled at you in front of everyone because you teleported yourself into space. Midoriya's sweat dropped. That was a bit of a misunderstanding. And Aizawa apologized, so I'm good. Shinso still looked concerned. Are you sure you're okay? No, why do you ask? They blinked at each other. The purple-haired boy rolled his eyes, smiling. All right, but if he makes any cracks at you today, I'll make him regret it. I find that hard to believe. Shinso smirked. Bet. The two strolled to Class 1A, with plenty of time before class was supposed to start. He hadn't been as delayed with Hatsum as he'd expected. But, he thought, I did kind of run out of there. So, did Uraraka or Ida message you? Midoriya looked at him curiously. No? I mean, I don't think so. Let me check. He pulled his phone from his bag, holding the power button when nothing happened. Oh shit, it's dead. I never even noticed. Shinso gave him a sympathetic look. Dang, that's viscy. You could ask Kaminari, he was the one with the electricity quirk. I saw him charging. Gyro? I think that's her name. He was charging her phone. Midoriya nodded appraisingly. He must have a lot of control over it if he can charge a phone without frying it. I saw him use his electricity briefly yesterday, and he seems to have a pretty large amount of power he can work with. I wonder if he has any practical moves yet. We're here. Midoriya snapped out of his trance. Shinso was holding the door handle, ready to open it, with an amused look on his face. Oh, sorry, I got a bit lost in thought there. Don't apologize, it's interesting. Midoriya smiled softly as Shinso pushed open the door, letting him walk in first. Midoriya. Oops. Maybe he should have charged his phone. Uraraka practically tackled him as he entered the classroom. What was that yesterday? You leapt into space. It was so cool. Midoriya tried to smile as she shook him back and forth by the shoulders. Thanks? I thought I'd build off what you did to get a good score. That gave her pause. She looked pleasantly surprised. Wow, I inspired you to do that? How did you think to do it? Midoriya scratched his neck as Shinso laughed at him. Ida was staring at him with his arms crossed. Ida? You all right, buddy? He strode forward with the elegance of a dressage pony. Don't buddy me, that was extremely dangerous. The health implications of the vacuum of space alone should have been enough for you to know what you did was self-destructive. If something had gone wrong, you could have died. Midoriya looked away. He hated disappointing people. And his friends? Even more so. I'm sorry, Ida. I wasn't thinking straight. I can assure you, I won't be doing that again. I acted rashly and I'm sorry for scaring you. Ida deflated at the apology. I shouldn't have yelled, Midoriya. You just caught me off guard. And then you didn't answer my text messages. Uraraka chimed in. Yeah. I even tried calling you and nothing. What happened? Midoriya smiled awkwardly. I didn't realize my phone was dead, sorry. They both seemed placated by the admission. Midoriya glanced around the room in passing. Oh, if dash. Everyone was staring at him. The redhead, Kirishima, sprung up from his seat, slamming his hands on his desk. Dude, your performance yesterday was so manly. More voices chimed in with other such praise. Midoriya instantly blushed a violent shade of red. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It was très magnifique, mon ami. The sparkly boy was patting him on the shoulder. Yeah, it looked super cool too. That portal was so powerful. A pink girl was bouncing in front of him. Oh, yeah, they are pretty strong, I guess. Kaminari's voice joined the cacophony. Yeah, dude, you really got to show off your skills. I'm pretty sure it's what we're all curious about. Huh, said Blonde through an arm around his shoulders. Did you really open a portal to the moon? Midoriya noticed the class were watching on in anticipation of his answer. Even the half-and-half boy, Todoroki was his name, was staring at him with an intensity he wasn't expecting. Yeah, I did. It was kind of a bad idea, but I'm still glad I did it. Whoa, that's so cool, dude. It's no surprise you got 5th overall. Midoriya perked up. Wait, really? Kirishima showed off his blinding smile. Hell yeah, dude, it was so manly and cool. I'm amazed by your control. Midoriya internally, reluctantly thanked Glados for making the portal gun so easy to operate. Reluctantly. The door to the class slammed open, Aizawa looking like death at the door. Everyone, including himself, immediately dashed to their seats. 3 seconds. An improvement, but not good enough yet. The mood of the class dropped spectacularly. Before we begin today, I would like to apologize to Midoriya, and by extension, the rest of you. I behaved irrationally and improperly yesterday. You surprised me, and I wasn't expecting to be surprised by my students. I shouldn't have yelled. Kaminari made the fatal mistake of speaking. Looks like Mr. Scary over here has a big ol' heart. Aizawa's head snapped over to him so fast Midoriya practically got second-hand whiplash. His eyes glowed a dangerous red as his hair floated up. Kaminari instantly shrank. Are you mocking me for apologizing? Even though it was phrased as one, it wasn't a question. Nope, not at all. Sorry, sensei, it won't happen again. Midoriya smiled to himself. Aizawa was rough around the edges, but he was a big softy. He could see it at home, with how he treated Chonk, and how him and Hizashi interacted so naturally with each other despite their opposite personalities. Even with himself. While he wasn't great at listening, he cared deeply about Midoriya's well-being. He hadn't even known him that long yet. Greenie, you'll be shocked and awed by my new babies, I swear it's genius. Midoriya shrunk into his collar a bit, smiling. Hatsum was a very touchy-feely person, but Midoriya found he didn't mind. He hadn't had much physical affection since moving into Hizashi and Aizawa's, but he wasn't about to ask them. Hatsum was friendly, and liked to constantly be touching and fiddling with things around her. That included him. She threw an arm around his shoulders as she led him over to her workspace. He could see Wheatley sitting casually among a mixed group of technology. He couldn't tell what any of it did from a glance, but knowing Hatsum, some of it was definitely over the top. And possibly explosive. Okay. Wheatley, said Robot flickered to life, turning in their direction. Hiya. How are we? I'm doing grand. This lovely lass has been very accommodating, very much so. Yeah, I'm very comfortable. Very happy, glad to report. Midoriya blanched. Wheatley, you speak Japanese? Hatsum perked up next to him. Hell yeah, he does. I had a look under the hood, and wow. There were 200 different language options in his code. This little guy has some of the most detailed and complex programming I've ever seen. It was amazing just seeing it, and all the data came together and just works. I thought it's amazing that Aperture had such powerful technology so long ago. Oh man, what I wouldn't give to see the rest of what they created. You know, they could have boosted our technology by decades. Midoriya sweated through his undershirt as she went on about how brilliant Aperture was. Yeah, he thought, because they used humans to test their killer tech. It's a miracle I don't have permanent brain damage. Anyway, let me show you what I've created. Wheatley perked up where he was sitting. Hatsum picked up a cylinder about the size of his forearm. To begin, this is a prototype. It's not finished yet, but I'm excited about it. It's essentially a drone. I had a look at Wheatley's coding, and it's so versatile I think I could upload him to this. You could have him flying around, helping you in battles and stuff. Midoriya looked on in awe as she clicked a button on the top of the drone. It extended with little propellers sticking out at both ends. She passed it to him to inspect as she picked up the next thing. This is a pair of glasses. It's more like a visor, but it has similar features to the drone. I'm thinking of connecting them together so that this little guy could be flying around, and the video feed would show up on the visor. It's a long way off, but I think I can handle it. Wheatley blinked happily at them. Amazing, isn't it? This fleshy here would have impressed even Aperture's finest engineers. I mean, one day to create all this. Imagine how much she could do with a portal gun. Midoriya whipped his head to Wheatley, making a chopping motion at his neck. Hatsum, unfortunately, heard him. Portal gun? Well, that is insane. Aperture had functioning portal guns? How did they work? Wheatley glanced between them quickly. I'm not sure if I should say, really. I'm no engineer, plus I only really saw the gun myself once. Twice. Well, it was all in the span of a day or two. I certainly was up close and personal with it though. I'm not sure exactly how it worked, but I'm sure there was something to do with the moon? Maybe moon phases or something. Well no. That wouldn't make any sense, would it? Sorry. Hatsum chucked to herself. Don't worry about it. If it's been done once, it can be done again. And I will be the genius to recreate it. Midoriya watched in silent agony. One wrong word and he would be revealed. One thoughtless comment and his big life-changing secret would be revealed. So why was he so unsure of himself? He wanted someone to know. Did he? Yeah. He did. He wanted someone he could talk to, other than Hisashi and Aizawa. He cared about them, but they worried about him too much. They never paid much attention to the tech, not really. Hisashi had expressed interest, but not much past that. Hatsum loved technology. It was her life and her future. She had decided to dedicate her genius to creating for others. Could he trust her to keep it a secret? She wasn't exactly the quiet type. He also didn't want her to ask him a million questions. He hadn't known her that long, yet he felt close with her, but that was more because she was so open about things. Does he? Doesn't he? Greenie! He snapped out of his thoughts to see both Hatsum and Wheatley staring at him. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Hatsum smiled and waved it off. No problem, dude. I was just about to show you the last thing I have 100% ready. I'm pretty sure it'll work fine. She picked up what looked like a USB, but smaller. May I have your phone for a moment? Curious, he obliged, handing it over. She gingerly clicked the USB into the charger port. It made a quiet beep when it connected, and his screen lit up with Hatsum's logo. It was a detailed H with cross hatches, colored in vibrant shades of pink, the same as her hair. Okay, I'll give that a second to load. Basically, I made a copy of Wheatley's code and transferred it onto this USB I created for this very purpose. His code is surprisingly compact considering its detail. Anyway, the USB will upload Wheatley onto your phone, so you can talk to him wherever you go. Oh, Hatsum, that is incredible. You did this over the course of one school day? She glowed with pride as he watched his phone gradually turn on again. I'm really happy with it. I don't have a lot of opportunities to work with code, so, thanks. Midoriya accepted the hug she engulfed him in. Maybe he should tell her. He squeezed her back with equal strength. She would be kind about it. She released him, patting his shoulder. So, what do I owe you? She grinned. Nothing. I made it all with UA equipment. As a support student, I have access to as much as I need. Instead, you can talk up my genius inventions to your classmates and use what I make for you. He grinned back at her. She reached to place Wheatley back into his arms. By the way, what is your quirk? I'd love to make you some quirk-specific gear. I assume it has to do with your hands? Midoriya looked down at Wheatley, nestled in his arms. His arms? The ones he was given. Given? The arms that were forced on him. They weren't his. His had been ripped from him. His chest ached at the memory of the gammy surgical equipment. He was itching to feel his skin. He knew he wouldn't be happy with what he felt. These weren't his arms. His hands. His fingers. They never were. Couldn't. He couldn't tell her. Not yet. Next time, I promise. I don't want you making stuff for just me. There are so many other students that need your babies. She quirked a lopsided smile, raising an eyebrow. All right, next time. She raised a fist to him. He bumped hers happily. Everyone, please SET to the meeting grounds at once. Ida was chopping his hands enthusiastically in the boys' changing room. Midoriya pulled on the last part of his costume. His costume was something he had absolutely no idea about when he applied for UA. In fact, it had slipped his mind until the night the final SBMs were due. He had been sitting at the table, leaning over a blank sheet for the better part of an hour, trying to come up with something he wouldn't mind wearing. It was a difficult task, considering all he had to go off was the superheroes he'd seen in comics and movies before Aperture, and Hisashi and Aizawa's hero costumes. The two men were no help, unfortunately. Make sure it's hella flashy. You want people to recognize you from your look alone. Make it low-key. If you're too recognizable, you'll be easier for villains to pick out. It should be bold, dramatic, and with flair. No, it should be functional. What good would capes and cloaks be for a kid who uses portals? The two had bickered back and forth while he had struggled to come up with anything. He was aware he would have the opportunity to update his costume as he grew both in age and in power, but he wanted to start off strong. Unfortunately, that was extremely hard to do, because he had terrible fashion sense. Midoriya, we must go at once. He shot up, following Ida out of the changing room. In the end, he'd gone with something comfortable and, he hoped, functional. It was a loose green hoodie that tucked into skin-tight, black tracksuit breeds that cut off at the knee, where his cybernetic met his flesh. He also had some small hidden pockets in his hoodie for things like medical supplies and maybe flashbangs, but he hadn't gotten approval for the latter yet. The tracksuit had blue and orange triangles curved around the seams up his thighs. He'd requested strong fabric, so it wouldn't tear or snag, and was hopefully fireproof. God knows Glados liked setting him on fire at every opportunity for science. He was never badly burned, but he was still aware that it could happen. The last thing he wasn't sure about yet were his legs. His feet had been turned into Aperture Science's long fall boots, and he could extend them at will for maximum shock absorption. Normally, he kept them as close to normal feet as he could, both so he could wear shoes and so he could pretend he still had feet. He figured it made the most sense to let them extend to their full size, which ironically made him a few inches taller. He bumped shoulders with Ida as they walked into the open air of the UA grounds. The rest of the class had gathered already, and he looked around curiously at everyone's costumes. Some were eye-catching, like Aoyama's and Ajui's. Some were more practical, like Bakugu's and Ishido's. Speaking of Bakugu, the guy was decked out like a soldier, with the boots and the massive grenade things on his wrists. So, presumably some form of explosive quirk. Or misdirection. Midoriya, your costume looks so cool. He turns to Uraraka, who was approaching him slowly with Shinso. Thanks. You both look so professional, it's so cool. Shinso was dressed similarly to Aizawa. It was a simple, muted purple tracksuit with a fabric mask hanging over one ear. Uraraka looked a little uncomfortable. Yeah, mine is a bit tighter than I'd wanted. Plus, my boots are heels. I've never walked in heels, and to be honest, I don't really know what I'm doing. Midoriya was taken aback a little. Before he could say anything, however, All Might grabbed all of their attention. Greetings, students. You all look legit in your costumes. You have made the first step to becoming fully fledged pros. Now, before we begin, there has been a slight change. Midnight will be joining us for your training session. Said pro strutted out in front of the students, stopping next to All Might. Yes, well, it wasn't decided until about 30 minutes ago. Your teacher just thought this class might go a little smoother with a more experienced teacher present. I am only here to observe and make sure nothing gets out of hand. Midoriya smiled as Midnight caught his eye. She sent him a subtle nod. Now, before we begin, I'd like to have a look at all of your costumes. I am usually the one Nedza gets to help when it comes to hero stuff like names and interviews. So I know what works and what doesn't. Allow me to give you my professional opinion. She made her way around, throwing out compliments and praise as she went. If she spent a little extra time with Midoriya, nobody seemed to notice. Stopping at Uraraka next, she sized up her overall look. It's quite cute, easy on the eyes. A little tighter than I'd expect from someone with a gravity quirk, but maybe I've been spending too much time with 13. Uraraka looked up at her pensively. Midnight? I actually am a little uncomfortable. Her attitude immediately changed. Oh, what is it? The girl hesitated again. It's just like you said. It's tight. I don't remember if I specified on my design, but I didn't want it to be skin tight. Midnight placed her hand on her chin. Well, we can get that fixed for you. Of course, it might take a day or two. Anything else? Uraraka startled. Wait, that's it? I can just change it. Midnight smiled at her warmly. Of course, my dear. I had a very bad costume when I was your age, and while I just got used to it, it never sat right with me that I couldn't get a replacement. So when Nedzu offered me a teaching job, I made sure to get all the info. If you're unhappy with how the designer handled your costume, the support department will fix it up in no time at all. So, is there anything else? Uraraka sniffed, smiling wetly. Thank you, Midnight-sensei. Actually, my boots are heels, but I wanted them this big so they could absorb any shock I'd feel from falling from a height. Do you think they could fix that as well? Why, of course. While I'm at it, girls? May I have your attention for a moment? The other girls in the class gathered around Midnight. So I was just made aware that one of the students is unhappy with their costume. I'd like to let you all know we can submit them for changes today, with absolutely no trouble. If you would like to make any changes, please let me know and I will handle it. Of course, you can find me on your own if you would like more privacy. Yaoyorozu took a step forward. She was visibly nervous. I thought I would like to change my costume. When I was designing it, I didn't think it would be quite so revealing. Do you think I could speak to someone with more specific requests? Midnight nodded immediately. Of course. I will let Powerloader know as soon as the exercise starts. Anyone else? Hagakure stepped forward as well, though it wasn't very obvious. I think I made a mistake with my costume. I refract light, so wearing clothes would give my position away. But I'm naked? Other than the gloves and boots. Do you think there's anything they could do for me? I'm sure someone has been working on something like that. I will inquire into it for you. Anyone else? When no one made a move, Midnight nodded, reminding them that they could approach her whenever they wanted to about changes. She waved to All Might, who then commanded the attention of the students once again. All right, everyone, I will now draw the names. Remember, this is a heroes versus villains training exercise. Do not hold back, but I will alert you if you need to take it down a notch. Let's begin. In the end, Midoriya was in a group with Uraraka as heroes, and they were up against Kaminari and Bakugo as villains. The latter didn't seem too pleased to be against him. Midoriya wasn't sure what his issue was. He'd been giving him a wide berth, in case he upset him. He still felt terrible about his classmate passing. He felt even worse that he'd been a bit of it to him at first. But he apologized. Bakugo was glaring at him as he and Kaminari made their way inside with the bomb. Uraraka turned to him, much more energetic than she'd been before. So, what's the plan? Midoriya pondered the question for a few seconds. Well, I don't know what it is about Bakugo, but he has some issue with me. We met twice before coming to UA, and neither were in particularly good circumstances. He'll probably go for me, so you should try and find the bomb, if you're okay with that. Sounds good. What about Kaminari? I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough of him yet to predict how he'll behave. Bakugo will probably leave him immediately, so he'll either stay with the bomb or follow him. Uraraka smiled. So I'll take out Kaminari and get the bomb while you distract Bakugo. They bumped fists. All Might sounded the siren, alerting them that the exercise was starting. Probably shouldn't go in the same way. Midoriya turned to her. She was looking at the windows above. I should go in through one of the upper windows and start looking for the bomb. I doubt they'd keep it on the first floor. Midoriya nodded, and they parted ways. He stepped through the open door, glancing around quickly. The dark, plain hallways were eerily reminiscent of Aperture. He tried not to think of Glados as he took a right. Out of curiosity, he cast a portal on the wall next to him. To his relief, it landed. He closed it again, continuing down the hall. He kept his footsteps silent as he turned the corner. Still no one in sight. He tapped his intercom, quickly and quietly checking in with Uraraka. Hey, anything on your end yet? His comm buzzed with white noise for a second. Uraraka's voice returned in a whisper shout. Hey. No, nothing yet. I did hear Bakugo when I first got in. From the sounds of it, you were right. He's looking for you, so be careful. Midoriya cursed internally. Copy, check in again soon. Why was Bakugo gunning for him? He'd said he was sorry, and the blonde had said it was fine. Well, that kinda. He had brushed Midoriya off. Was he still sad? It's not like the guy was openly ableist since the Sludge villain. Although, Bakugo had completely avoided him on the first day, even though he'd been picking a fight with Ida. The second the blonde saw him, it was like the fight in him just vanished. Looking back, that's probably something quite alarming. Or is it? He sighed. It weirded him out how much socializing had changed. It wasn't something that he should have noticed. In reality, it wasn't even as severe a change as it was in his head, but people were just open. They talked about everything and anything to whomever was willing to listen. He thought, briefly, about his fight with Aizawa. The man had been so forthcoming about his own misconceptions and mistakes. It was refreshing. Different. The same with Inko, Ida, Uraraka, and Shinso. They were so much more comfortable with him than he'd expected, especially considering he hadn't known any of them for that long. His mind paused at Inko. He'd been meaning to visit her again. They spoke when he got his results, and it was lovely, but he wanted to see her again. Maybe he'd ask Aizawa after school today. His earpiece flickered to life. Midoriya. I found the bomb, and Kaminari is here. He's guarding it, I think. I can't see Bakugo anywhere, so he might be getting closer to you. I'll try and take out Kaminari. Midoriya leaned around the next turn, focusing for the sound of anything out of the ordinary. Copy, be careful. He has a strong quirk, try not to get too close. He took the stairs to the next floor. His gut twisted. Looking around, he spotted an almost unnoticeable trail of stirred-up dust. Was that from their initial entry into the building, or has Bakugo been here recently? He slipped around the corner, keeping his breathing silent. Finally, he heard something. Footsteps, angry ones. Bakugo was approaching him. He twisted, casting a portal at the end of the hallway, and stepped through one directly behind him. He closed the portals after him. The footsteps stalled. I know you're there, come out and fight me, you coward. He rolled his eyes. Bakugo was shouting more threats. Midoriya tapped on his comm, not saying anything, but hoping it was sensitive enough for Uraraka to hear Bakugo's muffled yells. Be careful. Her voice was practically a breath, it was so quiet. He stood up, preparing to move again. His plan was to distract Bakugo as much as possible, but he had a sneaking suspicion it wouldn't work out the way he was hoping. Said boy appeared around the corner he was standing by. In an instant he threw more portals, and he was putting plenty of distance between them, but not quick enough that he didn't feel the wave of heat at the oncoming explosion. It was eerily reminiscent of Aperture's bombs. Put it out of your mind. Get in the zone. Bakugo was screaming insults at him as Midoriya dashed around in a massive circle. When Bakugo got close, he would slip to the staircase, and the CY would begin anew. Midoriya knew he probably wouldn't be able to beat him in close contact, considering Bakugo had explosives at his disposal. He leapt around the bend, dive rolling away from the hostile boy. What, are you too scared to fight me? I'm actually trying this fun thing where I don't get burned. So far, it's going great. Bakugo growled. He seemed feral almost. His eyes were clouded over. Midoriya hesitated. Bakugo blasted him in the side. Oh, F-. He slammed into the wall, pushing himself up again. He subtly tried to grab the capture tape All Might had given the hero team for the exercise, but Bakugo sent another blast his way, distracting him. He threw a convenient pile of stones and rocks, presumably from the construction of the building, at Bakugo's face. One thing that Aizawa had taught him in their little sessions was this. When fighting an opponent that could physically beat you in combat, play dirty. The boy tried to shield his eyes from the dust and sharp edges, and Midoriya flung his leg in a wide arc, landing a powerful kick across the other's face. Bakugo stumbled back, clutching his nose. He glared up at him from under his bangs. Why don't you just F off and let me beat you? Midoriya dropped into a stronger fighting stance. Well, come and get it. The two dove for each other, kicking and pushing from both sides. Bakugo slammed his shoulders against the cold concrete of the floor. He was pushing against him so hard it probably should have hurt, if he had any feeling in his shoulders. The blonde was breathing, partially from exertion. Midoriya couldn't tell what the other part was. Suddenly he laughed. He laughed, a sad and bitter thing that gave Midoriya pause. A hand slammed down on his face, pushing him into the floor again. Fucker, I win. I told you I would win. Now let me crush you like the ant you are. Bakugo raised his left arm slowly, tugging at the gauntlet on his right forearm. It clicked. Midoriya's eyes widened. A pin. On a grenade. Oh shit. All Might's voice boomed over their comms, but Bakugo either didn't notice, or was ignoring it. Young Bakugo, you mustn't fire that from such close range. You'll injure Midoriya more than you think you will. Bakugo, stop, you'll kill him. He wrapped a finger around the pin. Midoriya thrashed, trying to throw him off, but he had his head in a vice-like grip. There was a manic, twisted smile on his face, but his eyes were far away. He tugged the pin. As if in slow motion, Midoriya threw two portals and he fell out from under Bakugo. The portal shut just as Bakugo's supercharged explosion went off. As the final sparks flickered out, Midoriya braced himself on a wall behind Bakugo. He was breathing heavily. What the F dash? Were you trying to cook me? In the back of his mind, he was aware that he probably shouldn't be screaming at the clearly unstable boy, but God, he was about to be history. Literally. He stomped over to Bakugo, who was still kneeling in place, unmoving, unblinking. Bakugo stumbled to his feet, taking a few steps away from him, but Midoriya didn't let him slip away. Bakugo, what the hell were you doing? He wasn't looking at him. Midoriya watched as his hands twitched and flexed. Bakugo took two long strides toward him, and he prepared to be punched. To his surprise, Bakugo yanked his capture tape off of him, wrapped it around his own neck, and walked out. Midoriya watched him go. That what? Is he okay? He just went from trying to fry me like an egg to handing me the win. What the hell was that about? I am so out of practice when it comes to other people and their emotions being a factor in trials. At least Glados was open to conversation while trying to kill him. Ariya. He started, throwing his hand to his comm. Why yeah? Are you okay? What was that? The whole building just shook. Midoriya brushed himself off. I'm not sure. Are you okay? What about Kaminari? I'm fine. Kaminari is still guarding the bomb. Neither of us can fight if we can't get close, so we've been staring each other down for way too long. When I find them, I throw rocks at him. Midoriya chuckled, trying to calm his racing heart. I'll be up in a second. He sprinted up 2 flights of stairs, using his portals to speed up. He dashed into the room where the noise was coming from. As he entered, he saw Kaminari throwing the rocks back at Uraraka. They were both clearly getting frustrated at the lack of progress on both sides. He ran around to the other side of Kaminari, so he and Uraraka surrounded him. Oh rats! Midoriya smiled at him. Kaminari chucked his last rock at Uraraka and made a mad sprint for Midoriya, hoping to get close enough to land a proper hit. Midoriya ducked back, but not out of the yellow blonde's range. He watched as Uraraka quite literally flew for the bomb, reaching out with arms and legs. Kaminari's electricity charged up as he threw out his arm. F-. He was surrounded in blinding light for a full 3 seconds. Then came the pain. He was spasming, his hands curled in on themselves, and he was on the ground. He could feel the energy tearing through the tech embedded into his body. He was clawing at his head, trying desperately to stop the pain. And then there was black. Midoriya was aware of the movement around him. Someone was talking. Frantically. God, he was tired. He wrenched his eyes open, looking at the commotion going on through hooded eyes. Kaminari seemed to be freaking out. And pointing at him. What had happened? Oh, right? Bakugo tried to fry me and Kaminari did fry me. Geez. He flexed his hands. They responded slower than normal. FNG wonderful. Wait, he's awake. Midoriya? Bro, are you okay? He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. Uraraka was beside him in an instant to keep him supported. He rubbed idly at his head. His hair had come out of its ponytail. He was only mildly annoyed by it. Yep, he stretched his neck back and forth. Give me a second, that attack really threw me. Nice one. The yellow blonde sputtered. His jaw nearly hit the floor. Hold up, you're congratulating me? I thought I killed you. Midoriya snickered to himself. If only they knew how often he was torn apart. His mood took a dip. Nah, don't worry about it, I'm tougher than I look. He flexed his hands again, twisting his wrists around. Back to normal. Or rather as normal as they could be. He slowly stood up, reeling as his brain tried to catch up with the movement. It's not a concussion or anything. You probably just shocked my circuits. Kaminari looked at him funny for a second. Oh, I didn't realize it was, like, technology? I don't know, I figured it was like Ida's engines. A mix of himself and his engine bits. Midoriya shrugged. So, that what happened when I blacked out? Uraraka stood up next to him. Nothing really, you were only out for a few seconds. It was really freaky though. You were bugging out on the ground, I thought you were going to hurt yourself. He rubbed his neck awkwardly. Sorry, I had no idea my, quirk would react to electricity like that. Good to know though. All Might suddenly appeared in the doorway with no amount of elegance. Young Midoriya, are you feeling alright? Thought we lost you there. Midoriya waved him off. I'm okay, just a bit frazzled I guess. All Might gave him a once-over, checking for any visible injuries. Alright if you're sure, my boy. Well, congratulations are in order for young Uraraka and yourself, you've won the round. Please follow me back to the viewing area. An awkward shuffle filled with worrying gazes later, they were surrounded by the rest of the class and Midnight, who was not so secretly looking at Bakugo. Bakugo had a strange air about him. He was standing alone, and the rest of the class weren't quick to correct that, bar Kirishima. The boy looked concerned. Shinso had stood next to Midoriya at some point, but didn't feel the need to say anything. He bumped the taller boy in the shoulder. Shinso bumped back. All Might cleared his voice loudly in front of the monitors. Okay, after that turbulent round, let's get to the discussions. Young Midoriya and Uraraka won the round, but who was the MVP? Anyone? A girl with dark hair in a high ponytail, Yaoyorozu he thinks, raised her hand. All Might nodded to her. Thank you, sensei. I think the MVP was Uraraka. She planned to cover more ground and avoid possible conflict by entering through another window, and knew not to engage in conflict she couldn't win on her own, as her and Kaminari both have mid to close range abilities. She also utilized her quirk to reach the bomb with maximum speed. Hence, she is the MVP. Said girl was glowing pink under the praise. Midoriya patted her on the back with a smile. She grinned back at him. All Might called for the next round, and Todoroki, Shuji, Hagakure and Ajuru he thinks left for their turn. He shuffled over to the far wall, where there were a few benches laid out. He watched as Midnight slowly crept next to him, not sitting down, but standing right above an open seat. He patted her arm, smiling. She sat down. Are you feeling okay? He glanced around to see if anyone was looking their way, before resting his head against her shoulder. She ran a hand through his hair. Did you lose a hair tie? Yeah, I didn't think to look for it. She pulled one from her wrist, gently braiding his hair. It's getting very long. It suits you. He chuckled. Thanks. Aizawa is going to be on the warpath when he hears what happened today. She let out a breathy laugh, nodding. I doubt he'll let that Bakugo boy off easy. All Might was the only one with a calm. Did he say something to you? It looked like he was going to kill you. Midoriya sighed. I don't know what's going on with him. I think there's some personal stuff he's trying to figure out, but it's concerning. I think he has it out for me. Midnight looked pensive. I don't know that I don't think he was in the right headspace. He didn't look present. It was like he wasn't in control. He looked at her, openly curious. She continued after a breath. I probably shouldn't say more, but I might mention it to Shoyuta. Enough about all that. How's class? We couldn't really talk before the exercise. Midoriya grinned. She liked seeing him happy. It was like spite at the BSTRDS that hurt him. It's really cool. Weird, very different but cool. I feel like I'm in a comic or something. I've made some friends, and I'm curious about where things are going. That's good. Has anyone caught your eye? He rolled his eyes but chuckled. Thanks for taking an interest in my personal life, but no. I haven't really let myself think about anything other than the now. She quirked a half-smile in understanding. And the two glorious fools? How have they been treating you? He giggled. Aizawa and Hisashi? They've been great. The only small thing has been resolved for the most part. Look back at her. She had one eyebrow raised. Aizawa and Hisashi? You're not on a first-name basis with both of them. He hadn't even thought about that. I guess that thing I mentioned is kind of a part of it. I got a bit frustrated with Aizawa because I thought he was, ignoring what happened to me. It's nothing bad, but he would change the subject a lot and get annoyed at me for things I wouldn't consider abnormal. We're past that now, we've both apologized for being insensitive. It was around then that I was spending a lot more time with Hisashi. He just asked me to call him by his name and I returned the favor. And has Aizawa said anything about the names since? He rubbed his neck. I don't know, actually. If he was thinking it, he never said it. Should I have offered? He isn't exactly the most forward with personal things like that. She snorted. Ain't that the truth? As for whether or not you should, it's more a question of if you want to. If you're not comfortable, don't bother. If you're not sure, take a little while to think about it. He nodded, taking a mental note. He smirked sardonically. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Aizawa saved me from Aperture and yet I'm closer with his partner. You know, he'd probably say you were better off not getting attached to him just because he saved you. Maybe. That does sound like him. Midoriya was suddenly aware of eyes on him. He looked around for the source and made direct eye contact with Todoroki. Apparently his round was already over. He was still leaning up against Midnight. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Midnight seemed to realize at the same time as him how strange it would look for them to be sitting together so casually. She stood up, whispering a goodbye, and strut her way back to all might at the front. Todoroki watched her exit before giving him a final look. Rats. When the last of the rounds were over, the class gradually filed out of the viewing area. The trip to the changing rooms was filled with a mix of chatter and silence, depending on who was in the mood to speak. Midoriya was walking next to Shinso, discussing the Insomniacs round. I didn't even do anything. It was all Yayorozu. Midoriya patted him on the back. It was a good strategy. Have her set up elaborate traps and you use your quirk as a last defense method. I'm pretty sure no one's figured out how it works yet. Shinso shrugged. We knew that. The hero team didn't know that. The rest of the class didn't know that. To them I probably look like a slacker, riding on her coattails. Midoriya lightly smacked his arm. Hey, enough of that. If it had been a different pairing, it would have gone differently. Like if it had been you and me, my portals wouldn't be much help aside from movement and maybe distraction against someone like Todoroki. You could probably have gotten him if it had been a different pairing. Shinso shook his head. You have too much faith in me. No, I know you've worked hard to be here, and that your power is super cool whatever it is. You have to think that you're my friend. Midoriya smirked. I can't be your friend and form my own opinions? Shinso smiled into the high neck of his jacket, a simple, dark purple trench coat. It requires quite a lot of brain power. Do you have enough to spare? The green boy threw an arm over his head, looking away dramatically. Ouch, my poor soul. You've burned me, saboteur. Shinso snorted. Midoriya smiled and bumped shoulders with him again. Shinso bumped back. They separated to go to their lockers. Midoriya slipped into the bathroom to change out of his costume. He tugged his hoodie over his head, adjusting the white vest underneath. He paused. His hands slowly moved back over his chest. Something wasn't right. He put his hoodie down onto his bag and tugged the neckline of the vest out of his way. The small, white disc in the center of his chest. It looked off. What the F dash dot? He pulled the vest off over his head and started eyeing the disc again. He ran a finger over where the white met his skin. It was higher on one side. That can't. What the F did she do to me? He wished, not for the first time, that he had any feeling in his hands. The best Aperture could replicate was the sensation of pressure. No pain. No sensitivity. He stared at the disc for far too long. Maybe I should ask Wheatley. Shaking himself out of his funk, he buttoned up his shirt, fumbled with his tie and tugged on his blazer. Once he was semi-presentable, he made his way back to the much emptier changing room. Back in the classroom, he tried maintaining idle conversation with his friends, avoiding Todoroki's stare and also trying to focus on Bakugo. The blonde was outright ignoring Kirishima. That was just plain rude. Bakugo stood up out of the blue, pushing past the eager boy and out of the classroom. Midoriya said a quick goodbye to his friends, following the other out. He was caught off guard by how fast the other was moving. By the time he reached the front entrance, Bakugo was already 1 foot out the gate. He ran forward, not letting what happened go. Hold on a second. The other boy paused in his stride, jerking slightly before evening out again. What the hell am I doing? Midoriya came to a pause around 10 feet from the volatile blonde. What do you want? Midoriya mentally noticed that what he said wasn't a question. So, are you seriously asking me why I'm bothering to confront you after you tried to kill me? Bakugo flinched, looking away. That was new. Silence. Were you really about to pretend that didn't happen? Midoriya's voice was much softer the second time. Bakugo glared at him from under his bangs. More silence. Okay, I know we may not have gotten off on the right foot, and yeah, I probably could have just acted like we didn't know each other when I was at Aldra, but this is getting ridiculous. Bakugo's nose twitched. A reaction is all Midoriya needed. I can understand that you were too proud for help with the sludge guy or whatever, and I'm sure you were caught off guard when I showed up at your school, but what I'm trying to figure out is why the F you thought burning me alive was the best way to incapacitate me. Bakugo grit his teeth, taking a single step away from him. No. Midoriya was not going to let him run away from that. Is this about that boy? I read an article about a classmate of yours. Look, I'm sorry if me sitting in his seat brought stuff up for you, but that doesn't justify trying to kill me. Don't you effing talk to me about him. Midoriya was surprised he answered at all. Tell me why. It's none of your effing business. Midoriya threw up his arms in frustration. I think it's my business if you suddenly try to kill me at the first opportunity. Bakugo growled. The F, do you want me to say? That I'm sorry, that I keep effing seeing him, that it's my effing fault? I get enough of that shit from my therapist. Stay the F out of my way and I'll stay out of yours. Midoriya didn't react outwardly. What the F dash? What? The blonde let out a grunt before turning and stomping off. Midoriya couldn't help but notice that it looked like he was crying. Later, when he was back home and in the comfort of his room, he would ponder what Bakugo could have possibly meant. Midoriya guessed he hadn't meant to reveal that he was both in therapy and dealing with something in regards to the boy. He was still angry about almost being blown up, but he was more worried for the other. That kind of reaction was not normal, especially towards someone he didn't know. Midoriya sighed in frustration. There was still something he was missing. A day later, the weekend, saw him at Inko's front door again. He'd been meaning to visit, but her texts had been a comfort to him. The last shred of the life he once had. Hizashi shifted beside him as he reached to ring the bell. He had brought another cake, a chocolate one this time. He wasn't sure if she liked chocolate. The door opened. Hello, Izuku. And who's this? His smile seemed lively. He smiled back. This is Yamada Hizashi, Aizawa's partner. He has also been taking care of me. She greeted the yellow blonde warmly, bringing them inside. Would you like tea? I see you've brought me more sweets. Yes, please, anything is fine for me. And yeah, I brought chocolate cake. Oh, that sounds lovely. And you, Yamada? The man was busy looking at some picture frames scattered around the apartment. Oh, but I mean yes, please. She chuckled at him, disappearing into the kitchen. Hizashi turned to him. She seems nice. I like her. Midoriya smiled at him. She is. It's weird. I'm like her great uncle, but she's more of an aunt figure to me than anything else. Well, even that might be a bit forward. The man nodded, pointing at one of the pictures. You know, When Aizawa said you look like her kid, I didn't think he meant that literally. Midoriya shrunk a bit. Glancing at the image himself, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He knew in his head he wasn't responsible for anything that transpired in that boy's life, but he felt guilty, like he'd taken the other's place. In the dark of the night, when he was alone with nothing but his head, he even counted back the months. He got out close enough to when this boy, Inko Akitani's son, died. He'd pestered Aizawa for details, and yet he was still paying the price. He had tried not to look at the photos of him for too long. The longer he looked, the more he saw. The same face, only paler. The same eyes, only red. The same messy hair, only an inky black. Maybe it was just his genetics, making every family member look strikingly similar to each other. Take him and his sister. They were practically identical, despite the age difference. Even Inko looked like his sister. And mother. He still wasn't sure where they stood. Hizashi put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, whatever you're thinking, it's just your panicky brain. Let's enjoy some cake and conversation. If you still feel bad in a bit, we can talk about it on the way home. Yeah, okay. Hizashi flashed a small smile, pulling him over to the couch for a chat. He was clearly trying to distract the teen, but Midoriya appreciated it nonetheless. Inko returned shortly after with a neat tray. After settling on the couch with them, she opened the cake box, letting out a little wow. Once they were all munching on the treat, she spoke up. So, how has UA been? I've heard some near magical stories on the news, but I'd like to hear a first-hand account, if you don't mind. Midoriya smiled at her. Sure. It's a lot more normal than I was expecting. As in, I still have all the basic classes, only the teachers are all heroes. I feel like I'm in a comic or something. I've made a few friends. They're all really nice. I had a class with All Might the other day. It was interesting to see him up close. Midoriya thought it best to not mention that he had in fact met All Might before. Inko put a hand on her cheek. Oh my, is he as amazing as people say? Midoriya pondered the question. I don't know, to be honest. I can see the appeal. He's always smiling, always standing tall. It makes you wonder how happy he actually is. But yeah, I think he's cool. He was nice to me anyway. Inko smiled wistfully, sipping her tea. She turned to Hizashi. And what do you do, Yamada? Midoriya snickered into his mug. The blonde looked like he was just told the funniest joke. Oh, I'm so sorry for not mentioning it earlier. You probably can't tell from my casual outfit, but I am the one and only present Mike. He threw up a hand with flourish, flicking his long hair over one shoulder. Inko smiled at the display. She looked mildly embarrassed. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. I suppose the hair threw me off. Is it true you're also an English teacher? Hizashi puffed up his chest. Midoriya immediately pictured a budgie. Maybe a cockatoo. Teacher? I run the whole department. Oh my. That must be a lot of work. Hizashi smiled kindly. Yeah, but I love it. If you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life, right? She nodded. Right. They continued chatting about anything and everything. The doorbell rang in the middle of their conversation. Excuse me, let me get that. She set her mug down, brushing off her skirt as she walked to the door. Midoriya looked over at Hizashi, who was chomping down on his cake. The boy giggled. The sound of the door opening echoed through the apartment. Ah, Katsuki. How nice of you to drop by. Hizashi choked on his cake. Midoriya's eyes snapped over to Hizashi's. The man was quietly trying to clear his airways of the cake, all while frantically looking between the green-haired boy and the direction of the door. Please be a different Katsuki, please. How are you? How have you been? A gruff, low voice responded. I'm okay, thanks. How are you? Midoriya looked to Hizashi once more, who'd finally stopped coughing. They started whispering to each other in as calm voices as they could, which in hindsight weren't that calm. Hizashi whisper-shouted, What do we do? If he sees his classmate and teacher at a random woman's house together, we'll have a really hard time coming up with a believable excuse. Midoriya tilted his head, confused. Hizashi's eyebrows raised. None of your classmates know you have a connection to me. How do we explain us hanging out on the weekends? Midoriya bit his lip. He doesn't like me, like that at all. I can't figure him out, but I know he would not react well to seeing me more than he needs to. Neither of them said anything for a moment. Inko's soft, melodic chuckles bounced around the living room. Midoriya spared a small smile at the sound. How have you been getting on? The green-haired boy found it weird, hearing Bakugu sound calm. He sounded a lot more defeated than calm, really, but it was so starkly different from the brash, hostile way he spoke in class. It threw him for a loop. I'm okay. I'm doing better. One of my relatives recently came into my life, and he's been visiting me. Oh, that's good to hear. Sorry I haven't been around recently. No, don't worry about it. I know you've been so busy between exams and your new school. Is it everything you dreamt it would be? There was a pause. Midoriya couldn't help but feel responsible for the blonde's hesitation. He glanced at Hizashi again, who looked guilty about listening in on the conversation. I think so. I haven't been there that long yet. It's different. And what's this? Oh, the old hag asked me to drop this off. One of her shitty dinners or something. Tell her I said thank you. I'd invite you in, but I'm afraid I have guests right now. Would you and your mother be free tomorrow afternoon? We could go for tea. I'll pass on the invite. Bye, Auntie. Goodbye, Katsuki. It wasn't until the door clicked closed that the two finally exhaled. They shared another look, pretending to be deep in conversation when Inko returned, a plate covered in tin foil in her arms. She smiled. Sorry about that. A friend of mine's son was dropping something off. Hizashi waved his hand dramatically. No worries. I was just asking Izuku about his homework. Inko looked in Midoriya's direction, but he avoided her gaze, instead fixing it on his mug, having a sip of his cool tea. He attends UA. Actually, would you happen to know him? Bakugu Katsuki? Midoriya sputtered into his mug, thankfully masking the sound. He smiled awkwardly. Oh, yeah? We're in the same class. Inko nodded to herself, turning into the kitchen to put away the plate. He furrowed his brow, looking down. It was not a weird coincidence that Bakugu knew Inko. Was it a coincidence? Dunno. Hold on. F me. He stood, pacing over to one of the many frames adorning the walls and shelves. He picked up the one that looked the most recent. Red eyes, long black hair. Inko's son. The son he bore a striking resemblance to. Who Bakugu apparently knew. Oh shit. Hizashi looked over the back of the couch at him. Izuku? Are you okay? Midoriya didn't know. He didn't know this boy. But he knew Bakugu. He knew Inko's son must have known Bakugu. They probably went to school together, which would explain the news article he had read, and what Aizawa had told him. He looked like this boy who died. He was in school regularly with Bakugu. Had he triggered the blonde? Or was it bad trauma? He seemed diplomatic towards Inko, if not a bit awkward. Bordering on uncomfortable. In school, though? It was like he lost it completely. Like when he tried to disassemble my atoms. What was it he had said? Bakugu's voice echoed in his head. Do you want me to say? That I'm sorry, that I keep seeing him, that it's my fault? I get enough of that sheet from my therapist. Stay the out of my way and I'll stay out of yours. Bakugu blamed himself for something. Something to do with Akatani Mikumo. The kid who died. That news report had said it was a suicide. What the did? A hand landed on his shoulder. He spun around, meeting big, green eyes. He noticed, idly, that he was still holding the photo. Inko smiled sweetly, gently taking the photo frame from his hands and looking over it herself. Her eyes looked wet when she moved around him to put it back. She gripped his forearms. Izuku, please don't upset yourself. I don't know what you might be thinking, but I don't want anyone to be more upset about what happened. She paused, looking him in the eye for an extended PRD. I could have been better. I know that. But I can't keep wondering about the what-ifs. I can't let it hurt me more. He wouldn't have wanted me to be upset as much as I know he knew it would hurt me. He wouldn't have wanted anyone else to be hurt either. I thought I was lonely for months before you came into my life. And here you are. Midoriya felt his artificial eyes welling up with artificial tears. His vision never clouded anymore. They hadn't in months, no matter how hard he cried. I know you are not my son. I'm not pretending you are. I like having you in my life, Izuku. I've loved talking to you, and learning about you and your new life. I want to have a connection to my family. He rested his head on her shoulder, bending a bit awkwardly because of the height difference. She didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around him. He took a breath. I know it's none of my business, Izuku, but have you thought of seeing a counselor of some kind? I can't begin to fathom the things you've been through, but I think you shouldn't have to deal with it alone. Midoriya could feel Hisashi's eyes on his back. He had overheard some of Hisashi and Aizawa's conversations. He knew they wanted him to talk to someone about everything, especially after his little row with Aizawa over the issue of not being able to talk about Aperture. It's not that he wasn't interested in getting professional help, but the idea terrified him. Would he have to explain exactly what happened? Would they know that he's older than Quirks? Presumably they would have to. He didn't want people to know. It isolated him in a way. He would be seen as separate. Given the opportunity, where would he even start? His issues mostly stem from Aperture, but there were so many things. How could he possibly force another person to imagine what had been done to him? That I'll think about it. She pulled away and gave him a small smile. They didn't stay much longer after that. With a goodbye hug and a promise to visit again soon, they left. The weekend passed by faster than Midoriya was prepared for. He spent his last few hours trying desperately to clear his discovery from the forefront of all his thoughts. He'd spent over an hour listening to Wheatley ramble about something. Rhett hadn't been in a particularly talkative mood. Chonk was a great comfort, but unfortunately she couldn't speak, so Midoriya was stuck listening to his own thoughts. Another thing plaguing his thoughts? His stupid hands were malfunctioning. Nothing overtly wrong, but a lot of delayed reactions. They were slow to shoot portals when he tried, sometimes. Delay was the difference between completing a test and having to start over. He resigned himself to having to live with the occasional F-up, hoping that May could work her magic. He even made it to school extra early that Monday, knowing she would already be there. Sorry, I have no idea what's causing the issue. She tapped her chin with a wrench. Okay, leave it with me. I'll do a quick scan with my newest baby. It can pick up code and internal data. And when I say internal, I mean it literally. Once I have the data, I can run some simple simulations. I'll text you if I figure out what's going wrong. He appreciated her help immensely. So, he thanked her and headed to Class 1A. Nothing wrong with being a bit early. He opened the door quietly, sliding it closed behind him. He was the fourth student in, after Ida, Todoroki and Bakugu, in no particular order. He avoided even glancing in Bakugu's general direction. He walked over to Ida, hoping to distract himself with small talk. Morning, Ida. How was your weekend? Ida brightened, sitting up even straighter. It was splendid, thank you. And how about you? Midoriya smiled as Ida sliced his arms through the air. It was interesting. I visited some family. Ida smiled in a comforting way. If he noticed Midoriya's slight mood, he didn't say anything. He did, however, ask him how he was finding classes. They chatted back and forth for a bit. It was nice. Midoriya liked Ida. He was very no-nonsense. Uraraka and Shinso eventually arrived, followed by the rest of the class. They quickly chimed in on the surface-level conversations. Aizawa slammed the door open, scaring Kaminari enough to make him JRK off of Kirishima's table, where he'd been sitting. Midoriya, along with the rest of the class, were in their seats in an instant. Midoriya focused on Shinsu's quiet breathing behind him, rather than the blonde in front of him. Aizawa cleared his throat, scanning the class once. As you all know, we have the trip later today, but now? Everyone held their breath. You will be selecting a class president. Do it before the end of class, I don't care how you decide. Aizawa hit the floor, asleep, before the class could finish cheering. Kaminari leapt onto Kirishima's desk again. Yeah. A normal activity. People started calling out at random, declaring their capability to be the best choice for class president. Midoriya briefly thought about it, but he kind of had enough. Going on already. Ida shot up, standing dead straight with one arm being held up with him. Classmates, to make the choice as fair as possible, we should organize a vote. The frog girl, Azui, poked her chin with one finger. We haven't been classmates that long. How do we know people won't just vote for themselves? Yaoyorozu spoke up. I see your point, but wouldn't that only further prove that the winner is the best choice? They will have already garnered the trust of enough of the class to vote for them over themselves. With that, she created a small ballot box, and everyone got a slip of paper. Midoriya hesitated. He'd love to vote for Shinso, just to PSS him off, but he scribbled Ida's name. He trusted his friend to do a good job. Once all the ballots had been collected, they were counted, and Ida and Yaoyorozu made fast work of writing the scores on the blackboard. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at the 2 votes he had. He slowly turned to Shinso, who was smirking at him. He narrowed his eyes good-naturedly. The insomniac stuck his tongue out at him. Ida had 4 votes overall, and Yaoyorozu had 3. Ida flushed when he realized he'd been picked. He smiled triumphantly, shaking hands with Yaoyorozu. Aizawa stood up at the bell, looking over the board once. All right, so Ida Tenya will be the class representative, and Yaoyorozu Momo will be the vice. The class filtered out of the room, making their way to the massive lunch hall. Midoriya tried to subtly punch Shinso in the side. The other grinned at him, his dark eye bags making the facial expression distinctly sarcastic-looking. Midoriya rolled his eyes, turning to Ida, who was walking with a prominent spring in his step. Uraraka shared a look with him, smiling. Hey Ida? You seem pretty happy about the vote. The tall boy nodded, sitting at their table. This will provide me with the opportunity to do more for the class. I avidly await the first challenge to overcome. Uraraka looked at him closely for a beat. Ida, are you rich? You talk really fancy. The boy balked. Midoriya stifled his snickers into his lunch. I suppose. I come from a well-known hero family. Ingenium. Midoriya smiled at his friend. It was clear that Ida admired his brother. The green-haired boy had done a little research when they'd met at the entrance exam. He's a great hero. Ida's smile widened. He is. I hope I can live up to him. Shinsu's smile was a tilted thing, but no less sincere than Midoriya's or Uraraka's. I'm sure you will, buddy. Warning. Midoriya flinched. An alarm. Just an alarm. Something he wasn't paying attention. A voice. It sounded nothing like Glados. Calm down, calm down. They got stuck in the mob of students climbing over each other to get out. Midoriya was slammed up against the massive windows, disorienting him. He didn't dare move, leaning as far into the window as he could. He looked out, a commotion catching his eye. News reporters? Hizashi and Aizawa were down there already. Why had the gate not shut on the journalists? He squinted, trying to get a view of the crowd. Movement caught his eye, away from the horde of cameras and microphones. Someone was walking away from the onslaught of people. A black pullover with the hood raised. That was strange. He took a breath, turning and looking out over the mob in the hall. He caught sight of Ida and Uraraka up against the opposite wall, a few meters ahead of him. Ida, Uraraka. He mentally pleaded that they would hear him. Uraraka's eyes snapped onto him. It's the press, not a break-in. Her eyes widened, and she nodded sharply. He saw her patting Ida on the shoulder. She said something to him, and he looked around rapidly. He looked Midoriya in the eye, pointing at the large sign a little ways in front of them. Midoriya caught on to what he needed. He aimed his hand, pleading once more that the portals would react in time. It snapped open, a direct route for Ida. Uraraka slapped his shoulder, and the boy started floating through the portal. Midoriya let it close behind him. Attention, fellow students, there is nothing to worry about. The break-in is merely the media. The crowd slowly stalled, students finally not pushing and shoving past each other. Once the hall had cleared, Uraraka pressed her hands together, letting Ida land in front of them. Shinso approached them, looking a bit rattled. Uraraka smiled. Wow, Ida. You came up with that so quickly. The boy flushed under the praise. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it had the both of you not helped me. Shinso piped up from next to Midoriya. I think you've already earned your new title, Class Prez. Ida seemed ready to burst. Midoriya chuckled and led them back to their lunch table. That had been horrifying. A feminine voice coming from seemingly nowhere with alarms blasting in the background. It was all a little too familiar for him. He sighed, tuning back into the conversation his friends were having. What a day so far. When they were all changed and ready to go, the girls who had requested replacements donning their school tracksuits, they waited together outside for their bus. Ida tried, in vain, to organize a seating arrangement to make the ease of entry as stress-free as possible. Unfortunately for him, the bus had a different layout. Poor Ida. Midoriya pat his back as he mounted the bus. He sat, comfortably tucked in next to Kirishima and Azui. The frog girl turned to him. Midoriya. I say what's on my mind. He raised an eyebrow, smiling. Okay, good to know, Azui. Call me Tsuyu. He blinked before nodding. I can't figure out how your quirk works. It confuses me. His mind stalled. Oh, I don't really know what to say to that. Kirishima smiled. It's super cool. Really powerful and flashy. Mine is cool, yeah, but it's not very good at grabbing the attention. For demonstration, he held out his hand, hardening it up to his forehead. Midoriya watched, transfixed. Wicked. Huh. That is so cool. I don't know who you've been talking to, but wow. How does it work? Kirishima's face brightened. Oh, I can harden pretty much all of my body. It's pretty tough, manly. You know. Midoriya nodded, smiling. Kirishima continued. But if you really want to talk flashy, you've got to think of Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Bakugo. A few people looked his way after mentioning Bakugo. He pretended he didn't notice. No one was brave enough to ask either of them what transpired during the hero versus villain training. He was happy about it. Tsuyu stared forward. Bakugo is too aggressive. I find it hard to believe he'll be popular. The blonde gripped the rails of the seat. The F-dash? You looking for a fight? She looked at Midoriya, pointing a thumb in his direction. See? Midoriya briefly, accidentally met eyes with the blonde. He felt his face morph into some kind of a grimace. Bakugo looked away, huffing. The girl with earphones for ears, Gyre, leaned the other way, sending a look in his direction. Kaminari made a crack at Bakugo, and while he was busy glaring at the yellow blonde, Midoriya dared to look at him again. Really look. He looked tired. He had prominent eye bags, he looked a little pale. He wondered if he and his mother had gone for tea with Inko. The conversation all but cut out as they pulled up to the massive facility. It looked kind of like a stadium, with the rounded roof and large entrance door. Aizawa stood up, stretched out his back, and waved the students to follow him. Midoriya noticed that he was patrolling late at night a lot recently. It was affecting his ability to stay awake during the day. He made a mental note to mention it to Hisashi. Once the class was gathered outside the impressive building, a person in what looked like an astronaut suit emerged from the massive door. Uraraka made a sound of surprise beside him. Whoa, that's 13, the space hero. I love them so much. I should see if they'd be willing to sign my arm. Midoriya chuckled. As they were ushered inside, he felt wrong. He tried to pay attention while 13 and Aizawa explained the rules or whatever it was they were saying. In the back of his mind, he realized that All Might wasn't with them. He started looking around. Something wasn't right. He could feel it. A normal person would write it off as paranoia, but he had gotten used to constantly looking over his shoulder. His intuition hadn't been wrong in years. He felt compelled to listen. He took a step forward, looking down the massive stairs. There was a fountain. The water gushing out from the top stalled for a split second. Something was wrong. Time seemed to be moving in slow motion. He turned to Aizawa, who already had his eyes on him. The man's eyes widened almost unnoticeably. He turned to face the fountain as well. The water stalled once more, before it cut out altogether. Midoriya? Uraraka had 4 fingers on his shoulder, but he couldn't drag his eyes away from the fountain. Aizawa got 13's attention, pointing to the fountain. He already had his phone in his hand, held up to his ear. Midoriya looked back. But purple, yellow eyes. A swirling mass of mist formed in front of the fountain. Aizawa's eyes snapped to him momentarily, before looking back at his phone. Midoriya assumed he couldn't reach whoever he just tried to call. A hand stuck out from the cloud, followed by another hand, dismembered this time. The swirling mist exploded into a massive gateway, 100 people making their way through. He heard Kirishima behind him. What did I ask this part of the training? Aizawa looked panicked. This is not part of it, those are villains. He felt more than saw his classmates react. The mood plummeted. Some cried out in fear. Todoroki walked up next to him, also looking at the forming army. Aizawa commanded Kaminari to try and reach the school, while pulling his goggles from his capture weapon. Time sped up again. He had a hand on Aizawa before he could blink. You can't, your quirk. Your speciality is in sneak attacks, not taking on 100 at once. Aizawa adjusted his goggles, not looking at him. Heroes can't be a one-trick pony. Don't worry about me. Get your class out and get help. Midoriya didn't have time to say anything before the hero leapt into the crowd of killers. He saw his classmates running to the door, but he was stuck in place. Someone, he assumed it was Todoroki, pulled him by the hood of his jumper. I'm afraid I can't let you leave just yet. A deep, smooth voice came from nowhere. The same purple mist formed in front of them. I have been instructed to keep you here. Like hell you will. Bakugo and Kirishima leapt forward, both lashing out at the swirling cloud. They passed through at him? Harmlessly. A nice attempt, albeit in vain. I'm afraid I must spread and scatter you now, farewell. Midoriya's gut twisted. The mist snapped outward, attempting to engulf all of them. He latched onto the first thing he could reach, and he was falling. Falling. He heard himself screaming. Everything was black, but he kept his grip strong. Suddenly, he could see. Everything got brighter. He was falling from a height, presumably the height of the ceiling. He was clinging to Todoroki's sleeve. The other didn't seem bothered, but then again, he was probably preoccupied. Hey! Todoroki, grab onto me. The split boy looked at him, clearly confused. Just trust me. I can get us down safely. Todoroki looked around, almost begging something else to help him instead. He closed his eyes, latching a hand onto Midoriya. He grabbed onto the half-and-half boy, holding him bridal style. Midoriya pretended not to notice the disdainful look the other threw him. The ground rushed to meet them. Midoriya landed flat on his legs. Todoroki flinched, as if expecting to slam into the floor of the landslide zone. His boots canceled out the force. Todoroki slowly opened his eyes, looking at the ground, and then Midoriya. He pushed himself out of the other's hold, standing upright. They looked around back to back. People in ridiculous outfits started to surround them. Midoriya looked over his shoulder at the split boy, who was glaring menacingly at the new arrivals. Midoriya. Yeah. Don't move. Todoroki slammed his foot into the ground. Massive plains of ice burst out in every direction. He stood as still as possible, watching the ice swerve around the two of them. Within seconds, everyone in sight was encased in glistening ice. Midoriya felt a tug in his gut. He spun around, slamming his foot into the nether regions of the guy who just tried to beat Todoroki over the head. He howled in pain, dropping his staff and keeling over. Todoroki raised an eyebrow at him. What? Thank you. Midoriya smiled, glancing over the icy wasteland. Not a bother. Let's see what these pricks have to say for themselves. Tell us what you know, or I can guarantee you'll regret it. Why did you break into UA? Midoriya raised an eyebrow at Todoroki's tone. The dual-colored teen had his right hand poised in front of one of their attackers, icy vapor promising pain. The frozen man glared with all the intimidation of a puppy in a raincoat. Like hell I'd tell you too, I'd rather freeze. Todoroki's eyes darkened. You'll start to lose feeling in your feet within the next 3 minutes. After that, your skin will be beyond recovery as your organs start to shut down. Your blood will crystallize in your veins, but by then you won't feel cold. You'll be burning. Midoriya inwardly cringed at the notion. The thing to hell. The icicle man shrunk. It was pitiful and hilarious. Fine. We're here to kill All Might. Todoroki's face didn't change, but Midoriya noticed the slight shift in temperature. He was caught off guard. He stepped around the taller boy, glaring down at the intruder. He let his eyes glow just enough to be unsettling. And how, pray tell, do you plan to do that, especially considering the fact that he isn't, here? I don't know. Todoroki let the temperature of the air drop further. A warning. No, I swear. I have no idea. Your word means nothing to us. Explain. The weird guy with the hand, he said he was going to take down All Might, and that he needed backup. He never said what he was actually going to do. All I know is the BSD kept going on about a cheat code, or some creepy sheet like that. He called it a Nomu, that's all I can say for certain. Midoriya put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. He's telling the truth, we should keep moving. Brushing his hand off, Todoroki turned away in the other direction. The green-haired boy turned back to the meek criminal. His jaw was starting to chatter. If you know what's good for you, you won't try to get out of that ice. He went to catch up, following the direction the other boy went without waiting for a response. Todoroki stopped as they neared the plaza, dead center in the U.S. What? Why'd we stop? He was grabbed by the wrist, shoved down behind a series of boulders. Todoroki held a finger to his lips, before pointing into the plaza. Midoriya followed his finger. There was a thing. Big hulking being. Brain exposed, rippling muscles. Standing at least 7 feet tall. Its dead-eyed stare bore into them. Looking but not seeing. Is that normal? Oh my offend, that can't be a person. I've seen some weird quirks, but that isn't natural. Todoroki nodded in silent agreement. It's not seeing us. He nodded again, more frantically. What do we do? Midoriya shrugged, looking around. Aizawa was fighting off the whole mob at once. It would be really impressive if their lives weren't in danger. He looked in the directions of the other zones, only seeing the occasional movement of bodies. He hoped they were his class and not whoever thought it was a good idea to attack a bunch of 15-year-olds. His eyes snapped over to the ringleaders off to the side, next to the Nomu. The dark purple and black mist guy was standing hovering beside a light-haired man with a literal severed hand on his face. Shigaraki Tamura, 13, is incapacitated. 1 escaped. We should leave before the pros arrive. All Might isn't here and the mission is compromised. The hand man growled. If you weren't my escape route, I would kill you right now. You're as useless as the rest of these pawns, Kurogyri. Midoriya had to be impressed by the sheer ridiculousness of his new life. Laughing would be completely inappropriate, but he was mildly hysterical at that point. It's like something straight out of a movie. Todoroki looked at him in confusion. He pointed to the hand guy. I assume that's a human hand. Wild. The dual boy paled, lowering his eyebrows. Speak of the devil. The light-haired man lunged forward at speeds Midoriya did not at all expect. Directly towards Aizawa. He instinctively shifted forward, but Todoroki seized his upper arm in a bruising grip. He glared at the taller boy. Let go of me. Todoroki's grip remained tight around his bicep. He had to watch as the guy, Shigaraki, gripped Aizawa's elbow. The hero froze. What? Midoriya felt Todoroki tense beside him as they watched their teacher's skin gray and crack, revealing the bloodied muscle beneath. His hand flew up to his mouth as he suppressed the urge to vomit. He tugged his arm from the other's grip, but didn't move forward. We have to do something. Eraserhead's quirk isn't suited to big groups and he just got blitzed by a FING touch. Come on, let's move before that thing decides it wants to join in. Todoroki hesitated. Midoriya had never seen him hesitate. He's a pro hero, he can take care of himself. We should avoid running into this blind. That was the only way Midoriya knew. The only way he could. The tests were unpredictable. One couldn't wait around and ponder, you had to act. He had been hurt more times than he could count, but he still finished the tests. He got through them by sheer spite alone. He didn't need to plan, he needed. I'm not the final boss, Eraserhead. And you. The dark, hulking thing moved, vanished before he could blink. Aizawa's head made a sickening, wet crunching sound as it collided with the ground. Midoriya froze. He watched Shigaraki lean closer to his teacher, his guardian. His friend. Todoroki had to grab him by the middle to stop him from running in. He was thrashing wildly to escape his grasp. "Stop it, they'll kill you. Get down." Shigaraki said something. Midoriya couldn't hear him over the blood coursing through his ears, but Todoroki went cold next to him, his movements stalling for a split second. That's all Midoriya needed. He scrambled forward, throwing himself into a roll as he landed, sprinting as fast as his artificial feet would carry him. Shigaraki was approaching him as well, hand outstretched. Things began moving slowly. Midoriya ducked and rolled out of the man's path, springing up and kneeing him in the stomach as he turned. Shigaraki heaved, but he was already moving to Aizawa. The thing slammed the pro's head into the ground again, almost mocking him. He didn't know what to do. Shigaraki said something again, more angry this time. "Nomu, kill this NPC." The Nomu's head snapped to him, its toothy beak looking like a smile. He kept running. It let Aizawa go, his body falling in a heap, and stood to its full height, staring him down. Midoriya knew it was fast. He didn't know how fast, but he knew it was faster than him. Running wouldn't work, he had to act. Aizawa wasn't moving. He leapt back, its fist passing within a hair's breadth of him. He caught his balance as it pulled its massive hand from the concrete. That would have killed me. That was he breathing? The thought could have made him collapse, but he glared. What if he was? Maybe he should have made a plan. It tugged at its hand again. The ground around it cracked. He looked to Shigaraki on his left. He was standing by the fountain, a hand on his stomach. Midoriya had a bad plan. One that would probably get him killed. Probably. He started toward Shigaraki at speeds he didn't know he possessed. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed at him, and his mist shifted, awaiting his next move. Thankfully, Midoriya didn't have to think around the only other teleporter. Bakugo and Kirishima appeared from the earthquake zone. The blonde blasted Kurogiri, holding him down with one hand. A fist closed around his arm, stopping him in his tracks. He went cold. He was tugged, facing back at the Nomu. It raised its other arm to strike him. He braced for impact when the temperature dropped. He opened one eye to see the Nomu's arm, poised to strike, coated in ice. He didn't have time to thank the bicolored boy. Instead, he grinned like a maniac, an indescribable look in his eyes. He twisted out of its grip and advanced toward Shigaraki. He was only a few feet away, he was so close. He heard a crack. A squelch. Turned. A massive, hulking and frozen arm fell to the ground. He watched in horror as its flesh wound around itself, as veins threaded together and muscle wrapped and wrapped and wrapped. Skin, good as new, formed over the arm. A whole new arm. In less than 10 seconds. What the F dash dot? Shigaraki laughed, hoarse, behind him. Like my toy? Regeneration is such a useful skill. So, do you want to try and trump my cheat code? The Nomu was staring at him again. The lack of emotion was chilling Midoriya to his core. Finish him. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding another punch, but this time, it didn't pause to let him catch him balance. It pushed forward and forced him back and back. He leapt up, letting a punch meet the sole of his long fall boot. The instant cancellation of the impact gave him a second to find his footing. If it was possible, the Nomu looked confused as to how he was still standing. From the sound that Shigaraki made, it wasn't the only one. What? This NPC is cheating. Nomu, kill him. Midoriya watched him over his shoulder as he cried out. He was close enough. He jumped up, landing on the next fist to fly his way. He sprung off of it and landed neatly behind Shigaraki. Without a thought, he kicked him forward. The Nomu's next attack stalled as its commander fell onto it. Shigaraki let out an animalistic scream. First, all might doesn't show, then my precious toy can't kill you, and that stupid hero wannabe over there has my escape route. You know what? Maybe if I pick off one or two of his oh-so-special kids, your symbol of peace will finally show. Shigaraki reached for him, both hands outstretched. He made to move back. The FING fountain. From then on, Midoriya Izuku decided that he FING despised fountains. Never saw a single fountain in Aperture, and he was almost thankful for it. He hates pointless, goddamn fountains. He fell back, bending at the knee. He couldn't grip anything to right himself. He was FING vulnerable, and this guy would kill him, and that would be it. A bang! Midoriya landed but first in the fountain. Everyone stopped. Shigaraki, without moving his hands, looked over his shoulder. The figure of All Might appeared from the smoke, gripping the blazer of his ridiculous yellow suit. He wasn't smiling. Shigaraki grinned from under the hand. Midoriya wanted to knock his teeth out. Do not fear, students. He stepped forward, the sound echoing around the whole facility. For I am here. Nomu, back to the original plan. Get me Kurogyri. It vanished from sight again, this time appearing in front of Bakugo, who was still holding down Kurogyri. His eyes widened. He flinched backwards, aiming a gauntlet hand. And he was gone in a flash of yellow. Midoriya had the wind knocked out of him, and then he was sitting beside Aizawa, Kirishima and Bakugo a good 20 meters from where he had just been. Todoroki was sprinting over from his hiding spot, skidding to a halt next them. Bakugo assumed a fighting stance, followed shortly by Kirishima. Midoriya knelt with Aizawa, cradling him as gently as he could. He looked back at All Might. Shigaraki had a look of pure, unadulterated glee on his face as he stood across from the #1 hero. He's either really confident in his creature, or he has a death wish. Kurogyri was floating menacingly, his yellow, glowing eyes narrowed as he glared. The Nomu stood, an empty husk, staring dead-eyed at the far wall, as if it hadn't moved since it got here. As if it hadn't tried to kill him already. As if it hadn't ripped off its own arm and watched as it grew back from nothing. Come on, All Might. Shigaraki looked like a lunatic, laughing to himself and presumably patting his own back for this operation. Nomu, kill him. And they were off, both clashing in a resounding boom as their fists met. It didn't flinch. Kirishima did. Did that thing just deflect All Might's entire attack? Midoriya held his unconscious carer closer to his chest. All Might seemed a little shocked himself. He let out a hearty laugh, despite the circumstances, and continued throwing and dodging punches at alarming speeds. Their momentum was blasting gusts of wind in all directions, and Midoriya found himself huddling closer to the ground to avoid being blown away. All Might caught the Nomu around the waist midair and slammed it into the ground. Midoriya saw Kurogyri blink out of sight for a split second. A portal ripped itself open under the brawling superpowers, and in the span of 1 second, All Might lost the upper hand. The Nomu's arm emerged from another portal, gripping the hero's side. Blood. Midoriya had seldom seen heroes bleed, but seeing All Might, the symbol of peace, #1 hero extraordinaire, bleed snapped him back into the moment like a RBB band. He was aware of his mentor, bleeding and definitely concussed, if only that, in his arms. He was aware of the temperature as it dropped, ice tearing up the ground as it wrapped around the Nomu. He was aware of Bakugo and Kirishima shouting, begging All Might to win. He was aware of Todoroki kneeling next to him, applying a thin layer of ice to Aizawa's injured head, far more gently than Midoriya had expected. He was aware of All Might, who just got to witness the Nomu's horrific ability to regrow limbs. Strength and regrowth? What kind of quirk do you even have? All Might was angry, and Midoriya realized that the blonde didn't know that the Nomu wasn't human. Or if it was, it hadn't been in a long time. Don't bother talking to my cheat code, it can't respond anymore. Midoriya was aware that he really wanted to knock Shigaraki's teeth out. Super strength, super speed, shock absorption and super healing. My Nomu was created just for you, just to beat you. Shock absorption, huh? Not shock nullification. That means all I have to do is overwhelm that quirk. They were throwing punches faster than the eye could see, or ever hope to follow. They were hit, very suddenly, with an insane amount of wind. It was almost too much to bear, but with an injured but breathing Aizawa in his arms and Todoroki creating a blockade of ice, he soldiered on. The ground around the two brawling bruisers split with the shock of their strength. They were meeting strength with strength, fire with fire. Midoriya was starting to worry that they'd reached a stalemate. An impasse. A juxtaposition, if you will. But then, All Might was moving a fraction faster than his adversary. His punches landing rather than being blocked. The Nomu wasn't able to keep up. The number one rained down a storm of attacks relentlessly, never once stopping. Even when it was clear he was being tired out. Even when Midoriya could have sworn he saw the man spitting blood. You put up a worthy fight, but... All Might planted his feet. You forgot one thing, heroes will always surpass their own limits. He pulled his fist back, readying for one final, almighty punch. Yue's motto, I'm sure you've heard it. Go beyond. He landed a bone-snapping uppercut right to the Noma's jaw. Plus ultra. It soared upwards, bent in half at the waist. It flew and flew, up and up until it smashed through the uppermost ceiling of the facility. Only it didn't stop there. It split the clouds around it, until it was completely out of sight. The blasts of wind died down, and Midoriya looked at All Might again. He appeared from a cloud of smoke once more. He stood, his shirt bloodied and torn, his lips stained rouge with his own blood. He held a fist to his chest, triumphant, before turning back to Shigaraki and Kurogiri. So, who's next? Shigaraki looked like he was fit to have an aneurysm. Kurogiri wasn't responding. No. The handyman was working himself into a bigger panic. First, you don't show. Next, my unbeatable pawn isn't able to kill a single student, and then you FANG ruined my fun by blasting it to Kingdom Come. Midoriya's eyes were on All Might's back. He was still smoking. The steam was rolling off him in coils. Why was he still smoking? But I'll make this whole stupid thing worth it. Midoriya knew what was about to happen. I'll do what I came here to do. Midoriya carefully dumped Aizawa in Todoroki's arms, and was on his feet in a second, sprinting towards All Might and Shigaraki. I'm going to kill you. Shigaraki practically dived for All Might as Midoriya ignored the screams of his classmates behind him. All Might hadn't moved yet. Midoriya knew he wasn't one for drawing out fights if he could avoid it. He must be getting weaker. He ran, and in an instant he was beside All Might, and Shigaraki was reaching for him and he realized he had no plan. He aimed a kick for the other's arm, hoping to deflect the attack, but purple, swirling gas proved that as pointless. His leg breezed through, coming out off somewhere to the left. Shigaraki was practically on top of them and Midoriya was unbalanced and All Might wasn't moving yet and a gunshot. Shigaraki screamed and clutched his hand to his chest. 2 more bullets followed, lodging in his shoulder and thigh, before Kurogiri teleported them both out. Midoriya landed on his butt, breathing with fire in his lungs. He looked to the entrance of the USJ. A hero with a literal gun, snipe he thinks, was still aimed to fire. It was standing proud, chest puffed up as pro-heroes bustled. In after him. Midoriya watched Shinso and Kaminari be brought in from the flood zone. He watched Uraraka smiling with relief, and Todoroki handing Aizawa over to Hisashi. He saw All Might cough blood. The smoke was rolling off him tenfold. Whoa, are you okay? I'm like 60% sure they brought Recovery Girl, so I can go find her or something. The blonde hunched over, coughing and coughing. It was wet and pained and it made Midoriya cringe. He was reminded, briefly, of his own health taking a turn in Aperture. Almost everything in Aperture could give you upwards of 8 deadly diseases, be it from the radioactivity of the tech to the lead in the air and walls. He'd been sick, and Glados hadn't understood. She kept testing him, kept him awake for far longer than what was needed, because she didn't understand. She'd finally let up when he collapsed one day, out of the blue. He had felt like he was dying. Aches, pains, unbearable tightness in his chest. He still thinks he had a heart attack or something. Glados never said anything about it afterwards. Considering how often she used his failures as insults, it was unsettling. He had woken up in the pod he was kept in, before he was upgraded to a bed. His chest constricted at the memory. He tuned back into the moment. I'm fine, my boy. You should check in with your friends. Midoriya blanched. No, I can't leave you like this. You can barely stand by yourself. Young Midoriya, please. He broke into another coughing fit, still smoking. Please, I will be fine, just get going. He didn't want to leave him like that. But he took a step backwards and another. Okay, but I'm sending Recovery Girl your way. He got a thumbs up, and he was sprinting back towards the entrance. Midoriya. Bro, are you okay? That was crazy. Kirishima was just, presumably, running to where he had been. When they caught up with each other, Midoriya gripped the redhead's arms for balance. Whoa, take a second. That was really intense. Are you doing okay? I think so? I need to see Aizawa. Is he okay? Kirishima pulled one of his arms around his own shoulders, letting Midoriya lean on him for balance as they walked back to the entrance. Last I saw, Present Mike took him to an ambulance out front. I think they've left already. Todoroki seemed shaken, in his own weird way. You might want to check up on him, dude bro. Midoriya nodded, all the energy draining from him at once. He slumped further against Kirishima as they walked. Midoriya, are you okay? Shinso ran to meet them, Kaminari in tow. I'm okay, just exhausted. What about you? I saw you were on the boat. Midoriya didn't comment, but with the blood running from Shinso's nose and Kaminari standing guiltily beside him, he pieced together that Shinso may have been using his quirk for way longer than he should have on more people than he was used to. I'm fine, just need a quick power coma and I'll be good as new. Midoriya, despite his maddening drowsiness and headache, snorted. The four exited the unforeseen simulation joint and he took a deep breath of fresh air, taking in the blue sky and bright sun, as if they all weren't just in danger of losing their lives. Midoriya was seen to by a faceless paramedic, but given his lack of injuries the most they could do was give him a drink rich in electrolytes and a shock blanket. He was sitting with Uraraka, Ida and Tsuyu in silence, none of them knowing what to say. He caught a glimpse of Todoroki, talking to some detective or another. They made eye contact. I'll be back in a minute. He followed Todoroki, who led him away from the commotion outside the facility. They stared at each other. And stared. Midoriya wasn't going to start the conversation first, and given the look Todoroki was giving him, it wasn't a pleasant conversation coming. Finally, Todoroki broke the silence. That was incredibly stupid of you. Midoriya rolled his eyes. You could have died. So? Todoroki faltered. What? I said, so? I knew the risk when I ran in there. I stopped that thing from killing our teacher. You helped me. You helped All Might. Why bother waste time with what-ifs? His voice was as flat as he felt. He felt like he'd been scraped raw. His throat was burning. He was tired. He wanted to go home. Todoroki stared at him for another second. You did save him. And you helped All Might. I'm not denying that. You should have cared more about your own safety. Your disregard of self-preservation is alarming. Midoriya wrapped the blanket closer around himself. Is that all you wanted to talk about? I was worried about you, but if you're only going to give me grief dash. Todoroki reached out like he was going to grab him, but the movement was aborted and he gave up halfway through, letting his hand drop to his side. You were worried for me? Midoriya stared at him. You looked scared and I wanted to help. I'm sorry if my actions caught you off guard. Todoroki nodded once. I'm not sure what to make of you, Midoriya. You don't fit my initial impression of you in the slightest. Midoriya snorted. Thanks. Come on, let's go sit with the others. Todoroki looked like he wanted to disagree, but one sharp eye from Midoriya later, he was walking shoulder to shoulder with him. And so they sat, along with the rest of their classmates, in a circle on the road. Who could have possibly guessed the day would go the way it had? Midoriya? He tilted his head to Todoroki, whose voice broke the timid silence that fell over the group sitting on the cold, unforgiving pavement. I couldn't help but notice that you didn't use any of your portals during the fight. Why didn't you teleport out of the confrontation with the Nomu? Shinso settled beside him, watching Todoroki closely. Well, that it's kind of hard to explain. That got the group's attention. Midoriya knew he wasn't ready to spill the whole truth, but maybe he could start with a bit of it. Ida finished his carton of orange juice and sat up straight. Midoriya, Please know that you aren't required to tell us anything that makes you uncomfortable. Uraraka threw him a tired smile. Yeah. We're here for you whenever you're ready. The boy smiled to himself, sighing. My portal guns, or just .my hands I guess, haven't been working properly for a few days. Since the heroes and villains training, actually. Eyebrows were thrown up. Surprise evident on most faces. Todoroki remained deadpan. Kaminari shocked me and I passed out. I think he did something to my circuits. It's nothing fatal or life-changing, I can still use them, but on occasion they will malfunction. It's unpredictable and it's irritating, but I have spoken to a support student. She's been looking into it for me. Shinso laid a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya hadn't taken him for the physically affectionate type. So you put a finger on her chin. Yeah, Karo, it makes sense that you wouldn't risk it. You didn't tell anyone else. Todoroki looked away. You should have told me that in the landslide zone. I didn't know you were fighting with reduced power. That makes your actions even more dangerous. Midoriya pursed his lips. It's not like it would have made a difference. I can't use portals on surfaces unless they contain some amount of basalt. It's an annoying design choice, but what exactly can I do about it? Ida leaned back minutely. Basalt. Of course, the central plaza was entirely soil and earth. The only form of basalt I can think of is concrete. The fountain? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. It has to be a certain size, one I have no control over. The taller boy nodded to himself, scratching his chin. His helmet was sitting off to one side. Uraraka cleared her throat. Annoying design choice? That's a funny way to put it. My quirk makes me really sick if I use it too much, but I'd call that more of a limitation or a drawback than design choice. You sure are interesting, huh? Midoriya wasn't expecting that. He didn't think his phrasing was weird. Was it? I'm going to have to be more careful, unless I want to deal with every possible question under the sun. He laughed it off. Shinso nudged him. I don't understand why you didn't tell your buddy over there that your quirk isn't working. You could have been overpowered easily without your portals and stuff. The green-haired boy pondered the sentiment briefly. Had it mattered in the end? Not really, but it could have ended a lot worse. I know I told Todoroki not to focus on the what-ifs, but I need to plan ahead. This isn't the same as the facility. This isn't a simulation designed to further science. This isn't a test. I need to think now. I didn't think. It's not like me, but the consequences didn't compute in my head. It could have gotten me killed. I'll be more careful. Shinso smacked his back. None of that, we're out, we're safe. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Midoriya threw him a half smile. Recovery girl? Is there any chance I could see him now? The old hero pitied him. The look on her face. The slight downturn of the corners of her mouth. It made him feel like a child, and he didn't appreciate it. I'm sorry, Sonny, but he hasn't woken up yet. You know he needs all the energy he can get if I'm to use my quirk. Yamada should be here soon, you can wait with him. He sighed and fell back into his chair. He pulled out his phone, ignoring all messages except for Inko's. After sending a quick response, he resolved to visit her as soon as he could. Izuku. Sorry, little listener, the detective had me answering more questions than I knew what to do with. Any news on Shoyuda? Present Mike landed on the seat beside him, patting him on the shoulder. He smiled reassuringly. Recovery girl finished operating on him around an hour ago. He hasn't woken up yet, but she said that it's good he's getting rest. Can we go in? No. Sorry. She told me to wait for you here. He clapped his back once before pushing the boy's bangs out of his eyes. Izuku, do you want to talk about it? He looked away, towards the door again. No time like the present. It was horrific. They had a teleporter that separated us into the zones. Todoroki and I were together in the landslide zone. Hizashi nodded gently, encouraging him. We were attacked, but they weren't very skilled fighters. I'd guess pawns at best. One of them told us the main guy had a beast. A cheat code. When we reached the plaza, I saw Aizawa fighting off a mob by himself. The blonde gave him a waning smile. The main guy shredded his elbow, his quirk, I'd guess. The skin just disintegrated. The beast, it was terrifying. It moved faster than I could follow. Beat Aizawa into the ground. I just hope he was knocked out. That I'd hate it if he was fully conscious that whole time. Midoriya was pulled into a side hug. He leaned into it, sighing shakily. Present my costume or no, the man gave great hugs. Anything else? The details have escaped me. Midoriya snorted into his shoulder. I kinda lost it. Ran in without a second thought. The main guy, Shigaraki, had the beast go after me. Looking back, I guess instincts took over, because I have no idea how I managed to avoid being crushed. Hisashi hadn't known that detail. He didn't outwardly react. Shigaraki tried using his quirk on me. I was dodging as much as possible, but that DMN fountain. I fell. I made a stupid mistake and it could have cost me my life. If All Might hadn't arrived, Hisashi, I'm so sorry. Midoriya reached around the man, turning the half hug into a proper one. Present Mike rested his chin on the boy's fluffy hair. The door opened. He woke up. He demanded I allow you both in. Please make it quick, he needs to sleep. They were on their feet in seconds, rushing to Eraser's side. He was bandaged practically from head to toe. He breathed out softly in relief at the sight of a bandageless kid. Mick's hands hovered over him awkwardly. You can touch him, just don't aggravate any injuries please. The blonde gently wrapped his arms around his husband. Midoriya felt like he was intruding on their moment. He averted his eyes. Aizawa's gruff voice startled him. Kid, come here. Are you okay? Midoriya rounded his bed, lowering himself onto the edge as softly as possible. I'm fine. Not really okay, but I could ask you the same. How are you under that mound of gauze? Aizawa's face was mostly obscured by bandages and Hisashi's long hair, but the look in his eyes put Midoriya at ease. Is the class okay? Bumps and bruises. More shaken mentally than anything else. The living mummy nodded once. His eyes flickered to the blonde above him. Aizawa, you didn't answer my question. Are you okay? I'm a pro hero, Midoriya. I'm trained for these scenarios. The boy furrowed his brow, looking away. That's not an answer. Hisashi nudged the man. He rolled his eyes. I'm in some pain, nothing I can't handle, so don't worry about it. Can't handle? You shouldn't have to handle it. I know you're a pro, but damn it, All Might was supposed to be there. 13 was there. There were 20 fresh-faced newbies. We don't have any experience in dealing with criminals. I don't have any experience in dealing with people. That shouldn't have happened. Hisashi and Aizawa shared a look. Kid, take a breath. It's fine. All Might was preoccupied saving people and overshot his timetable. 13 is a rescue hero, but they know what they're doing. You're news. You're students, yes. But you're all training to be heroes. You're going to have to fight villains and it's not going to be easy. Midoriya stood up, pacing in frustration. I know that I will have to fight, but that isn't supposed to be for another 3 years. I have learned nothing yet. None of us have. Your classmates will have to adjust to their new lifestyle. You all have a lot to learn. Forming emotional attachments this early on is irrational. Irrational? You're their teacher. You're supposed to be there for them. And me. They need me to teach them what will keep them alive when they graduate, Midoriya. I don't see how I could have such an impact on you all. I've had plenty of classes before and this has never been an issue. Because you mean something to them. They care about you and you're completely overlooking their feelings. How do you think they'd react if their teacher died? How can you be so nonchalant? The boy distantly realized he was basically giving his carer an earful on the exact topic Todoroki gave him earlier that day. Aizawa didn't respond. Midoriya felt himself go cold. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated and I'm taking it out on you. I'll leave you to it, Hisashi. He made to leave the room. Izuku dash. I'm fine. I'll be outside. He let the door close behind him. Midoriya? Detective Tsukachi, I helped Aizawa with your case? Midoriya looked up from the waiting room seats. It was only a few chairs, the same as their classrooms, lined up along the wall leading to Recovery Girl's office. Tsukachi, yeah, I remember you. It's good to see you again. What can I do for you? The man sat a seat down from him. pulled out a notebook, a voice recorder, and his laptop. I've been tasked with getting the student testimonies. If you're feeling up to it, do you mind if I ask a few questions? Midoriya sank into his seat. Might as well get comfortable. Go ahead, I'll answer as best as I can. Perfect, thank you. Firstly, can you describe what happened when you arrived at the unforeseen simulation joint? Midoriya glanced at the voice recorder. Well, when we walked in, 13 and AI Eraserhead started going over something. To be honest, I'm not really sure what they said, I was distracted. You are aware of my circumstances, my intuition rarely fails me. I just wasn't sure what to be on the lookout for. Tsukachi gave him an encouraging nod. A black and purple mist materialized out of nowhere, and I'd say a few hundred people appeared from it. The main guy, he was called Shigaraki Tamura by Kurogyari, the mist man, had a beast with him. The gnome. It was horrifying, it could move faster than the eye could see and went toe-to-toe with all might longer than anyone else I've seen. Tsukachi paused in his writing. Some of your classmates reported that you fought off this creature. Is that true? Midoriya looked away from the detective's intense stare. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The Nomu had beaten down Eraserhead. I moved without thinking, and I ended up in a confrontation with the main guy and his superpowered pawn. I was mostly dodging, I barely did anything. Except maybe buy all might enough time to arrive. Tsukachi rested his hands on his briefcase. Midoriya, that was incredibly brave of you to run in like you did to save your teacher. And you sustained no injuries. Midoriya snorted. Mental maybe. But I'm fine. Fine. He couldn't decipher the look the detective threw his way. Either way, he didn't want to look any further. He didn't want the detective to look any further. Can you tell me anything you found out about the villains that attacked your class? Well, most of them struck me as unskilled or cannon fodder. Todoroki and I were dropped in the landslide zone, and between the two of us kids, not one of the 30-odd intruders there laid a finger on us. Their main motivation seemed to be ending All Might, but they acted as more of a distraction than anything else. Tsukachi's pen ripped across the page of his notebook. It was strange, the leader threw a hissy fit when All Might didn't show, and yet the attack felt so coordinated. They knew when we would be there, and they knew All Might was supposed to be assisting the rescue training. They knew to scatter us because, even though we're untrained, it would be a nightmare to fight 20 students who managed to get into the UA hero course. They even knew who Eraserhead was. Tsukachi didn't look up from his notebook. It makes me wonder if an official document of some kind was leaked. Or stolen. Midoriya scratched his neck. Anyway, Shigaraki was the one giving orders, but I find it hard to believe he orchestrated that whole thing by himself. He also had some kind of disintegration power. Aizawa's elbow crumbled when he held it. Touch activated maybe. Kurogyari was the teleporter. He was way more in control than Shigaraki, but he went along with everything the others said. As for the Nomu? I honestly don't know. It didn't react when it saw Todoroki and me, but it attacked me when Shigaraki told it to. I assume it doesn't have conscious thought, but I could be wrong. Tsukachi finished his scribbling and shut his notebook with a flick. Anything else you'd like to say on record? No. Alright, thank you Midoriya. This information will help us immensely. Of course. Tsukachi clicked the voice recorder off. He looked at the door to Recovery Girl's office. So, how's Aizawa doing? Midoriya looked down at his feet. He's fine. Just as stubborn as ever. He'll probably be in a cast for a few weeks though. The detective nodded one last time, before making his exit. Midoriya followed him with his eyes. When the man turned a corner, he pulled out his phone. He responded to Shinso and Uraraka's messages, the same general questions. He sighed. His phone buzzed in his hands. Before he could think about it, he hit call. Holding the phone to his ear, he realized that it was probably a stupid idea. She was probably busy. Only enough time to shoot a message. He shut his eyes, squeezing his phone tighter. Hello? Are you okay, Izuku? He sniffed once, breathing deeply. I think so. Can you talk? I think I need a distraction. She chuckled lightly. Midoriya could feel himself brightening up. Of course. I can tell you all about my day. I had a half day at work, so I went over to an old friend of mine's. Midoriya lingered on her every word. He hummed every few minutes to let her know he was listening. Her voice was so familiar, so comforting. He wanted to be near her, just to feel the ring of light that seemed to follow her everywhere. Midoriya Izuku had lost the light of her life, and yet she still brought so much light to others. He raised a faux finger to his eye, wiping away tears that never clouded his vision. The white of the hall was suddenly uncomfortably familiar. The plain, plastic seats and the plain, white doors. So clean, pristine. It was suffocating. Midoriya lifted himself up from the now unbearable chair, tripping over himself to reach the exit. Once his feet landed on the paved paths just outside the school doors, he realized that Izuku was still talking. Izuku? Sorry to cut you off, can I come over? I really don't want to be at school right now. She stalled in the middle of her sentence. Oh, of course, come right over. Do you want me to call Aizawa or Yamada? No, I'll tell them. Thank you. Midoriya could picture her soft smile. It's absolutely fine. I'll see you soon. Midoriya hung up the phone, only hesitating for a second before sending a text to Hisashi about where he was going. A short walk and a train ride away, he was standing at Inko's doorstep. Midoriya knew it was rude of him to intrude on her evening like he was, but he has nowhere else to turn. He knocked thrice in succession. The gentle patter of steps reached his ears before the door was opened. There she stood, going about her day perfectly normally. Midoriya envied it. Come in. Can I get you something to drink? No, thank you. I'm fine. He'd been saying that a lot. She sat across from him, giving him a quick once-over. Is everything okay? He crumbled, folding over on himself. He distantly heard her cry out some exclamation. He was shaking with the force of his sobs. It was like a RBB band being pulled and pulled and pulled until it just snaps. He felt her tentatively wrap him up in a blanket and a hug, gently cradling the back of his head. He leaned into her shoulder, idly feeling guilty about the growing wet patch on her cardigan. Deep breaths. Can you try to follow my breathing? In and out, nice and slowly. I'm here, you can tell me whatever you'd like to. Once he could finally breathe normally again, he picked himself up and sat back on her couch. She didn't move from her seat beside him. I'm sorry. My class was attacked today. I doubt it's made the news yet. We were off campus, but Aizawa was there, 13 was there. But there were so many of them and they hurt him, but he doesn't care. The look on her face immediately made him feel even worse about dumping his emotional baggage on her. She grabbed him by the shoulders, pulling him into another hug. I'm so sorry that happened to you. What's going on with Aizawa? That sounds unlike him. Midoriya sighed. I don't know that he's always going on about rationality and all that, but he's so stubborn and I don't know, he got really hurt today and he brushed me off for being concerned. She patted his hair, nodding. I see, and do you know why he acted the way he did? Midoriya scoffed. No, he hardly ever talks about himself. I asked him if he was okay and he ignored the question. And the last time we had a row, it was Hisashi that had to clue me into the fact that he's been through a lot. Maybe you should talk to him? I know he's closed off, but he probably has a reason to be. He cares about you, Izuku. I find it hard to believe that he's acting without good reason, and while that doesn't make it okay, it might clear a few things up for you. Midoriya nodded into her shoulder. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to unload all my shit on you. He blanched when he thought over his words. She only giggled. I don't mind, I'm grateful you trust me with this. He looked at her for a moment. Izuku? I think I need to talk to someone. She raised her eyebrows. Oh. Like, a professional. I promised you I'd think about it and I think. It couldn't hurt anyway. She smiled softly at him. Would you like me to recommend people? I meet a lot of counselors as a nurse. He thought it over. Yeah. I'd like that. They stayed chatting for some time, only disrupted by a call from Hisashi. After a few hours, Midoriya decided he was probably overstaying his welcome. They said their goodbyes and exchanged a short hug. Midoriya shut the door behind him, turning to leave. He took a single step before realized there was another person there. He looked up from his sneakers, making immediate eye contact with Bakugo Katsuki. Oh shit. The blonde eyed him warily. The F are you doing here? Midoriya's brain stalled. I don't know Inko. Bakugo's glare got so much more intense. I fucking guessed that, dums. How do you know her? It wasn't a question. More like a demand. Midoriya, very briefly, wanted to be petty, but that probably wouldn't lead to anything good. We're related. I've been visiting sometimes. That caused something to shift in the other's face. Of FNG course you are. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Bakugo rolled his eyes and shouldered past him. I know about Akatani. The blonde stopped dead in his tracks. He glared over his shoulder at him. You told me you blame yourself, and for the longest time, I couldn't figure out what you meant. But I think I'm starting to get it. The blonde scoffed. You don't know jack shit, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Midoriya's blood turned to ice. He let any emotions he was feeling vanish. You think my family isn't my business? His voice was deadpan, completely and utterly cold. Bakugo's eyebrows twitched. No, I don't twist my effing words. You fucking appeared only a few shitty months after the BSTRD died, and then you kept showing up everywhere I went. I thought I was losing my DMN mind, the sludge villain, the final exams, It's like I'm being punished. Midoriya watched him, let him gather his thoughts. Bakugo huffed. I don't know you. I had no reason to attack you the way I did during the heroes and villains thing. My therapist said I have to take accountability for my stupid actions, so I've been visiting Auntie and Sheet. I'm sorry. It's okay. I should probably apologize to you though. I should have noticed that I made you so uncomfortable and stayed out of your way. So, I'm sorry. Bakugo looked anywhere but at him. Yeah, whatever. Midoriya threw him a lopsided smile. We may have gotten off on the wrong foot, but you're a passionate guy. I hope my presence doesn't become a detriment to your therapy. But I think I'd like to be your friend, Bakugo. Red eyes met his briefly, before moving again. Yeah, well, don't expect jack shit, I don't need your pity. I don't pity you, I'm being sympathetic. You are being pathetic, yeah. Midoriya snorted. Bakugo rolled his eyes. I'll see you in school. I hope you're doing okay after everything that happened today. Midoriya thought of the pure horror on the blonde's face when the Nomu tried to attack him. Bakugo looked in the middle distance. I should be saying that to you, dumbass. The way you fought off that villain was impressive, but I'll still beat your butt. The green-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Sure, well let's see you around? Bakugo turned back to Inko's door. Midoriya walked home. Hizashi? Aizawa? Midoriya, upon arriving home, was met by the attention-seeking love of his life, Chunk. She seemed aware of his turbulent emotions, and rubbed up against his legs purring. Hizashi stuck his head out from the kitchen. His hair was still gelled and styled. Izuku, I wasn't sure what time you'd be home. How was Inko? Are you okay? Midoriya steadied himself. She was okay and I will be. Is Aizawa home tonight or is he staying with Recovery Girl? He's in our room, she cleared him to go home but he's still head to toe in bandages. Speak of the devil, Aizawa ambled into the sitting room, still mostly bandaged. I'm fine, she was being paranoid. Midoriya watched him for a minute. Aizawa, I want to talk to you about earlier. The man's eyes were the only bits of his face visible, but Midoriya got the feeling he was raising his eyebrows. Shoot, kid. You brushed off my concerns today and it made me angry. I want to know why. Hizashi closed the door to the kitchen. But there's nothing to concern yourself with. Like I said, pros are trained for this sort of thing. I'm fine. But Midoriya was starting to hate that word. Aizawa, you are bandaged from head to toe. I saw what happened, I know the Noma beat you down. It kept up with all might for longer than anyone else I've ever seen. You're going to sit there and tell me that that was something you were prepared for. There was a glint of something in Aizawa's eyes. Preparedness isn't something quantifiable, Midoriya. Obviously being injured isn't desirable, but as a pro I've been injured many times over. It comes with the territory. Midoriya held eye contact with him for a second. You know what, I think you're being irrational, Aizawa. Your quirk isn't suited to fighting large groups, yet you jumped in without waiting for backup. You had your elbow shredded by Handy-Mandy, and you didn't employ the help of absolutely anyone. I had to jump in to stop the Nomo from bashing your skull in. So I think I reserve the right to be concerned. Midoriya heard Hisashi snort from the kitchen. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Pros have to run into situations that don't suit them all the time. How is this any different? You had 20 hero students and a rescue hero with you. If the teleporter hadn't scattered us all so quickly, I might have been able to get us out of there with my portals. That is, if they decided to work with me. Aizawa blinked. Your portals aren't working? That was a bit of an exaggeration. You ran in without portals? Do you have any idea how reckless that was? Midoriya glared. You don't get to lecture me on recklessness. I'm working with a support student to figure out what's wrong. Aizawa, I'm allowed to worry about you. As much as you think you're above it, you need people who care about you as much as I do. Let me be concerned. Let me feel these emotions. I don't pity you, I respect you. Seeing you hurt makes me upset, so let me express that. Please, let me care. Aizawa stared at him for a long minute. Fine. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Izuku. Please call me Izuku. Even though his face was mostly obscured, Midoriya got the sense that he was smiling. Good night, Izuku. Midoriya was falling again, only that the sensation was different. He could hear someone talking, but he could only see the rushing walls fly past him. The occasional sign that was gone before he could read them. He shifted in his descent, only he had nothing to move this time. He tried, aimlessly, to move a hand, an arm, a leg. Nothing. He felt himself spin once more, and this time a figure came into view. Also falling, a bright orange jumpsuit. Brown hair. An Aperture Science handheld portal device. It was a much more primitive version of what he had been sporting. Held in a single hand, awfully heavy. Looking down the operational end of the device could end in burned retinas at best and brain damage at worst. A lot of Aperture Science technology could cause brain damage, now that he was thinking about it. The cool blue emancipation grills could liquidate your eardrums. The hard light bridges could set your hair on fire. The lasers could well, it's pretty obvious. Needless to say, Aperture was not somewhere you would want to be if you were looking for comfort. Midoriya clued back in when he heard the voice again. How are you doing? Because I'm a potato. It took him a hot second to realize the voice, Glados' voice, was coming from him. He was in a potato. More pressingly, he was Glados. Could you maybe take off one of those Aperture Science long fall boots and stick me in it? Just be sure to land on one foot. Midoriya watched on as they fell, the girl looking him in the eye camera. Censor. She was there before him in all her glory. Who else could it be but Chell, the one who defeated Glados by herself and escaped the facility? With how Wheatley spoke of Potato Glados and the mysterious, mute Chell, Midoriya could only assume he was staring at the myth, the one from the stories. That the one in the creepy art Midoriya once found behind a misplaced panel, depicting both her, the portal gun, and Glados holding cake. He never knew how those drawings got there. Never got the opportunity to ask anyone. Alongside the empty cans of beans and the radios, Midoriya came to the realization that someone was hiding within the walls of Aperture Science while Chell was active. How this ghost of a person managed to hide from Glados and all of her security. He had no idea, but you had to respect that kind of determination. He awoke with a startle as he prepared to hit the ground. Mashed potatoes. Huh? It Glados. He threw off his sheets, greeting Rhett and Wheatley. Hello. Good morning. How are you feeling, alright? I'm doing mighty fine myself, actually. You didn't ask, sorry, but you know, I thought I'd say. In case you were curious. Midoriya smiled and got ready for school. He ignored the sight of Shoyuta, still heavily bandaged, attempting to take a sip of his coffee. Hatsum? Are you there? Midoriya poked his head into the support labs later that morning. He'd been meaning to talk to her, preferably with good news about the state of his hands. 1 second. Wait there, I'll be out in a few. He had no idea where in the lab she was. Her voice was bouncing around the room so much she could have been literally anywhere. He strolled in, nodding to some of the other support students that he had been acquainted with after all of his visits. He stopped by Hatsum's workspace, eyes locking on the massive tarp that had been haphazardly thrown over a pile of something. Curious, he made his way over to it. From the outside, it was just a pile of assorted tech probably. As for why it was there in the first place? Still a mystery. He crouched, pulling up the tarp by one of the corners. Yep, piles of inventions and good quality stuff too. He went to draw it back further when Hatsum decided that scaring the sheet out of him mere days after a brutal attack on his class was a good idea. No, leave it. He flinched so hard he fell back out of his crouch, grunting when his tailbone slammed into the hard flooring. She emerged from some nook in the lab, covered in enough soot to make a chimney sweep look clean. Hey, Greenie. Sorry I spooked ya, but this is top secret tech under here. I've been working round the clock to have the best babies to show off. The sports festival couldn't be coming at a better time. I've been so inspired lately, partially thanks to the weird butt problems you've been coming to me about. The absolute best investors in the industry are invited every year, and I plan on securing a delicious deal. Midoriya blinked. A sports festival? Huh, I didn't think a day of activity would be something you'd be interested in. Hatsum stared at him like he'd said the sky was beige or water wasn't wet. Like he was stupid, basically. Back up, huh? He glanced to the side, trying to think if he'd said anything outlandish or weird. Just thought I didn't take you for a sporty person, and what does your tech have to do with this? She kept staring. I honestly can't tell if you're being serious or not. His face pinched in confusion. Serious about what? Sports festivals are just not my thing. I was never really into that kind of thing as a kid. The UA Sports Festival. Yeah. As in the sports festival that's streamed in the 100 millions internationally, costs a small fortune to see in person, where all the heroes go to scout sidekicks and all the tech giants go to scout engineers. Where all the classes have equal opportunities to show off to the whole FING world. That sports festival? Midoriya had a mild suspicion that he was missing something. Yeah. She practically balked at him. You're serious? You are actually serious? What the hell? How the genuine, actual, serious F? Have you never heard about it? Midoriya's brain blue screened. Don't follow pop culture? His smile was so strained you'd swear he was in massive amounts of pain. She looked incredulously at him. What the F dash? I don't know what to say. You are honestly one of the most confusing people I've ever met. He shrugged, trying to get her attention off of him for any amount of time. Yeah. About my hands? She snapped out of it pretty quickly, despite her very obvious shock. Oh, yeah, I think I've figured out the problem. Also, I don't know what kind of quirk you have that your hands contain so much data, but holy shit, dude. He shrunk a little. She didn't seem to notice. He was dragged back to her workspace, both of his hands rested flat on the tabletop. She typed her password into her computer, fingers tearing across the keyboard. A few taps and clicks later, he was looking at what could only be described as an X-ray of his hands. The inside of his hands. He stared, transfixed. There was so much going on. So much to see. Wires, overlapping and tangling endlessly. Circuit boards and complex systems he couldn't even hope to understand. It's crazy, some of the most detailed work I've ever seen. She was staring just as intensely as he was. He could see the articulated joints, the pseudobones, and he could even see where machinery met flesh. Do you see what's causing the problem? She nodded, pointing to a single circuit board, one in each hand. If he looked close enough, he could see they were different from the rest, the only things that looked out of place. It has to be that. Everything else here it's practically perfect. I can't believe that. This just happened inside of you. Look, there's what? Looks like a little decal inside of your hand. How the hell did that get there? It's so cool. Midoriya didn't answer. He didn't even know what he could possibly say to answer that. That little decal looked suspiciously like an aperture. As in Aperture Science's logo. The idea that that might be permanently inside him made his stomach turn. He swallowed. So, how do you fix it? She hummed. I can't say for certain. I don't think I'd be able to get in there with solder, it looks too delicate a job. I could try small shocks to see if it would realign itself, but it might hurt a bit. He shrugged. If it'll get my portals working again, I couldn't care less how much it hurts. She smiled, running off to grab whatever baby she intended on using to fix it. As it turned out, it didn't hurt at all. Midoriya's issue is that it was probably supposed to. He saw how Hatsum grimaced every time she clicked on the machine, clearly anticipating a pain-related reaction. He didn't know if it would be better to pretend or to keep the same level of unresponsiveness. He chose the latter. After the fifth resounding shock, this one he actually felt shoot up his arms, she took the pseudo-electrodes off of his palms, letting him flex his fingers. He watched his hand contort and shift into a portal gun. It certainly didn't feel worse, that's for sure. The fact that the last shock stung up to his shoulders probably meant he should have been reacting earlier, even just to let her know that he felt it. He aimed at the wall, letting loose a blue portal. It landed. He cast the orange portal on the far wall. The portals linked, snapping open. Thank F- they work. Hatsum pulled out the same weird reader device she'd used before and scanned his arm's forearm down. After a brief computing break, new copies of the X-rays appeared on the monitor. She zoomed in on the same circuit boards. They look good. I think they slotted back where they were supposed to be. See, if I compare the other scans to these ones in a different position. Maybe double-check they do everything they're supposed to, just to be sure. He nodded, walking over to the portal. He stuck his hand through, watching it stick out on the other side of the room. He let the portals shut, looking around for something the right size. Upon finding a box seat around 2 feet by 2 feet, he used a function he hadn't so much as thought about in months. The box lifted up off the ground as if it were weightless. His handgun whatever's gravity nullification was working fine. He watched, amused, as Hatsum reacted. And boy did she react. Whoa, what? Hold on, I need my notebook. Before he could blink, he was sitting across from her as she fired questions at him. How does that function work? Does it cancel gravity or just work against it? Can you control the weight limit? Is it limited by time? Tell me everything. Whoa, take a breath. I don't really know much about it, to be honest. It does have a weight limit, I'm just not sure what it is. As far as I know, there's no time limit. Your question about the actual gravity side of it? I haven't the slightest idea. Sorry. She scribbled the few answers he could give at a lightning pace. Incredible! Why didn't you tell me you could do that? Is there anything else you can do? You H.my legs? I guess. Her eyes snapped up to his with an intensity he wasn't expecting. Your legs? Yeah. Shock absorption. I lack bones. I drank bone-extracting juice. She snorted. May I have a look? He pulled up the leg of his school breathes. Her eyes trailed the lines of black against the stark white. The curves and edges of his prosthetics that let him stop a Nomu punch in one move. Shock absorption? Mind explaining that to me? Sure, as long as I land on my feet, I can basically fall from any insane height you can think of. I've never reached its upper limits, and trust me when I say I've looked for those limits. Fascinating. What happens to the absorbed kinetic energy? That gave him pause. I'm not sure, actually. She held up her scanner again. May I? He nodded. After taking an internal photograph of his inhuman lower legs, she looked up at him again. I have an idea for your legs, but it would depend completely on my abilities as an inventor. I'll get back to you when I've run the numbers, but I think you'll like what I'm thinking of. Midoriya snorted, smiling. The humor drained slowly as he noticed the bags under her eyes after she took off her goggles. Hatsum, have you been sleeping enough? Eating meals that aren't instant, flaming hot noodles? What? Huh, of course I've been eating better than that. Yesterday I drank 2 energy drinks for lunch. Midoriya blinked. You can't possibly have thought that's better than what I said. She shrugged. Midoriya looked at the clock on his wall. Wheatley had been lightly teasing him about his constant checking of the clocks. Midoriya thought he was being diligent. Rhett betrayed him. Hey, I have to run, but I'll see you later? Please try to eat a vegetable. She nodded, lying on top of the tarp covering her babies. Midoriya threw open the door to the staff room without hesitation. Kiyama gave him a smile and a wave despite his visible fury. Hizashi, Shoyuta, you sons of bitches. Kiyama proceeded to choke on her coffee, laughing. A lanky man with wild blonde hair watched on, very confused. Snipe instinctively aimed his gun. Hizashi poked his head up from the other side of the room. Shoyuta sat up on the couch, engulfed in his bandages and sleeping bag. Hizashi pouted. Hey, don't call my mother a beach. What the f is the sports festival, and why was I never told about it? Kiyama positioned herself next to him, running a hand through his fringe. Oh dash, how did we never think of that? Hizashi snorted. Internationally acclaimed and praised televised event. The kids get to show their stuff and get attention early on. Why would UA broadcast a bunch of kids showing off their powers? Is that not, like, counterintuitive if criminals could happen upon that information? Aizawa shrugged. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but these games overtook the Olympics decades ago. Midoriya felt the air leave his lungs. The Olympics? How is that even possible? It dawned on the three adults, in that moment, that Midoriya had watched the Olympics in his day, and was probably astounded that its popularity was overtaken by a high school sports festival. Shoyuta cleared his throat. I'm honestly not sure. I guess people preferred to see quirks in action over genuine athletic abilities after quirk laws were passed. Over time, people probably just forgot about them. Midoriya shrunk. That's not wildly disappointing. Hizashi gave a crooked smile. Sorry little listener, that's probably a bit weird to hear. I can explain it if you want. Midoriya shrugged again. The sports festival has 3 main events, with an hour of fun and games between the second and third rounds. First event is usually an opportunity for the other class groups to show their abilities, the second round is usually a team game, and the third round is always one-on-one fights. It's an important event in the school calendar because it's followed by the first-year internships, and the pros watching can submit internship offers. Plus, it's a great chance for students in Gen Ed to prove they deserve a spot in the hero course. Midoriya glanced over to Shoyuta, their conversation from months ago in Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall coming back into his head. If Gen Ed wasn't an option, I wouldn't have gone to UA. Oh, that's really cool. Does that happen often? Hizashi shrunk. No, but it depends on the year. Sometimes students try for other hero schools if they fail the UA entrance exam over entering Gen Ed, like Shiketsu or Ketsubutsu. Midoriya nodded. Man, this stuff never gets boring. Kiyama chuckled to herself, pulling him into a side hug. Problem child, the bell is going to go soon, you should head to class. He glanced to the clock in the room. Yeah, I don't want Ida yelling at me again for almost being late. Kiyama released him, and he gave a nod to his guardians before leaving the way he came. He ignored the feeling of eyes on him, he didn't want to think about it. Midoriya didn't even try to hide his entrance. Ida, thankfully, was preoccupied asking Tokoyami to stop sitting on the tables. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami, you've said that 3 times now and I'm still not sure what you mean. Would you please stop sitting on the desk? The raven boy looked up from his clenched fist, meeting Ida's eye. Revelry in the dark. Midoriya smiled lopsidedly as Shuji tried and failed to cover his laugh. He walked to his seat with no issue, sending Bakugu a nod of acknowledgement. The blonde rolled his eyes, but raised a hand in a sort of half-butted wave. Shinso poked him in the back the second he sat down. Midoriya spun around and glared at him exaggeratedly. The insomniac stuck his tongue out at him. Midoriya caught Todoroki's gaze. They shared a moment of eye contact before turning away simultaneously. Uraraka smiled at him as she walked in after a few minutes, unfortunately being seen and admonished by Mr. Class President. Midoriya could feel the forced normality in the air as his classmates conversed and gossiped amongst themselves. It was like they were actively trying to avoid thinking about the USJ. Not that he blamed them. He looked over his classmates again, noticing the occasional strained smile or forced laugh. Even Shinso was staring at his hands pensively. He also made eye contact with Bakugo. He raised an eyebrow. Oi nerd, when the villain Biestas attacked us, the muscular prick went after you. Midoriya blinked. Ah yeah. Bakugo just looked at him for a second. How the hell did you block its hits? It busted up Sensei and went at it with all might for like 5 minutes straight. He was shocked, to be honest. Bakugo was genuinely asking him a question about his abilities. I'm not giving away all my secrets just yet, but I appreciate your curiosity. The other's eyes narrowed. Was that too much? His thoughts were disturbed when Bakugo snorted, facing his table again. I'll still beat you, secret or no secret. Midoriya smirked to himself. I'd like to see you try. Their little conversation was cut off by Shoyuta slamming the door open. The class quietened out of habit, only to burst out in whispers as the mummy man made his way to the podium. Kaminari seemed to be the only one interested in speaking loud enough to be heard. Seriously? I thought we'd get a substitute or something. Jairu and Kirishima nodded in agreement. Are you all right, Sensei? I truly hope you are recovering well and that you are well rested. Thank you, Ida, but I'm fine. I've been cleared by Recovery Girl and I have been sleeping. Midoriya called bullshit. Shoyuta avoided his gaze completely. I know you have all had a rough few days, but the real trouble is only beginning. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Midoriya was waiting in anticipation for it to snap like a RBB band. But because the UA Sports Festival is next week. The class broke out in cheers, the heavy fog of tension dissipating instantly. This is your chance to prove yourself worthy of your places in this course, so work hard and stay focused. And have fun. Remember, there will be thousands of professional heroes watching and observing your abilities. If they like what they see, you might be offered an internship. That is what you're working towards. Establish good relations now and it might come in handy down the line. The bell rang, signaling the start of lunch, and Shoyuta was sound asleep in his sleeping bag before anyone could move. The excited looks on his class faces were nothing compared to Uraraka's. She was exuding pure determination. It was a little scary. Kaminari squeaked in surprise when he opened the classroom door. Midoriya did a double take. There was not a crowd. That was putting it lightly. There was more than 20 students, presumably all first years, hanging around waiting for them. A blonde with striking blue indigo eyes stepped to the front, looking around the class with a smug look on his face. Midoriya could instantly tell this wasn't going to go well. If it isn't the legendary class, 1A. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Shinso snorted next to him. You are standing at our door, why are you acting surprised to see us? The blonde glared at the insomniac, who threw up his hands in a pseudo-placating way. Seems the media is absolutely eating up the story of the brave hero hopefuls, attacked on school property by a band of villains. The smug look intensified. Midoriya felt something bad coming. Aren't you ungrateful lot lucky? Suddenly, everyone is paying attention to you all. Are we not deserving of that same attention? Us poor, lowlives in Class B. The green-haired boy thought of him and Todoroki free-falling from a height. Dropped into a death trap they were lucky they could defend themselves from. He thought of the Nomu, all rippling muscles and no conscious thought of its own. A boy with silver hair and big eyelashes popped up from somewhere in the crowd. Monoma, come on man. What? I'm just saying, they don't exactly look deserving of the attention they're getting. He thought of Shoyuta, his teacher, his guardian, his friend, having his head slammed into concrete over and over and over. He thought of Shigaraki, disintegrating all he touched. He thought of the cold fear he felt when the Nomu turned on him. Midoriya had heard enough. Lucky. The blonde's attention landed on him. The smug look returned full throttle. Lucky, that's what you said? Monoma raised an eyebrow. Midoriya adjusted the straps of his bag and stalked over to the door. Lucky to get out without injury? Lucky to got out at all. Are you implying that we're lucky to have been attacked? His voice was like stone, icy cold. Monoma reacted for only a second, but it was enough for Midoriya to know he was surprised. All I'm saying is that you all are being cheered on. Are we, your classmates, not deserving of that too? Minoma was trying and failing to make him look like the bad guy. If it's attention you want, save it for the festival, Minoma. I am not here to deal with your inferiority complex. Midoriya shoved past him, checking him on the shoulder. He heard Bakugo snickering as he turned the corner. He collapsed against the wall the second he was out of view. Where the hell did that confidence come from? He ran a mechanical hand through his hair, tugging on the ends. He needed food and an iced tea if he was going to think about that conversation in the next 20 minutes. Hey Shinso, do you want to train together tomorrow? I could do with some extra sparring practice. Oh sure. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at his friend as they walked out of the school. You okay? Shinso held his gaze for a moment. Can I confess something? Nothing weird, just I think I need to say it. Midoriya looked at his friend, concerned. Shinso? I shouldn't be here. He was taken aback. Shinso spoke with such conviction. What? I shouldn't be in the hero course. I probably shouldn't be in this school at all. Whoa, hold on. You're going to have to explain what you mean. Shinso glared at the ground. I didn't get any villain points in the entrance exam. I couldn't beat a single robot. You shouldn't beat yourself up about that. The exam wasn't fair in the first place. Let me finish, please. Midoriya tilted his head. Okay. The only reason I got any points at all is because you told me what to do. And the funniest thing is, that wasn't even the worst of it. I didn't get in because I passed. I got in because I took someone else's place. Some kid with SXL assault claims against him was supposed to be in my seat, but his karma came back to bite him in the butt. They told me all that in my acceptance letter. How is it fair that I'm surrounded by hero students when I didn't do enough to pass in the first place? Shinsu's voice had gotten steadily more shaky and bitter as he spoke. He scrubbed angrily at his eyes. DMN it. Shinso, did you want to vent or would you like my thoughts? Shinso glared at nothing. I don't know. Midoriya pursed his lips. Shinso, you deserve your place in this class. The circumstances of your acceptance be DMED, you've worked hard to get here. You still got points and you earned them. I didn't tell you how to get points, just that you could. You acted like a hero, Shinso, and the universe rewarded you. You did enough, you don't have to prove that to us, or anyone else. You're completely valid in what you're feeling, but can I ask if this is about that guy earlier? Shinso wouldn't look at him. I was useless at the USJ. All I could do was keep the BSTRD villains at bay. Kaminari had to carry me back to shore because I fed up my brain. You, Bakugo, Todoroki. You all helped. Even before that, during the hero and villain training. Yayarosa did all the work and I just sat there. How have I earned my place in this class when I'm surrounded by people who've worked harder than me? Midoriya pulled him into a hug. I'm sorry we've been through so much shit in the last 3 weeks. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. But listen to me, if you didn't deserve your spot here, you wouldn't still be here. Eraserhead expelled his entire class last year. Do you think he's keeping all of us around for kicks? He sees our potential and he knows we all have our own abilities. You deserve to be here, Shinso. The same as everyone else in our class. Admittedly, Midoriya had felt like a bit of a fraud himself. He had Shoyuta and Hizashi to tell him what to do, even unintentionally. He got lucky with the environment of the entrance exam, and he'd been training with Shoyuta, a pro hero. At the USJ, he hadn't saved his guardian, he could have gotten himself killed. All he did was put himself in danger and drew the attention of Shigaraki onto himself. What if that led to resentment down the line? What's done is done, but he still had regrets. Regrets are basically a condition of being human. Shinso, I don't know what you've been going through, but I can understand some of what you mean. We just have to keep working so we can prove ourselves to our own brains, you know. The insomniac nodded into his shoulder. Midoriya? This is a really long hug. Oh, sorry. I should have asked first. Shinso had a small smile on his face. It's okay, and thank you, Midoriya. He grinned, all teeth. I'm always happy to help out my friends. So is 5 a good time for you tomorrow? The purple boy nodded. Todoroki was prepared for the festival, that was never in question. Endeavor made sure of it, the BSRD. The feeble week off the students had to prepare for the sports festival was less than satisfactory, in Endeavor's eyes, to train him further. The week off was supposed to be an opportunity to rest up and do some last-minute exercise, not spend every night leading up to the festival breathing, half collapsed in exhaustion and pain. But Endeavor didn't care, oh no. His masterpiece needed refining. Last-minute corrections to iron out the last few errors. Todoroki's muscles ached as he pulled himself out of bed, the morning of the world-renowned UA Sports Festival. It would pass long before the event started, but it served as a reminder of his failure in the number 2 hero's eyes. Failure to what exactly? Todoroki wasn't sure. Not using his fire maybe? That was his choice. It felt like an act of rebellion in itself, making a choice for himself. Enji didn't care for choice when it came to his children. He was uncompromising. Perhaps he could have done something else to rebel, like dye his hair or pierce his ears. Not acknowledging his fire seemed to work well, though. Plus, he couldn't bear the thought that he reminded his mother of him. Todoroki stretched out his neck as he passed Fuyumi in the kitchen. She didn't mention the fact that he was in the training room all night. He didn't mention the redness of her eyes. They ate breakfast in silence. Please be careful today, Shudo. The last thing I want is for you to get hurt. He nodded. And that was the end of that. The waiting room they shoved all of 1A into was a bit cramped for the 20 students, but no one else seemed to mind. Kirishima was laughing with Kaminari, showing off rows of razor-sharp pearly whites. He'd be easy enough competition, Todoroki thought. Close-range fighters didn't tend to fare well against long-ranged quirks. While Kirishima was probably physically stronger than him in combat, Todoroki wasn't worried about him in terms of raw power. He could freeze him in an instant. His eyes were drawn to Ida. Speed, that would be tough to beat. He'd have to rely on his reflexes, but there wasn't much Ida could do if he couldn't move his legs. Again. He looked over at Yaoyorozu. She could be a problem. The ability to create anything, a fellow recommendation student. She could create some kind of antifreeze, probably. Or a flamethrower. He thought of her past fights and other times he had seen her using her quirk. She mostly stuck to metal weapons and traps. She probably wouldn't be able to counter him on the fly. He glanced at Ishido. Acid. That could be a big problem. He hadn't the slightest clue how her acid would affect his ice. He'd have to take her down as fast as possible. He wasn't going to take any risks with unknown factors. Speaking of unknown factors, Midoriya was standing, chatting with Shinso and Uraraka. Now there was a big unknown. Todoroki wasn't fully sure what his quirk even was, let alone its limitations. With how freely Midoriya used his portals, it didn't seem like there were any limitations. No noticeable ones, anyway. Not to mention his legs. Todoroki thought back to the Nomu, all hulking muscles and exposed brain. The walking nightmare shattered the concrete it landed on, yet couldn't put a scratch on Midoriya when it punched him outright. How could a quirk that powerful not have come from some pro-hero lineage? Todoroki didn't know any teleportation-specific heroes off the top of his head. He couldn't think of the last time he'd even heard of a teleportation quirk, aside from the mist villain at the USJ. Needless to say, it wasn't very common. What bothered Todoroki was that the ability to create portals and shock absorption aren't at all related. At least with his own quirk, fire and ice were both elemental powers. With Midoriya though, it didn't even seem like he had approached the extent of his power. Todoroki's gaze hardened into a glare. Midoriya had been kind to him, he wasn't blind to that. But his old man would be watching, and Midoriya would be the perfect way to show that he didn't need the BSTRD's fire. And he wasn't here to make friends. Clearing his head of the memories of their talks, both in and out of the USJ, he looked back to Midoriya. He took a few steps forward. Shinso, another competitor to keep an eye on, looked at him over Midoriya's shoulder. Uraraka stalled in her story. Midoriya. Said boy turned to him, an eyebrow already raised. He smiled when he saw him. It made him mildly regret his decision, but he had something to prove. Friendship would get in the way. He ignored the sickening feeling in his gut. Todoroki noticed the room around them quietening. He ignored the curious stares. Todoroki? What's up? He took a breath. No turning back now. Objectively speaking, I think I'm stronger than you. He saw Bakugu's gaze burn into him from the corner of his eye. Midoriya didn't say anything. I'll beat you today. Don't think I won't. Midoriya looked at him incredulously. Okay? We didn't make a bet, no need to be so formal about it. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. His fists instinctively clenched. That wasn't how this conversation was supposed to go. As if sensing his rising anger, Kirishima let out a forced laugh, holding up his hands. Whoa dude, come on now. We all want to win, don't single out my man Midoriya. Todoroki batted Kirishima's hand away from his face. Why can't he be angry at me? Give me something to fight against. Take me seriously. He glared with the heat of 1,000 burning suns. Midoriya is a threat. I didn't come here to make friends and I have things I need to prove. Watch your back. The green-haired boy was openly staring at him with an indescribable look on his face. It only added to his mounting anger. Midoriya turned away. Todoroki walked back to his seat. Little did he know, Todoroki thought. He'd figured him out. Just to wait for a chance to confront him. You okay? What in but insulting you like that? The green-haired boy's gaze landed on Shinso. Come on, don't talk like that. The insomniac looked at him vengefully. What? He can't get up on his high horse just because he was born with the perfect quirk. Elitism, that's what that is. I could knock him out in a second, but he doesn't seem to care about me. Or Uraraka. What good could he do if he couldn't keep his feet on the ground, huh? He couldn't exactly disagree with the sentiment. He didn't really know Todoroki well enough to dispute it. It was a pretty well-known fact that Todoroki was crazy powerful, but elitist? It didn't quite fit. Oblivious, maybe. He sighed. Uraraka's gaze was on Todoroki's back. She had a righteous fury burning in her eyes. Midoriya realized he was upset after he stopped paying attention to the half-and-half boy. He thought he'd made a connection with Todoroki, back at the USJ, but apparently not. He thought bitterly. Whatever, let him push people away, see what he cared. No, that's not healthy, come on Izuku. He was just irritated. Who gave Todoroki the right to write off the rest of their classmates? Only singling himself out as a threat? That wouldn't bode well with everyone else. He knew that for sure. These people, they all had things to prove. He thought of Shinso, wanting to feel like he'd earned his place. He thought of Uraraka, who wanted to earn enough to support her parents and be able to eat without worrying where the money for the next meal would come from. He thought of Ida, who wanted to impress his brother, his biggest source of inspiration, and live up to his family name. He thought of Bakugu, a deeply traumatized child who was forced to look in the face of a boy long gone every time he went to school, who was dealing with his mental health in the best way he knew how, while also proving his strength to himself and his classmates. He sighed again. It wasn't fair on all of them that Todoroki didn't see them as competition. Midoriya just wished he knew what the other boy was thinking. He was pulled back to the present when Shinso booped his shoulder to get his attention. They were being skirted to the main field. Shinso? What's your plan for this? I was kind of conflicted. I want to go underground, so obviously making a big show today was out, but I want also to show people that non-offensive quirks are still heroic. I'm not completely sure I made the right choice, but Aizawa offered to take me on for the week of internship. So I'll get to a comfortable spot and then I'll dip. Midoriya nodded. Shinso raised an eyebrow at him. I have no idea how I want to play this. Fight for the spotlight or play it safe? Shinso shrugged, smiling lopsidedly. He smiled back. Midoriya could feel the growing excitement among his class. Their cheers and laughter was a refreshing sound, especially considering what they had just been through. When the class emerged from the concrete tunnel, Midoriya was confronted with the sight of over 20,000 people, all watching them with avid curiosity and anticipation. And that wasn't even everyone who would be paying attention either. People all over the globe would be watching this. Midoriya saw Hatsum standing with her fellow support students. She must have spotted him as well because she threw him a lazy wave. The Gen Ed groups didn't look happy to be announced after the hero courses. Midoriya didn't blame them. He knew their class was getting media coverage because of the attack. People didn't seem to realize that the attention was not at all good. A group of criminals breaking into one of the most secure and protected grounds in all of Japan? Not good news for the public opinion of the school. When he thought about it, they were lucky that there were only 1 or 2 powerhouses in terms of the abilities at the disposal of the intruders. Shigaraki, Kurogiri. Nomo. A lot of people were criticizing UA, after that, for being unsafe. He had largely avoided the news for the first few days after the attack. Midoriya didn't want his class to be made an example of. He zoned back in as Kayama walked out onto the platform, dressed to the nines. In full hero costume. Midoriya smiled to himself. He briefly tuned in to hear Tokoyami tell Kirishima and Kaminari that she usually hosted the third year's sports festival. But everyone's eyes were on the first years. The first-year group in school history to ever have a class be attacked on school property. He didn't linger on the thought. Midoriya assumed Nizu requested Midnight host because of her innate ability to control a crowd. As if proving his point, she waved a hand over her head, commanding the audience's silence. Welcome to the annual UA Sports Festival. I have here in front of me all of the wonderful first-year students currently in attendance. Will you all give them a big round of applause? That's it, give them a hand. She made a display of her own clapping, pointedly toward his class. Cheers erupted from the stands. Midoriya was in awe of the bouncing voices. So many people here just to see them. It must have been the most people he'd seen in one day, after Aperture. All of them, cheering them on. It made him feel warm. Midnight cleared her throat and the crowd went quiet almost instantly. Now, before we get into the events, let us first hear a speech from a student representative. Bakugo. Katsuki, who came first in the entrance exam, please come up to the stage. Please give this young man a bit of encouragement. Midoriya watched Kirishima pat the blonde's back as he passed. Bakugo didn't look happy about the speech. Midoriya was not envious of him at all. He guessed the blonde would rather consume a tablespoon of cinnamon powder dry than give a very public, very highly viewed speech. Midnight gestured to the microphone as Bakugo strolled past her. To be frank, he had absolutely no hope for whatever was about to come out of the blonde's mouth. Hey, I already know I'm lucky to be here. Midoriya blinked in surprise. That was certainly not what he was expecting. And I know the rest of these guys are as well. I want to win. Not just for myself. I know they have things to fight for as well. So, give me all you've got. Come at me with all of your strength. I want to have the most satisfactory win possible, or... Midoriya watched on closely as the boy paused. It took him a second to work up the nerve to finish his sentence. Or lose to a worthy opponent. Plus ultra or whatever. The onlookers went absolutely wild. Midoriya heard himself cheering before he realized he too was applauding. Bakugo met his eye from the stage. He grinned at him earnestly. The blonde looked away, a small smile hidden from the cameras, on his face. He quickly descended the stairs once more. Once the crowd calmed again, Midnight smiled and threw her arm in an arc towards them. How riveting! Nothing wrong with a bit of healthy competition among friends. Now, on to the main event. There will be 3 rounds for all our contestants to show off their stuff. Our first trial will be... She paused for dramatic effect. A giant hologram of a slot machine spun and spun and spun behind her. It ground to a halt on the word obstacle. An obstacle race. In this round, students are challenged with a free-for-all race around the outer arena. Of course, it won't be that easy. They must face a series of traps and, obviously, obstacles as they go. First back gets a special bonus for the second round. Any questions? When none of the students raised a hand, she nodded and dramatically flipped an arm towards the exit gate. The very small exit gate. Midoriya felt a sardonic smile form on his face. Naturally. The first obstacle? Getting past the gate. Ready? And on your marks, get set, Gio. The massive crowd of teenagers made a mad dash for the concrete tunnel. Midoriya could hear Hisashi and Shoyuta commentating. How Hisashi managed to wrangle his husband into doing that, he had no clue. Either way, he had a plan to execute. Was it flawless? Would he win this round? Also no. Could it backfire? Absolutely. And so, Midoriya stood stock still as the contestants around him ran ahead. He felt the chill of Todoroki's quirk up ahead. He probably froze the other competitors, he thought. An effective strategy, just not a very nice one. He heard the boom of explosions, the cracking of ice, and the screaming of Hisashi Yamada. What talent! Check them out, all of Class 1A managed to dodge Todoroki's chilly trap. What are you teaching these kids, Huy Racerhead? Midoriya snorted. Shoyuta was probably completely out of his element. I didn't teach them any of that. These kids have faced some unimaginable struggles. They taught themselves how to think under pressure. The deadpan Deathlysilence was irrationally hilarious to the teen. By the time Present Mike had finished narrating Todoroki's every move, the tunnel had cleared of students, with Midoriya standing by himself at the very back of the pack. He took a breath. Okay, this better work, or I'm going to have some serious catching up to do. He aimed a portal gun hand at the wall of the tunnel he'd previously been leaning on, shooting a blue portal. It landed. He sighed in relief. He turned, eyeing the tunnel at the opposite side of the arena. The finish line. He zoomed in as much as his eyes would let him. He needed this portal to be as subtle and as carefully placed as possible. In other words, he didn't want his guardians to notice what he was up to. To be fair, they would eventually notice that he wasn't even remotely present for the race. Probably. He fired the orange portal, it opening about halfway down the tunnel. He smirked to himself. Perfect. Somewhere, deep in the red light district of Kamino Ward, Shigaraki sat tapping his finger against the counter of a bar. The seedy bar was not a particularly popular joint. No surprise there. He watched impatiently as their television's static gave way to the most televised event on the planet. The UA Sports Festival. Specifically, the first years. Kurogiri was stood behind the bar, endlessly polishing the collection of glasses they had, despite their comically low visitors. Behind Shigaraki, a computer screen flickered to life, displaying an error message, reading audio only. Brats stuffed a lot of them. I lost my precious Nomo over them. And look, they're all smiling and cheering like nothing happened. A deep, booming voice came from the computer. Patience, Tamura. I am working closely with the doctor to create more toys for you to play with. 1A is the class you selected. Shigaraki growled. Yes. But they cheated. NPCs aren't supposed to be high-ranked. And All Might was supposed to die. A rough chuckle echoed throughout the bar. Now, let's not over-exaggerate. You anticipated facing some strong quirks. Endeavor's son was bound to cause problems. Not just that stupid NPC. The brat who gave the speech was too much for Kurogiri. And my Nomu couldn't even touch that green thorn in my side. Fascinating. What was this child's quirk, Tamura? Shigaraki clenched his fist around his glass. It was nothing but dust seconds later. I don't know. Some kind of shock absorption. He stopped to punch with nothing but his legs. The villain threw his stool at the wall. Kurogiri watched in disappointment when it smashed, breaking into pieces. Remain calm, Tamura. You can hurt this boy however you like when the time is right. Shigaraki smiled from under a severed hand. He felt warm, thick blood leaking from the split in his lip. Itching, medicine, hands. I will rip him to shreds. Midoriya was getting bored. He'd only been standing in the tunnel for a few minutes, but it felt like hours. Hisashi's commentary did wonders for his boredom, but it was mostly just him screaming about how Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck for the last 3 minutes. He just wished he had some way to entertain himself. Music. He heard music playing. Shoyuta and Hisashi hadn't realized he wasn't doing the obstacle course yet. Or at least, they hadn't said anything. It was eerily familiar music. He was moved back to a room, devoid of personable items. Bland art on the wall and an automated voice broadcasting through the speakers. Aperture Science. He could picture the radios as clear as day. A black and white half-circle. An antenna. An obnoxious glowing light. The only frequency it could pick up playing cheerless music for hours on end. Midoriya remembered early on in his aperture testing days, when he had desperately messed with every knob and dial he could find on the radio, looking for any other frequency, any other channel, any indication that a world still existed outside of Glados and her tests. He remembered sobbing as he slammed the radio against the walls of his room cell, bashing it until the music stopped. And now it was playing again. He couldn't hear anything but the same cheerless, repetitive tune. He looked around the tunnel. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. Or like he was underwater. Nothing but tunnel and a blue portal. He went to push a hand through his messy, overgrown curls. But one finger felt some resistance. He brought the hand in front of his face. On the end of his index finger, on his right hand, there was a small antenna where the bud of his finger should be. He poked it with his other hand, watching it bend back before snapping back into place under his fingers. He needed the music to stop. Slowly, he wrapped his other hand around the antenna. And he tried to rip the antenna out. Right as he felt something start to give way, the glorious sound of silence flooded his senses. It stopped. He let himself fall to his knees, breathing heavily. Once he'd almost caught his breath, he raised his finger to his eyes. The antenna had gone back in. As in, back into his finger. The thought made him want to GG. Where had that come from? Glados never said anything about putting a FNG radio in his goddamn plastic hands. He exhaled, letting his fury flow out with his breath. He needed to focus on the game now. He could have a crisis later. Midoriya slowly stood, signaling out the sensation of the ground beneath his feet. He turned back into Hisashi's voice. Wow. Look at these kids. Eraser, Todoroki and Bakugo have abandoned their strategies completely. Check it, they're duking it out for first place. He didn't bother listening to Shura's response. He needed to be ready. He stood, poised in front of the blue portal, staring at the wall of the opposite tunnel. Portals were funny like that, breaking the laws of physics as they pleased. Or following them, Midoriya wasn't quite sure how Glados operated. He saw the two boys sprint past his portal, too focused on the race to spot him. The second they cleared him, he dashed through at full speed, trying to ensure he get a good enough place. And first place goes to Todoroki Shudo. Second place goes to Bakugo Katsuki. Evidently, neither the commentators nor Kayama had noted his absence. Perfect chance to strut his stuff. He exited the tunnel, practically flying over the finish line. What's this? Third place to Midoriya Izuku. Where the hell did he come from? Language, Mike. Midoriya burst into a fit of giggles as he saw the crowd's eyes on him. He had let the portals close after he used them, so there was no evidence of what he'd done. Aside from maybe security cameras. He saw both Bakugo and Todoroki's gazes on him. He tried to smirk, but his giggles ruined the look he was going for as he threw Bakugo a lazy salute. The blonde snorted and moved on. Todoroki, however, did not. A few minutes later, the rest of the 40 students moving on to the next round had cleared the finish line, with Yaoyorozu coming in 4th, Uraraka coming in 5th, Ida coming in 6th, and so on. Aoyama just about made it through as the 40th to pass. Midnight cracked her WHP fiercely as the students gathered again. Absolutely incredible. The skill, the talent, the spirited competition between classmates, the drama. Oh, where do I begin? The cheering from the audience lasted a little longer this time. Well, why waste time wondering what happened? Let's move on to the next round. And it will be. The massive hologram reappeared behind her. It spun and spun longer than the first time as well, before finally grinding to a halt on the word cavalry. A cavalry battle? This is how it will go down. 10 teams of 4, with riders and carriers, will be formed at your own discretion. Each member will receive a headband assigned with a value of points. Your objective? Gather as many points as you can. Top 4 teams will move on to the final round. Once the cheering had calmed once more, Midoriya noticed Yaoyorozu with her hand held high. Midnight seemed to notice right as Midoriya did. Miss Yaoyorozu, what can I help you with? She cleared her throat before speaking. I believe you said the winner of the last round would receive an advantage for this challenge, but you haven't said what it is exactly. The hero smiled devilishly. An excellent observation. The advantage pertains to the headbands I mentioned already. The person in last place will get a headband with 20 points on it. Next gets 40 and so on. The difference for the person in first place, however, is that they get 0.1 million points. Midoriya could feel the atmosphere thicken around him. Everyone's eyes were on Todoroki, and none of them friendly. The million-point headband is an automatic pass to the next and final round, so hold on tight. You'll be allocated 10 minutes now to sort out your teams. Get to it and choose wisely. Right? Midoriya thought. Teams. Think strategically here. He glanced around quickly, eyes landing on a few people. He noticed that there were groups of people crowding both Todoroki and Deku. Makes sense, he thought. They showed off their abilities. Midoriya. Wanna team up? He spun around at Uraraka's voice. She would be a very strong ally for the round. He grinned, holding up a hand for a fist bump. She smiled and bumped his fist. Great. Now 2 more. Let me think. Uraraka glanced around. I'd suggest Ida, but I think he's already in a group. Midoriya's head snapped up. Whose team? She pointed in the direction of Todoroki. Midoriya inadvertently made eye contact with Ida. The taller boy had a hardened look in his eye. It was something so unfamiliar, so unnatural on the kind boy's face. All Midoriya could feel was disappointment. He blinked and broke their eye contact. Well, Oucho. He didn't say anything to you? She shook her head. Nope, I tried to get him to follow me over here, but he slipped from my grasp. I think he wants to prove something to himself, but I think he could have at least said it, you know? Midoriya found himself agreeing with her. Well, great, there goes that strategy. Who else dash? Midoriya, you beach, get your butt over here. Uraraka flinched at the booming volume of Hatsum, who'd brought what looked like a loudspeaker of her own design. He pat her shoulder and made his way through the crowd that was now definitely staring at him. To be fair, most of his class didn't even know they could access the support labs, let alone know any of the support students. And they probably definitely didn't know that he spent a large amount of his time there. Uraraka reluctantly followed after him. Greenie, why didn't you seek me out instantly? I'm offended. I'm joking, but explain yourself. Midoriya grinned at her chaos. Sorry, Hatsum. I was distracted. Some of my friends are acting weird today. This is Uraraka, by the way. Uraraka, this is Hatsum Mei from the support course. She's been helping me with some technical difficulties I've been having. Hatsum rolled her eyes playfully. Way to undersell our lifelong friendship, but yeah, nice to meet you. I like your hair. Do you use your quirk to keep it all fluffy like that? The brunette smiled, a little scared. Oh, yeah. But, how do you know my quirk? Hatsum waved a hand nonchalantly. I like to know who my future clients will be. And also the support course does repairs on your costumes. By the way, your new one is amazing. I had a hand in designing it myself, and what can I say, I'm just the best engineer this school has ever had. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, smiling. If you couldn't tell, Hatsum here is very modest about her abilities. She leveled him with a scathing look. Shut up, I'll skin you alive. Midoriya smirked. Try it, I don't have enough skin for that to be a real threat. Uraraka chuckled in surprise. Or in fear, Midoriya couldn't really tell. Right, we'll have time to talk babies when we have a full team. Who else are you thinking? Midoriya tugged his lower lip, looking around again. Uraraka's gaze caught on Tokoyami, still without a team. Perfect, Midoriya, Hatsum. I know who to ask. The three pushed themselves through the crowd to the raven-feathered boy. Tokoyami, are you on a team yet? Want to join ours? His red eyes scanned the three, before nodding solemnly. Midoriya wasn't sure why, but everything he did translated to poetry in his head. Great, tell us everything about your quirk. The midnight form of Dark Shadow appeared, floating next to Tokoyami. This is Dark Shadow. He is my companion in this void of eternal suffering. He is sensitive to the light. The more intense the light, the weaker he becomes. He is his own conscious, but we are linked. Bound together by fate, perhaps, or some otherworldly power. Midoriya grinned. Nice, okay, I have an idea. But first, Hatsum? What babies did you bring today? Uraraka looked between them, confused. I'm sorry, babies? Hatsum had an absolutely sheet-eating grin on her face. Why, you mean my ingenious inventions. Funny you should mention them. See, when we started working on equipment for the sports festival, Power Loader said, and I quote, "Whatever you make on school grounds and is of your own intellectual property goes, so get to work." So in conclusion, I may have gone a bit overboard. Midoriya internally cringed. What was overboard for one person was definitely not on the same level of what Hatsum considered overboard. She proceeded to pull out a series of vague cylinder shapes. Midoriya recognized one of them. Whoa, is that the Wheatley drone? All finished, and I made sure it would only blow up on command. Here, this visor is the receiver. Have you got your phone on you? Midoriya realized, stupidly, that yes, his phone was still on him. Tokoyami chuckled at his misery. A brief series of taps later and the Wheatley drone was active. Oh. Alright then, check me out. Oh look, I can. Oh, that's mad. I have complete range of motion? That is absolutely mad. I'm shocked, really. Thank you, miss. Very nifty, isn't she? Yeah. Midoriya smiled at the drone. Wheatley must have missed being able to move freely, being unattached to his service rail. Uraraka and Tokoyami seemed, for the most part, a little confused. They'd probably assumed that the voice was some weird program Hatsum had created specifically for the drone. Well, that he hoped they would. In hindsight, they probably only had a passing interest in it as long as it helped them. Hey Wheatley, we're going to need your help for the next round of the sports festival, if you don't mind. Oh no. I don't mind at all, do I? No, put me to work, give me tasks. I am absolutely invigorated, ready for any challenge. Well, most challenges. Some challenges. Why don't you just tell me what to do so I can tell you if that is a challenge I am willing to try. Or, go ahead. Okay, we have you in the drone right now because we need you to try and keep an eye on all sides of us. You'll float above us and I can check your bird's eye view on the visor if there's any trouble. Okay. Oh yeah, that sounds like a grand job, doesn't it? Yeah, I can do that. I will fly with the elegance of a goose. Or, I dunno, another graceful avian. I don't really know much about birds. Pigeons maybe, but yeah. Midoriya smiled and nodded sharply. He turned back to Hatsum. What else have you got? Well, I have these jetpacks, fully functional and will self-destruct on command, these shock absorbers for your shoes that will self-destruct on command, though with your legs we may not be needing them, a few harpoons that will self-destruct on command, and a couple of other things. And a rocket launcher. Midoriya grinned ferally. Nice. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. I know what to do. Midoriya quickly relayed his plan to the members of his team, them nodding in sync. They organized themselves as a group, Hatsum at the front, Midoriya and Uraraka at the sides and Tokoyami as their rider. Wheatley took off into the air, flitting around like a hummingbird. Midnight cracked her WHP, the sound echoing and reverberating through the arena. Alright, then that's time. If you have not already, please get into your formation. You will have 10 minutes from when the horn sounds to get as many points as possible, so think wisely and watch your backs. You will only be disqualified if your rider hits the ground. So go all out. Midoriya scanned the other 9 teams. Almost all of them had powerhouses at their behest. If Plan A didn't work, he would have minimal time to explain Plan B and possibly even Plan C. Although Midoriya was painfully aware that plans do not survive contact with the enemy. To be fair, the enemy, in this case, were his peers and not a murderous, but entertaining robot. At least he actually got cake here. He shook himself from his thoughts when he heard the absolutely booming sound of the horn. The sound made him flinch, but he could brush it off as being caught off guard. He hadn't exactly given his friends any reason to believe he had other issues he was dealing with behind the scenes. Aside from the scars, maybe. He had gotten clearance to wear long sleeves this time around. It hadn't bothered him so far, it wasn't about to start bothering him. What was bothering him? The commentary. All right. Let's get started on the UA cavalry battle. I am begging you to tone it down. The teams all took off in one massive rush. To no one's surprise, all but about 3 teams immediately attacked Todoroki's group. Midoriya wanted to avoid them if at all possible. With the ice and presumably fire, all things considered, user himself, Ida, Kaminari and Yaoyorozu all on the one team, it was basically a guaranteed loss unless you made up some crazy clever tactics. Oh, what's this? Looks like everyone wants that 1 million. Have you ever seen so many kids working together like this? Not everyone, some teams are hanging back. Smart move. Midoriya shuddered at the thought of getting into a confrontation with Kaminari again. He also was tempted to wipe his brow in relief that Yaoyorozu had never decided to create a gun. If at all possible, we should avoid Todoroki's group. They have the million, so they'll probably just be on the defense. Stay out of their line of sight at every opportunity. The other teams, the few that didn't go for the 1 million, charged Bakuga's group. In other words, they were signing their own death warrants. Midoriya ignored the sound of the explosive boy to their left, and instead focused on passing his headband up to Tokoyami, as Uraraka and Hatsum did the same, all while jogging away from the swarm of students. Remember, turn them inside out. At the very least, if someone does come after us, we won't have to worry about being targeted. He nodded to Uraraka and double-tapped Hatsum's shoulder. Step 2 of the plan, get the hell out of Dodge. Midoriya was fully aware that the teams that went for Todoroki would eventually come to the realization that they could lose their own precious points. To avoid a sudden onslaught of attackers themselves, they would use a mixture of his, Tokoyami and Uraraka's quirk, and Hatsum's tech. Uraraka tapped them all with 5 fingers. Midoriya was slightly disoriented by the lack of gravity, but the feeling vanished when Hatsum's jetpacks kicked in, blasting them high into the air. They were an experimental design, leg attachments rather than a massive backpack. He liked them, it was an interesting concept. If they held until the end, Hatsum could really attract some attention. While in the air, there wasn't much to do other than watch their classmates. The other teams seemed to be hunting each other in a more balanced fashion, with Todoroki's team holding off maybe 2 or 3 groups. Uraraka called their attention. I have to take a break, is it safe to drop down? Midoriya had a look at the floor below them on the visor, taking stock of who was where. Yep, let us go. Wheatley, call out if anything changes. She tapped her hands together and immediately they started plummeting. Midoriya wasn't nervous, he'd done this thousands of times. Not with 3 people relying on him to stop their legs from breaking, but hey, first time for everything. Well, that's an exaggeration. They were wearing Hatsum's shock absorbers. The plan here was that he'd absorb the brunt of the shock, and they would land safely with their own cheaper version of what he had. He could do without Hisashi's attention though. Huh. Yo, Eraser, what are those lunatics attempting? I'm not sure. Midoriya Izuku, quirk, portal. Uraraka Ochako, quirk, zero gravity. Tokoyami Fumikage, quirk, dark shadow. Hatsume, quirk, who knows what those 4 could come up with? He honestly wished they would stop very unsubtlety drawing attention to him. Maybe they were trying to make up for not spotting him in the obstacle course, as if that wasn't what he wanted. But they're plummeting to their deaths. He snickered to himself as he angled himself lower than his teammates. Tokoyami looked sick to his stomach, clearly not knowing what to expect. Uraraka looked nauseous but determined. Hatsum was laughing her head off. The teams near them had stalled in their hunt, gaping openly at the 4 falling from the sky. He could hear the gasps from the crowd as they got closer, closer. Midoriya slammed his legs into the ground, letting his body absorb the shock. A millisecond later, his team were safely deposited on the ground, minus a strong case of whiplash. Present Mike screamed. He could hear the roar from the crowd bouncing around the stadium. Todoroki was looking at him like he had just insulted his entire family tree. Midoriya was so confused by his behavior. Hey, wanna hunt for some headbands? When all he got were affirming nods, he let himself smirk. Then let the games begin. They were attacked, naturally. But Hatsum's technology did a great job against the less offensive quirks. She tossed Midoriya a gun filled with flashbangs, and he giggled like a maniac as he blinded a metal kid. Machiavelli, you punk! Dark Shadow, who had hidden before he shot the flashbang, emerged loud and proud. It snatched a few headbands and punched some children back in one swoop, gently tying the headbands inside out on Tokoyami's neck. Uraraka held them all up in the air a second time, much shorter than the last. This time, it was to get away from Bakugo. Apparently he didn't like it when his horse got his headband stolen. Kirishima was competitive, but was in good spirits about it. Bakugo less so. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow to smack him out of the air, but the explosive light was too much for it. Thinking on his feet, Midoriya ped the gun again. The sound reverberated through the air. Bakugo was stunned at the sight. Credit where credit is due, the gun looked real. Like really real. Eerily close to the real deal. Hatsum was meticulous about her designs, though. So it definitely was by no mistake that the flashbang gun struck fear into those that stared down the barrel. Midoriya's aim was flawless, firing directly into the path of the blonde boy. The light shocked him, giving Hatsum the perfect opportunity to show off even more of her babies. She pulled out an odd-looking and comically large gun. Like something out of a cartoon, very round and brightly colored. Probably to draw attention. The weapon activated, shooting Bakugo back to Earth with a concentrated blast of air. His teammates kept him from being disqualified, but it was still a satisfying takedown. An unfortunate side effect being that they were also blasted back from the force of it. They landed similarly to last time. Surprisingly, the other teams didn't seem interested in possibly being crushed by the combined weight of 4 people. Midoriya quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to come up with the best course of action. Wheatley hadn't started yelling any obscenities yet, so they were probably in the clear. That is, until another team decided to go after them. Oi, incoming. 2 o'clock. Or is it 4 o'clock? I dunno, I never understood the whole clock equaling direction thing. The same blonde boy that said Midoriya off after the USJ incident Minoma? Was the writer of FING course. Looking smug. He was always looking smug somehow. People like that really rubbed him the wrong way. How could someone live their lives never thinking that anything they did was wrong? No, if it was them, it meant they were 100% correct no matter what. Either that or he was a little beach. Midoriya was inclined to believe the latter. Well, if it isn't more of Class 1A? I see you picked up a stray somewhere along the way. Hatsum wasn't even paying attention to him, which only set him off more. Oh look, Uraraka, if it isn't the cheap, second-rate version of Bakugo from the other class. I wonder what he's got up his sleeves for us today. The boy's eye twitched. Okay, maybe intentionally pissing him off wasn't a good idea. I'll be taking those headbands now. Their teams stared each other down. Midoriya wasn't sure what power he had. Nothing that affected his looks too much. He did kinda look feral, but that might be unrelated. A boy with brown hair cupped his hands around his mouth and exhaled sharply. Midoriya watched in fascination as the air solidified and became invisible. He took the initiative to test a theory, by kicking some soil up at the invisible air. He wasn't really sure what to call it. The dirt smacked against the hardened air, falling back to the floor. His eyes sharpened, turning dark in anticipation. Okay, avoid that space in front of us, it's probably some kind of wall. They scooted in a half-crescent shape, keeping an eye on the other team and kicking up dirt at the wall. Until the dirt kept moving. The other team barely gave them time to blink before rushing them. For a few intense moments, all Midoriya could hear was the screaming of Hizashi and the monotone of Shoyuta and the shifting of fabric and the thumping of feet on the ground and Dark Shadow flying everywhere, and there was someone touching him. He lashed out with a closed fist, punch making contact with the blonde's teammate as opposed to the blonde himself. Midoriya was annoyed he missed. He watched the blonde in curiosity as he did that something. He flexed a hand, sighing in mild disappointment with the results. A shame, I was certainly interested in trying out your quirk. Midoriya's head snapped up to his. Icy blue eyes met artificial green. The smug look was back, but it looked more forced this time. What kind of power? Hizashi felt the need to focus on this moment with them, as opposed to literally anything else. Minoma Nito. Quirk, copy. What's going on down there, Racer? Is Minoma trying to get a grasp of Portal? Huh. Copy. Copy what exactly? Power? Was that even possible? Apparently not, considering Monoma did still have his own hands. And legs. And eyes. Etc. Hatsum had clearly gotten bored of the fight, if you could even call it that. She kept getting distracted by the high-baller tech company representatives in the crowd. She pulled a new baby out of her backpack. It was one Midoriya had been waiting to experience in person. And that's what it was, an experience. She cranked a SW's on the side of the rocket launcher, firing off before he could even blink. Monoma was stunned to silence. Midoriya wanted to laugh. Uraraka and Tokoyami's mouths dropped open. In fact, most people in the arena were suddenly paying attention. Time seemed to slow a bit as the recoil hit Hatsum. Monoma's team scrambled back to save their sorry buttes from a literal bomb. The air guy poised to send off a few walls, but he just wasn't fast enough. A crack of a WHP. And that's time up. The bomb went off. Midoriya cackled alongside Hatsum when Monoma went flying. Karma Beach. Midoriya didn't feel bad. He wasn't even badly hurt. Uraraka helped Tokoyami down to his feet, petting Dark Shadow's head in praise. Midoriya smiled at his team. They smiled back. He looked around, seeing if he could catch Shinsu's eye wherever he was on the field. They had only crossed paths during the battle briefly, and not again after that. Midoriya saw Ida, hands on his hips, looking proud. After all, his team had managed to hold on to the 1 million for the whole match. Ida happened to glance their way, his expression faltering when he made eye contact with Midoriya. Todoroki was glaring at him openly. Midoriya was tired. He met his gaze head-on, making it very clear when he rolled his eyes and turned back to his team. If Todoroki wanted to be pissy about whatever, let him be. Midoriya could figure him out after lunch. Alri. In first place, we have Team Todoroki. In second place, we have Team Bakugo. In third place we have Team Tokoyami, and in fourth place we have Team Shinsu. Midoriya snorted. Of course Shinso would somehow place in the top 4 without ever having been focused on by the lovely announcers. He was sure they would make up for that in the last round. Hey, it was a good tactic. Shinso could not have rolled his eyes any more dramatically. Okay, let's pretend for a second that a FING rocket launcher isn't way too extra for a sports festival. Why did you fire it right at the end? Hatsum shrugged, chugging an energy drink. Midoriya shoved her water bottle closer to her. Uraraka and Tsuyu giggled at the general silliness of the conversation. Tokoyami was pecking at an apple. Personally, I enjoyed the rocket launcher. Hatsum slammed her hand on the lunch table. Echistasuke at beach. Thank you, bird person. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, smiling. He noticed Ida entering the cafeteria, looking around the crowded room. He quickly nudged Uraraka before holding up a hand to catch his attention. The spectacled boy smiled, shifting his tray in his hands and making his way to their table. Shinso sat up when he saw him. Welcome home, cheater. Midoriya snorted into his fist. Ida, the poor guy, looked completely lost. I don't believe I cheated in anything. To what are you referring, Shinso? Midoriya knew Shinso didn't really like Todoroki much. He could see where this conversation was going. I'm referring to when you teamed up with Todoroki. Have the two of you ever spoken outside of, like, the USJ incident? Did you even talk then? Ida looked a little uncomfortable. I may not be close with him, but I wanted to prove I could win without relying on all of you. By buddying up with one of the most powerful guys in our class? Yeah, sounds legit. The tension had been gradually growing. Midoriya needed it to stop. Shinso, leave him alone. Ida, sit before he jumps across the table at you. Todoroki isn't a complete a-hole. I was in the same area as him for the USJ incident. He was a bit cold, no pun intended, but he didn't come off as a bad person. We talked after as well that I thought he was just lonely, but today he was, like, different. Like a different person altogether. Did any of you notice? Ida tapped his chin pensively. To be honest, he was distracted during the cavalry battle. For starters, he was dead silent, but he repeatedly looked out at the audience. Midoriya latched onto the tidbit of information. He did? Do you know why? The taller boy took off and cleaned his glasses, sighing. I'm not sure, I'm afraid. I would guess that he was stressed. There must be a lot of pressure on him, being the number 2 hero's son. Especially as a legacy here in UA. Endeavor was a student as well. Midoriya blinked. Endeavor is the number 2 hero? He was met with a myriad of blank stares. Huh. His sweat dropped. Well, you know? I just assumed he was too brash for the role. I don't really follow pop culture. Or current events. Hatsum can vouch for me. She nodded, thankfully. That is true. He didn't know the UA Sports Festival was a televised event until, last month. Anyways, you think there's more going on there? I find it hard to believe he would do a complete 180 like that from stress alone. Shinso rolled his eyes, shrugging. It's hard to say. It's not like he tries to talk to any of us. Maybe I should go talk to him. I don't know, maybe I did something and didn't realize. Or maybe he just needs someone to talk to. Why should you be the one that talks to him? Midoriya turned to the insomniac, an unreadable expression on his face. What? Shinso shrunk a little under his gaze. He sounded more defeated. Look, all I'm saying is that you shouldn't have to burden yourself by trying to help him. Sometimes people don't want help. Even if they need it. Even if they know they should take it. I know you're trying to be a good person, but people are selfish. You're allowed to be selfish. Midoriya pursed his lips. He gave one sharp nod, standing up from the table. I'm going to go find him. Uraraka gave him a thumbs up in encouragement. Tsuyu and Tokoyami shared a look. He walked away. Finding Todoroki, Midoriya found, was much more difficult than anticipated. For starters, he had absolutely no idea where he went. Hey Kaminari, did you see where Todoroki went after the cavalry battle? The yellow blonde tapped his chin. That would be a no, sorry. Why, are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just had a question, I guess. Thanks anyway. Kaminari smiled, turning back to his conversation with Ishido and Shiro. Midoriya carried on, searching the nearby corridors and waiting rooms. Nothing. The image of Shinso crossed his mind, as he bitterly spoke about Todoroki. Midoriya understood where Shinso was coming from, but that didn't necessarily mean he was right. Some people don't want help, but maybe they need someone to offer it. Or maybe he was trying too hard with someone who just didn't care. Not to side with Shinso, but Todoroki hadn't exactly broken into song and dance after they shared in some conversations. But he also didn't tell Midoriya to F off, so what? Why did he care so much? Why was he forcing himself to search for a boy who clearly didn't want to be found? Why was he reaching out for someone who had been nothing but an butt to him all day? He scowled and rolled his eyes. Many times would he have to reach out before he gave? He was getting annoyed. How many places could a teenage boy hide in the stadium? Surely not that many. Unless he left. Midoriya followed the signs to the exit. He knew there were stalls and games set up outside, so probably not there. Plus, Todoroki didn't seem like the type to enjoy large crowds. An emergency exit maybe? It was worth a shot. He turned on his heel and jogged back in the other direction. He found the nearest fire exit, a large tunnel leading directly to the exterior of the stadium. Midoriya thought it was poor planning. What if someone broke in again? All they'd have to do is hide in the forest right next to the stadium and walk through the comically large tunnel directly to the students. But oh well, he wasn't one to critique. He walked through the tunnel, taking a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the gentle sun on his face. He let himself smile. The feeling really never got old. Midoriya? The boy exhaled, looking to his left. Who was sitting there, knees to his chest, but Todoroki. You're a tough guy to find. Why are you sitting here by yourself? The other boy stared at him for a beat too long. Midoriya got the impression he wasn't going to respond, until Todoroki sighed. I needed to breathe. I hear that. He felt his earlier irritation claw back up his throat. He turned to face the other boy properly. Why are you talking to me now? Did I do something to you? I don't understand how we went from being friends to you being mad at me. The heterochromatic boy's expression shifted. Midoriya sniffed, aggressively rubbing his nose. That we were friends? That caught his attention. He blinked a few times, rubbing his neck. Well, I thought so. At the USJ and after. We were talking. I don't know, I thought that sorry. Todoroki looked pensive. Vaguely. His expressions were hard to read. In that case, I haven't been a very good friend. I don't have that experience when it comes to having friends. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to behave. Midoriya pinched his brows. Behave? You don't have to do anything, Todoroki, just be you. I want to be your friend. He blinked once, slowly. Midoriya briefly pictured a cat. Why? He was not joking. Midoriya didn't know how to respond. I just think you're cool. You've got that wicked power and you manage to stay so calm and in control all the time. I envy that, you know? Plus, you were nice to me before. And I thought maybe you needed a friend. Todoroki looked away from him, a somewhat morose expression on his face. You pity me? Midoriya pinched his brows. What's there to pity? Todoroki, I want to be your friend, and I thought that because you're not very close with the class, it was because you were scared or something. Shy maybe. The dual boy said nothing, so Midoriya continued. You always seem to float above it all, until the USJ. During the apprehension test, you stayed completely calm while Eraserhead scared everyone else shitless. During the hero and villain training, your team won the fastest because of your skill. Honestly, even during the USJ, you talked sense into me when I didn't want to hear it. And you didn't hesitate. You're just so that I don't know. Above everything. I don't know how else to put it. But that's just it though, isn't it? When you're so high above everything, when you're untouchable, it can be hard to connect with others, right? It's like, maybe you lost touch? Todoroki just watched him from where he was sitting. Midoriya kinda regretted not sitting down before he made the conversation heavy. He was honestly surprised Todoroki responded at all. That I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Todoroki. I can see why you thought that. Midoriya watched as he stared off into space. It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but he hoped it was at least positive. Todoroki looked up at him with a fresh determination in his eyes. It was a refreshing sight. If we are not friends, can I share something with you? The green-haired boy nodded, walking over and sitting down cross-legged next to Todoroki. Go ahead, whatever you want. He hesitated, opening and closing his mouth. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Internally, Midoriya was laughing at the irony of him, literally the only person who knew absolute fuck all about quirks, being asked if he knew something. About quirks? What were the odds? Externally, he shook his head. No, I haven't. Todoroki sighed, looking away from him. Around the second and third generations of quirks, some people realized that they could manufacture stronger powers in their offspring. People's family would be paid off to marry complete strangers for the sole reason being to pump out powerful children. Midoriya didn't like where this was going. That sounds like eugenics. Todoroki huffed what might have been a laugh. In a lot of ways, it was. They were banned a few decades ago, but that didn't stop the rich people with agendas. Endeavor, my father, bought my mother's hand. My grandparents shipped her off to him, happy with the check filling their pockets. Midoriya assumed Todoroki wasn't exactly close with his extended family. He forced 4 children out of her, looking for one power. The one power. Midoriya didn't need to guess. Yours. Todoroki's gaze turned hard, making his chest hurt. Yes. He isolated me from my older siblings. He didn't want his failures contaminating his masterpiece. A legacy stronger than all might, that's all the BSD wants. He raised a hand to his left eye. The one with the very large, very noticeable scar. Midoriya felt sick to his stomach. My mother tried to protect me. There was only so much of him she could take, evidently. Todoroki. The other boy was breathing harder than he had been. Midoriya thought he wouldn't be able to stop if he wanted to. She said I looked just like him, that she couldn't stand the sight of me, and she threw boiling water in my face. He was staring. He knew he shouldn't be, but even he couldn't come up with anything to say to that. Endeavor shipped her off to a psychiatric care ward. He never talked about what happened after. I've been refusing part of myself, of my quirk, because of him. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. Midoriya couldn't let that slide. Todoroki, I don't want to offend you at all, but your dad is a beach. The reaction he got was worth the possibility of anger. Todoroki blinked at him like he didn't know how to respond, before a small smile settled on his face. That you've been suppressing your quirk? Part of it. His fire. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Okay, you don't have to take my word for it, but I'm pretty sure you aren't Endeavor. Just because you're related to him doesn't mean you have to consider him your family. Or that you let him have such a big influence on your actions. Todoroki gave him a weird look. What do you mean? Well, what good is not using your power going to be in the future? Thieves and murderers aren't going to care that you have a bad past. Civilians won't care as long as you can help them. Why keep letting him influence you when you could use all your power and still not give him what he wants? Would that not be more satisfying and safe for you? He gave him another strange look, but this time there was a layer of understanding underneath. Thank you, Midoriya. You've given me a lot to think about. To be honest, this morning, I told you I was going to beat you to prove something to him. That if I could take you down with only half of my power. That I could beat All Might as well. And that I could make him watch me reject him. But that's still letting him occupy my thoughts. All I want is to be free of him. You're right. So, thank you. Midoriya smiled. Of course. Todoroki turned to face him again. May I ask you a question? Sure. Are you somehow related to Midnight? She seems too young to be your mother, your aunt or sister maybe. And what about Aizawa? I know you're trying to hide it, but it's clear you have a connection of some kind. Midoriya choked several times during that spiel. I mean, no, I'm not related to Midnight, she just likes me. And I guess since you already know, and you trusted me just now, yeah. I do have a connection to Eraserhead. He kind of adopted me? I don't know. He's my guardian. Todoroki blinked once and nodded sharply. I will keep your secret. Midoriya smiled, amused at his serious tone. If only he knew about the rest of his secrets. Thanks, Todoroki. The boy hesitated again, slowly holding out his left arm and cupping his hand. A gentle, warming flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Midoriya watched it in wonder. Todoroki looked uneasy, but the flame stayed burning, so maybe he just had to get comfortable with it again. Thank you. He grinned. Shigaraki was tapping his index finger repeatedly on the bar. The eye not covered by father was glued to the TV screen. He didn't get it. How could that NPC have gotten to the final round without showing his quirk? There was no way he was quirkless. What little he could see of his arms down to his fingers were stark white. So what? Was he just not going to use it? Kurogiri watched as he tapped. The man had given him grief for destroying so many glasses. He knew he'd never hear the end of it if he ruined the whole counter. The small monitor behind him was whirring. Sensei. The voice of his MSTR crackled and fizzled through the old speakers. Yes, Tamura? He kept staring at the TV. They were doing that asinine section where the contestants not good enough to make it to the end had the chance to play some games and show off their quirks. He felt the cogs turning in his head. The green one, I want information on him. The same with the blonde and the purple-haired one. A deep, resounding chuckle came from the small screen. As you wish, Tamura. What is it about these three? He growled in frustration. These NPCs are overpowered. The green one cheated, and he hasn't even shown his quirk properly today. It's so ugh. How did he survive the Nomu? Calm yourself. You know quirks have only gotten stronger through the generations. Your own, for example. The boy, barely an adult, huffed. The blonde one with explosions. He's angry. I think he has potential. Maybe even enough to be worthy of joining up with us. The monitor buzzed. What makes you say that? He keeps getting caught up in the games, but you can see when he snaps back to reality. I think he's fighting his natural impulses. A clockwork orange, so to speak. Very astute of you, Tamura. I'm impressed. He shrunk a bit under the meager praise. Sensei wasn't one to hand out compliments. His terrifying control over most of the underground left him hardened. Plenty had failed to meet his expectations, And let's just say they didn't expect a second chance. His sensei spoke again. The last one, what is it about him? From what I can see, he can control people. I'm not sure how, but if that's his genuine quirk, he could be a serious asset. That is, if he can prove himself to be more than an NPC. Sensei hummed. I see. So the last two are of importance, should we sway them to our side, while the first is of special interest to you. I'll see what can be found on them. Kurogiri watched him as he faced the screen. Thank you, Sensei. Midoriya had managed to convince Todoroki to join his friends for what was left of their lunch hour, though their initial greetings could have gone better. Much better. Midoriya knew that Shinso was bitter about a lot of things. It was kind of a part of his personality at this point. But still, he really hoped the other would have been semi-amiable toward Todoroki. Unfortunately not. Oh, I see you found him. And why, pray tell, did you bring him here? He shot Shinso a look, but the other ignored him. The rest, at least, welcomed him. Todoroki, wonderful to see you've joined us. I must say, your strategizing in the last round was both practical and effective. Well done. Hey Todoroki. It's nice to see you. Are you hungry? Yeah, Karo, you really gave us a run for our money. Speaking of money, if you let me make you some gear, we both could make a lot of money. Nice work on coming first twice in a row. You've been granted immense power, and your control is striking. The dark welcomes you should you choose to explore it. Todoroki was definitely not prepared for all the attention to be on him. He especially was caught off guard by Tokoyami's comment. Midoriya shoved him into the seat next to him before sitting down himself. He cleared his throat to alleviate some of the awkwardness he could feel growing. So, how are we feeling about the final challenge? Shinso raised an eyebrow. I'm against Monoma in the 4th round. The freaky guy who insulted our whole class. Luckily for me, I'm dipping. Todoroki looked up at that. You're forfeiting the match? Shinso looked up at him from under his eyebrows. No, I'm going to walk onto the platform, wait until the match starts, and walk back off. The bicolored boy stared. Why? Shinso scoffed into his onigiri. It might not make sense to you, but I'm not here to make a show. I got to the last round, that's all I wanted to prove. I already have my internship lined up. You don't want to win? This time he gave him a weird look. No? It doesn't matter to me. By next week, no one will be talking about it. Why put all your energy into a competition that doesn't even matter after today? Todoroki looked away, a curious expression on his face. Midoriya blinked at Shinso, who shrugged back. Ida cleared his throat. Who are you fighting first, Midoriya? He froze. That I don't know? Uraraka and Tsuyu laughed at him. He huffed into his bento. What? I didn't check. Hatsum stopped stuffing her face with cup noodles, swallowing a massive mouthful in one large gulp. No need to worry, my simple-minded friend, for you have been placed against me. Simple-minded? Why is everyone being mean to me today? Todoroki slouched a bit. Okay, maybe not the best choice of words. Whatever, what did you have in mind, best friend whom I admire and respect very much? Tokoyami snorted that time. No need to fear my guy, trust me when I say I have the best plan ever. And we're going first, so all eyes will be on us. This literally could not have gone better for me. Oh, you have my interest now. What are you scheming? Ida chopped his arm. Midoriya, it is disrespectful to assume your dear friend would have ulterior motives during the renowned sports festival. Hatsum raised an eyebrow. Oh, I absolutely have ulterior motives. I want to get people talking about my babies. How better to do that than to have Greenie using my gear as well? I already did out the paperwork, and Power Loader said it was fine as long as nothing blew up unintentionally obviously. Ida dropped his arm. Uraraka smiled at him sympathetically. Midoriya grinned. Perfect, now, how chaotic do we get with this? What tech are you thinking? She tapped her chin a few times. Let me think. Midoriya, may I speak? With you privately. It will only be for a moment. Shoyuda had appeared behind them at some point. Both Midoriya and Shinso startled. Oh, sure, I'll be back in a second guys. Shinso, play nice. Shinso glared at him as he followed Shoyuta away from the table and out of the cafeteria. So, how are you feeling? Still overwhelmed? He smiled. Well, yeah, but I'm doing okay. You sound like you're having fun with the commentary. How'd he rope you into that one? The man sighed, leaning against the wall. Lost a bet. Turns out, Hizashi is really good at guessing which third years like each other. Midoriya hummed. We didn't see much of you during the race. Saving energy for something? No, I just didn't want to give away my strategies too soon. I'm not even that pushed about winning, I'm just curious to see how this round goes. You'll do fine. We did plenty of combat training before UA, is that still knocking around in your noggin? He chuckled as Shoyuta tapped his head. Yeah, I don't know. I find it hard to SWCH from the portal mentality. I was mostly all about movement and dodging before, you know? I keep hesitating. Maybe I need to work on that. Shoyuta gave him a look. Yes, I would argue that that is something worth working on. Any ideas for your internship yet? Well, given that I know all of about 10 pro heroes in total, I'll probably play it safe. And you're positive you don't want to intern with either of us? Midoriya nodded. He knew, logically, that he absolutely could just intern with either of his parental figures, easy. But he wanted to earn his internship. Or at least go to someone who could teach him something new. Kiyama was a no, for now anyway. She couldn't really help him with his power or his fighting, with her own fighting style being so different to his. Nedzu was an absolute no. He didn't feel anywhere near confident enough to spend a whole week with the principal. Sure, they'd spoken over tea a few times, but the mouse/bear/whatever was always asking questions about the past. Plus, he wasn't sure if he was prepared to have his first therapy session be unintentionally hosted by Nedzu. Maybe some of the other staff? He didn't know the rest of them that well, so he could happily accept an offer from any of them. Another bonus would be that they know his guardians personally. It would be easy to talk to them should anything happen. He shrugged after a second. Yeah, thanks though. It really means a lot that you'd keep training me. Shoyuta smiled under his capture weapon. Yeah, whatever. Get back to your friends, lunch is over soon. They went their separate ways. Hey. Welcome back to the final round of the sports festival. During the break, our students got to relax and play some games, but now we're back in business. First up, Midoriya Izuku from the hero course versus Hatsum Mei from the support course. They were on the same team in the last round. Let's see how this goes. Hold on. What's Midoriya got there? Is that I believe it is Hatsum's tech. She filled out the paperwork, calmed down. Oh, this is going to be a good one. I can feel it. Midnight cracked her WHP as both Hatsum and Midoriya took their positions on the platform. The crowd was cheering like crazy. Midoriya didn't know how to feel. He felt warm, kind of. It was an interesting sensation, having people so genuinely happy to witness one's performance. It was certainly a nice change of pace from Glados. He took a deep breath, thinking back over their plan. Let it happen as it happened. She knew what she was doing. All right, when I crack my WHP, you will try to incapacitate your opponent, knock them out of bounds, or get them to concede defeat. Matches will be timed, but this won't affect your score in any way. Cementos and I are here if things get out of hand. And remember, in order to win a medal, you have to give your all. She raised her arm dramatically. Ready? And dash. The sound of her WHP echoed through his eardrums. He knew the plan. He took off forward, as if he was going to try shoving Hatsum out. Right, and he neared her, he reached out and she flew upwards on metal poles, extending from her backpack. He skidded to a stop. Step 1, complete. She smiled, pulling out the megaphone from earlier. As you can see, this backpack comes fully stocked with sensors and my patented, fast-reacting balancing system. No matter the terrain or the weather conditions, this baby will keep you out of reach. Midoriya ran at her again, smiling wider this time. Her tech shot her out of the way again, only this time Midoriya made to spin around mid-stride. His poorly executed turn was corrected by the tech she lent him, sending him back on course. What you just witnessed is my finest creation to date. This baby automatically rebalances you in your stride, both boosting and improving your speed. No more unfortunate falls or slow starts, this baby has you covered. That whole thing went on for a number of minutes. It, being the first match of many, had the audience high in anticipation. Really, it couldn't have gone better for Hatsum. What especially helped was that both Shoyuta and Hizashi caught on to what she was doing pretty quickly, going as far to audibly react when one of her babies did something particularly striking. Once she'd shown off what she wanted to, she proudly waved to the crowd and walked herself out of bounds. Midoriya laughed and applauded as she left, heading back through the tunnel. It was funny, honestly, that they let her get away with it. Maybe it was because she was the only student not from the hero course to make it to the final round. Either way, the crowd was impressed with her, he was through to the next round, and Todoroki was being nicer to him. All in all, he was having a really good time. He was walking back through the halls, thinking about his next match. He'd be fighting whoever won the second round. He was curious to know who that would be. He turned the corner and was met with an absolute brick wall of a man. Oh, my life. The man turned around. His face was adorned with the most ridiculous fiery facial hair, and a face that only a mother could love. Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Todoroki's shitbag of a father. Oh, you came third in the first round without drawing any attention to yourself. You'll be against my masterpiece in the next round. You better give him a good fight. The man started turning back around. Midoriya refused to let Todoroki be spoken about like an object. He also refused to let this flaming a-hole give him grief. Wow, you kiss your mother with that mouth? Endeavor froze, looking back at him. Excuse me? You're excused now, I believe only students are allowed to be back here. Care to run along back to your seat, sir? His smile was absolutely venomous. The hero didn't enjoy being told off, surprise, surprise. How dare you speak to me like that, don't you know to respect authority? Midoriya blinked, putting on a very sweet, very fake smile. I'm sorry, do I know you? He furrowed his brows. I also don't appreciate that tone of yours. Leave before I make you leave. Midoriya put a hand on his chest, gasping. Excuse me? Did you just threaten a minor on school grounds? I'd hate to have to pull the camera footage from this hall. I'm sure your fans would be curious to know why you might be banned from UA, despite being an alumnus. Run along back to the viewing area, please. You're stinking up the hall with those flames. Midoriya walked around him, shooting him a glare. As he walked past. By the way, Todoroki isn't an object, sir. He also, more importantly, isn't you. Get your head out of your butt. Midoriya left before he got a response. If he was being honest, Midoriya wasn't all that interested in watching the fights. Something didn't sit right with him about watching his friends and classmates fight each other for others' entertainment and business dealings. They fought like they had nothing to lose. For some of them, he thought it had to be true. What he didn't like was that it was being broadcasted for all to see. Why was something like that allowed? Surely Nezu would know better than to show off the powers and abilities of the future generations of heroes? He sighed. Hatsum didn't seem to care. She used it as an opportunity. As she should, but still. She was comfortable in what was happening. So were most of his classmates too. He was paranoid, obviously. All too used to being watched while trying to perform at his best. Maybe it was because Glados observed him so keenly and borderline obsessively that he had a problem with the festival. Shinso had the right idea. This was hardly going to be the only opportunity for them to catch the public's eye. He shouldn't have to pull out all the stops at the first chance. Better to leave some things secret. Add a little spice later on. He sighed, picking up the pace as he walked back to his seat. He didn't want to watch his classmates fight, but he might as well send them off with well wishes. Who knows, perhaps it means more to them than it does to him. He frowned. Turning the corner, he jogged up the stairs, trying to clear his mind. Only to bump into Todoroki. He heard something clatter to the ground. Oh, hey, sorry about that. Midoriya noticed that the other boy looked relieved to have found him. It's okay. Can I ask you something before I go out there? He blinked, smiling. Of course. Is everything okay? Todoroki's face was, to put it lightly, torn. The conflict he was so openly expressing through Midoriya off. He raised a hand, trying to comfort his friend?
Yeah, friend.
Todoroki closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them, Midoriya could have choked. He had an intense look about him, the likes of which Midoriya had rarely experienced. Were you serious? About everything you were saying earlier?
But
Midoriya wanted to punch everyone who'd ever hurt the boy in front of him.
of course,
I meant every word. He took another drawn-out breath. I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to give me your honest answer. I want to do something stupid. Really, really stupid. It could have serious consequences for me, but I really want to do it.
I want it.
For me. Should I go for it? Midoriya could feel himself smiling awkwardly. This was not what he was expecting. Well, I wouldn't recommend doing anything illegal. Todoroki's eyes went wide. No. Nothing like that. He sighed a breath of relief, dramatically wiping his forehead. Oh, thanks science, I thought I was about to become an accomplice in something, holy shit. The bicolored boy had the ghost of a smile. I think, if it's something you want to do for yourself, even if there are consequences, you should do it. Unless it's murder. That is negotiable if the target is though. Anyways, sorry, yeah I'd say. If it'll make you happy, do it. Will you regret it if you don't? Todoroki's smile widened, though his eyes were full of an emotion that Midoriya couldn't even begin to identify. Maybe that's why he needed a therapist. Definitely. More than anything. Midoriya smiled. Do it. Show them who's boss, right? Right. Todoroki glanced at a clock hanging along the wall of the corridor. Midoriya figured he should head back to his seat. Hey, good luck with the match, you've got serious strength, man. Show them what you've got. Todoroki looked at him, amused. He nodded, and started walking past him, leaning to pick up whatever had fallen from his grasp. Thank you, but it won't be necessary. Midoriya turned, watching his friend strolling away, the most at ease he'd ever seen him. With FANG megaphone in his hand. What the F does that mean? He shook his head, chuckling. Whatever, let the cards fall as they may. He stuck his hands in his pockets and headed for the students' seating. Uraraka had been nice enough to save him a seat between her and Ida. She'd waved him over when he got there, nudging Shinso beside her. Shinso looked at him, nodded his head slightly, and went back to talking to whoever was sitting on the other side of him. Once Midoriya had sat down comfortably, he realized the person was Monoma. He was surprised, to say the least. Especially considering the fact that Shinso had been rattled by the blonde's insults following the USJ. And that Monoma was a little cracked, mentally speaking. Maybe that was just his inferiority complex. Whatever. He leaned forward in his seat, waving at him. Monoma stalled in his conversation with Shinso. Hey, how are you doing on this fine day? He raised a blonde eyebrow. I don't understand you 1A people. I'm fine. Do you mind? We were clearly having a conversation. Midoriya shrugged. Shinso elbowed Monoma in the hip. Shinso didn't exactly love the fact that the random draw had pitted him and Monoma against each other. Them, two of the few hero students who'd been badly mistreated for their quirks. He himself had been labeled as a villain the second people found out about his quirk. Surprise, surprise, people don't tend to enjoy losing all control of their bodies. School had always been weird. Weird people asking him weird questions about his weird quirk. Creepy things, like if he'd make people do things they'd be uncomfortable with. Or just disgusting things. Shinso was many things, but he wasn't a shitbag. He absolutely wanted to show his ex-classmates up, becoming the best hero alive and rubbing it in their disgusting, judgmental faces. But the spotlight wasn't for him. He wasn't that kind of person, he didn't want to be that kind of hero. Underground, he'd decided. That's where he belonged. But the unfortunate truth was that he was still viewed as the bad guy. Other than in UA. It was so foreign to him at first, being treated with kindness and friendliness right off the bat, and even after he used his quirk. True, he still hadn't fully explained what he could do, but his classmates didn't care. And Midoriya had helped him. A few times. He was the best friend he ever had. The only best friend he ever had. And Midoriya had helped him make new friends. And he was happier. Minoma, not so much. Technically, he wasn't even supposed to be in the final round, but two of Shinsu's lovely teammates from the cavalry battle didn't feel like they'd earned their spots, so they both dropped out. Midnight was nice enough to let his team, the fifth placers, choose two to participate. His quirk was functionally useless on its own, and while that didn't mean it was weak, it meant he would forever be relying on other people being there. Obviously the guy had issues. Midoriya was probably right in thinking he had an inferiority complex of some kind. Shinso had honestly been really shocked that the other approached him before their match. Would you look at that, making the two freaks fight in the first round? What are the odds? Initially, Shinso assumed he had just wanted to throw him off his game. Look, if you're here to try pissing me off, it isn't going to work. Ugh, not everything is about you. I want to ask you about our match. Shinso raised his brows. Shoot. Minoma sighed. How much does this mean to you? That was what flicked the SW in his head. Minoma, of all people, wanting to know if losing would F up his mental health or something. He snorted sardonically. It doesn't. I did what I wanted to do. So, I'm done. Enjoy the next heat. The look Minoma had on his face was amazing. He was thriving. In that moment, Shinso knew he had peaked. You're dropping out? Why the hell is that what you want? Why don't you want to win? He just shrugged, relaxed and pleased with himself. I don't need to win to be satisfied. I got into the hero course, and it's been a dream. It's all I wanted as a kid. I'm going to be a hero, the kind I want to be. I got this far on my own strength with help from friends. Winning would be cool, yeah, but I don't need it. I'm happy with where I am. Todoroki, who had been sitting in the row behind them, got up and left after that. Minoma scratched at his hair. He exhaled sharply. Of course you're being noble or whatever. I'm surprised you didn't just make them give you the DMN medal. He rolled his eyes at that. Yeah. Well, it's been nice, kindly F off. No let me finish please. You don't want to win, good for you. Thanks for the pass, if that's what you want to hear. When are you planning on forfeiting? Shinso actually laughed at that. Forfeiting? Nah, I was thinking of having some fun with it if you're on board. Minoma smirked. Oh, what did you have in mind? Shinso had an idea all right. While he and Minoma had established a begrudging respect based on their own experiences and their hatred of the Hero Commission, Shinso wouldn't tolerate him being aide to his best friend, who had literally just sat down. So he elbowed him in the hip to shut him up. He certainly hadn't been expecting it, but that probably served better, in his opinion. Midoriya looked between them in confusion, but he smiled to himself and looked away. Good. Shinso looked down at the arena, watching Todoroki and Shiro make their ways onto the platform. He didn't know how he felt about Todoroki. On one hand, he was born with an absolutely unparalleled quirk, in terms of power and abilities. His control of said quirk was insane. Shinso wasn't blind. He froze a whole building for an exercise, and managed to leave the attached buildings completely untouched and undamaged. He captured all the villains around him in the USJ, escaping without a scratch. He'd certainly done more than Shinso. He rolled his eyes at the thought. What Shinso didn't like was that he was so privileged. He had a rich family, a direct connection to the number 2 hero, and the respect of everyone in UA for just being a legacy. He never seemed grateful for anything he had. On the other hand, the number 2 hero was a flaming a-hole. Shinso did not trust his parenting abilities in the slightest. Todoroki clearly was not the same as the rest of their classmates, socially speaking. He almost never initiated conversation, and he was so unaware of others' feelings that it was borderline crazy. If those weren't red flags, he didn't know what were. Of course, he had absolutely no proof for anything he could think up. And it was easier to be in but than it was to try befriend someone who didn't want it. Todoroki had literally said that he wasn't there to make friends. There isn't a lot of ways to interpret that. What he couldn't let go of, though, was that Todoroki singled out Midoriya, posed a challenge for him, wanting to beat him specifically. What about everyone else, huh? All Shinso would have to do is get him to talk, and he'd be done for. What good would ice be if Yaoyorozu created some antifreeze? Or a flamethrower? He didn't see them as threats, is what he was getting at. And he couldn't let that slide. Midoriya wanted to be nice. He wanted to try with him. Shinso didn't get it. He could also tell Midoriya wanted him to be nicer to Todoroki at lunch. And to give credit where credit was due, the bicolored boy had been different. Whatever Midoriya had said to him clearly had some impact. Though Shinso needed something from Todoroki. He needed the boy to earn his respect. Maybe that wasn't the fairest thing to do, but Todoroki had been and but to his friends. He thought he was right to want more from him. Speaking of Todoroki, the boy was holding something. He couldn't quite tell what it was from where they were sitting, but he wondered how he had gotten permission to bring an extra something to his fight. Not like he needed help with that quirk. Midnight cracked her WHP, controlling the crowd in an instant. All right. Next up, Todoroki the powerhouse versus the agile Zero. How will I TP her? What's happening down there? Shinso looked back down at the arena. Todoroki was on fire. Well, not entirely. Half fire and half ice. It was the first time he ever saw the boy use it. Had he intentionally not been using fire? Half his quirk, and he still thought he was better than the rest of their class? Figures. Midoriya shot up from his seat, cheering at the top of his lungs, and for a moment, Shinso saw the flames grow. Zero was looking a little nervous. Why was Midoriya so happy? Why was he so willing to reach out to people who didn't deserve it? He huffed, frustrated. He needed to stop projecting onto Todoroki immediately. Midnight was about to crack her WHP to start the match. Todoroki held the thing he brought in his left hand. Hatsum cackled in the seat behind him. My design, my megaphone, being shown off to the world in the hands of a pro hero's son, today has been an absolute dream come true. A megaphone? Shinso narrowed his eyes. Todoroki held it up to his mouth. What was he planning? He took a deep breath. Shinso leaned further forward in his seat. Excuse me. Midnight froze. His voice bounced and echoed around the arena. Todoroki flinched at the volume. He tried again. Sorry, it was louder than I expected. Some laughter came from the audience, but people were watching so avidly, they never took their eyes off of him. I just had a wonderful conversation with a friend. My friend. And I would like to withdraw from the festival. Thank you. What the F dash? Midoriya was smirking at him. Shinso absolutely lost it. Oh no effing way, that beach stole my thing. Todoroki let the ice and fire disappear in an instant. He dropped the microphone in front of him, turned, and walked out of the arena. The audience were the loudest they'd been all day. Present Mike was screaming and Midoriya was laughing his head off. Goddamn, it was hard not to enjoy that. He really wanted to be original in dropping out, but that was so cool. Midnight was looking up at the commentator's box, shrugging. Zero looked a little disappointed, but he gave a big thumbs up before spinning on his heel. Monoma had a weird look on his face. Hell, I mean? Good for him, right? The blonde gave him a hard stare for a moment. He turned away and nodded. Todoroki felt alive. Regardless of what Endeavor said, regardless of whatever punishment he received, he was so happy with himself. He practically sprinted through the halls, back to the students' viewing area. Midoriya was grinning so wide, Todoroki thought his face would split in two. That holy sheet was amazing. You looked so menacing, the ice and fire, but no, boom, withdrawing. Insanely cool, I am so glad you did that. Midoriya scooped him up in a massive hug. Affection was foreign to him, especially as he got older, but it was nice. He gently wrapped his arms around his friend. He hid a smile. He could have had this from the start, he realized. If he hadn't been so insistent on rejecting his father's wishes. If he hadn't denied any and all offers of friendship from people who genuinely cared. But better late than never, right? It took a good 10 minutes for Midoriya to properly calm down after that. He was just so thrilled for Todoroki. He knew it was weird for him to be this excited over something as simple as forfeiting, but it meant something to Todoroki, so naturally he was pleased. Also, Todoroki called him his friend. He mentally fist-pumped. When he and Todoroki sat down, Uraraka left to get in some last-minute preparation, so it was just him, Todoroki and Shinso. And Monoma, but he wasn't very present in their impromptu staring contest. More specifically, between Shinso and Todoroki. Midoriya was almost certain that Todoroki knew Shinso wasn't his biggest fan, but hopefully. Something? He sighed. He just wanted his friends to get along. Surprisingly, Shinso turned away, breaking their eye contact. Why did you do that? Seriously, I'm asking. Todoroki looked at Midoriya briefly, who was the unfortunate soul stuck sitting between them. I was thinking about what you said. About how you didn't need to win to be content with yourself. And I talked to a friend about something serious I need to work on. I guess I just wanted to. Is that a problem? Shinso snorted, but Midoriya knew him well enough to know it wasn't sarcastic. Not a problem, I was hoping I'd be the only one though. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya before smiling softly. Monoma leaned around Shinso, interrupting their moment of newfound respect. As touching as this is, can we turn our attention back to the games? Who's up next? Kaminari and Ishido. My money's on Ishido all the way. Shinso was correct in his bet. Ishido wiped out Kaminari before he could charge up his attack. Turns out, a sudden blast of even mild acid can scare someone enough to sprint away. So yeah, end of that match. Ida clapped Midoriya on the shoulder as he got up. I'm up soon. I'd like to wait in advance, so I'll see you all after my match. Good luck, Ida. Who are you up against? Ida stood up tall. Thank you, I am against Tsubaraba, from Class B. I believe he was on Monoma's team for the cavalry battle. With that he left. If Midoriya was being completely 100% honest, he was not paying attention to the fights. He had very little interest, aside from the occasional entertaining moment, like when Kaminari's tracksuit breathes turned into shorts. Hot acid. Shinso and Monoma were up, and Midoriya was curious. He knew his friend didn't want to participate in this round, but there were any number of ways he could forfeit. Or Monoma could try to beat him anyway. He watched as they, like all others before them, walked up the steps to the platform, glaring at each other hauntingly. He was both curious and spooked. They stalled in front of Midnight, only about 5 feet from each other. She cracked her WHP, and the audience went quiet in focus. 2 wild cards forced to fight. The headline wrote itself, really. Midoriya clued back into the match when he heard Hatsum cackle behind him. They were not shaking their fists? He leaned forward. Shinso and Monoma stood in the same places, holding their right hands out. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Midoriya knew that Shinso had practiced voice projection, for his quirk, but he didn't know he was that good at it. He found himself laughing along with Hatsum, as they furiously threw out the same answer 3 times in a row. Paper. Scissors. They got more dramatic the longer they went on, and by the 3rd round, they were both gasping at the result. Finally, they went for it one last time, shouting at the top of their lungs. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Monoma went for rock. Shinso went for scissors. The blonde threw up his arms, cheering. The audience, though confused, cheered along with him. Shinso shrugged, nodded, and walked himself out of bounds. Midoriya both was and was not expecting them to orchestrate something so weird, but he was glad they did. Shake things up a bit. He glanced at Todoroki beside him, who was hiding his quiet laughter. Ida was up and unsurprisingly won. He managed to dash around and push his opponent out of bounds as fast as the eye could see. He was very proud of himself, Midoriya realized when he got back to his seat. Why yes. I know full well that many of our talented classmates didn't manage to make it this far, so I'm glad I got here. My brother said he'd try to watch my fights today. I want to make him proud. Oops, he'd been thinking aloud. Oh, that's cool. It must be nice, having his support. Ida nodded, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, he supported my dreams of heroism since I was a child. He is an incredible hero, and I want to live up to him. I hope he was able to watch. Midoriya patted him on the back. Hey, you're still in the games, even if he missed your first match, he could tune in for the rest of them. Ida brightened up a bit. Yes, I'm sure you're right. Thank you, Midoriya. He and Midoriya half watched the next fight, Aoyama against Kirishima. No offense to Aoyama, but it was an unfortunate pairing, and Midoriya had a hard time believing he'd be able to beat the brick house that was Kirishima. Let's be real, the boy was jacked. A few well-placed punches were all it took, before the redhead literally held Aoyama over his shoulder and threw him out of bounds. Yaoyorozu hid her eyes with her forearm as she left the arena. She was so humiliated. Tokoyami was an incredibly strong opponent, but she completely froze. She didn't even care if she won or lost, not really. But she wanted to prove to herself that she was deserving of her grades and her friends' high opinions of her. She had been coached in using her quirk since it manifested. She'd had access to the best quirk specialists, best teachers and best doctors in the country. Don't get her wrong, she was fully aware that she was born into wealth. She knew she had more privileges than some of her classmates. She also knew that her parents wanted her to do well in life, to the point where they practically pumped money into any company or organization they thought could help her. Her quirk requires a comprehensive understanding of chemistry. They hired some of the highest acclaimed tutors on the globe. She had trouble maintaining a healthy weight because her quirk requires her body fat to function. They hired nutritionists upon nutritionists to find a regime that worked for her. She had trouble making friends as a child. They set up playdates with their employees' children, and signed her up for clubs and activities. She wanted, more than anything, to prove herself worthy of their investment in her. And she blew it. Their match had been highly anticipated, and ended so quick it made her head spin. She'd barely created a shield before Dark Shadow completely flung her out of bounds. Her friends still cheered for her, but she missed her chance. Probably her only chance. She wished she could be as nonchalant about the sports festival as Todoroki was. Out of everyone in 1A, she thought Todoroki and Ida would understand the pressure she felt the most, both of them coming from similar backgrounds to her. Only, Todoroki dropped out, and she overheard Ida speaking to his friends. He barely sounded rattled. Unbothered. Just looking to impress his brother and nothing else. Was it just her? What would her parents say, now that she hadn't even made it to the semifinals? She sighed, scrubbing her eyes again. She had been given an opportunity, a appealing and powerful quirk. And Yaoyorozu felt she didn't even know how to use it. Maybe she needed a solid internship after the festival, but who's to say she'll even get a good offer? After that performance? She tried to calm down before she ventured back to the student seating. The last thing she wanted was their pity. Only when she walked out, making her way to an open seat, Midoriya and his friends were happy to see her. Whoa, Yaoyorozu. I forgot how insane your power is. Tokoyami was already sitting with them. She felt bubbling, uncomfortable embarrassment crawl up her neck as they looked at one another. Yaoyorozu, you were a fearsome opponent. I'm continually impressed with your quirk as well. She felt bad for being awkward. Tokoyami was so nice, of course he wouldn't be rude about winning. Midoriya's pink-haired friend, Hatsum, shushed them with her whole hands, leaning across them to get her attention. Excuse me, your quirk is unbelievable. Would you mind stopping by the support labs sometime? I could use some materials the school would definitely not pay for. In return, I could amp up your costume or something. Midoriya tugged her hand from his mouth. Wow, since when do you have manners? Since always, you're just a little beach. Yaoyorozu covered her mouth. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at Hatsum. Says you. Whatever, Yaoyorozu. My dude, you have some crazy abilities. Maybe make a gun. I feel like it would catch people off guard. Hatsum's eyes went wide. Oh, that's a fantastic idea. How about this? You make me some materials and I can give you some blueprints for weapons. Nothing too hard to control right away. I noticed you use lots of batons and shields. While those are solid, they're primitive. Imagine the upgrades. Built-in tasers, extra protection, maybe some shock absorbers. Plus, it'll be quick to create. Bigger things take you longer, according to your file, so lots of small, powerful tools is exactly what you need. Oh, I can see them already. Why am I still here? I have blueprints to draw up. Yaoyorozu was overwhelmed. Hatsum had some ideas. Some very, very rational ideas. Perhaps Midoriya was right too. Small, powerful weapons. She could manage that. Hatsum pulled out a sketchbook, dragging her pencil around furiously. Yaoyorozu smiled. A big real smile. It felt nice.